Section 14 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Selected excerpts by Johannes Ewald. 1743 to 1781, by William Morton Payne. The latter half of the 18th century is known in Danish literature as the Age of Enlightenment, but although a period fairly prolific in literary production, it is distinguished by few conspicuous names. Altogether, the most important among these few is that of Johannes Ewald, who stands out as the one great figure of the transition period between Holberg and Oehlenschläger. Born in Copenhagen, November 18, 1743, he came to manhood a few years after the death of Holberg, and bereft Denmark of the father of its literature. He died March 17, 1781, a little more than a year later than the birth of Oehlenschläger, the most illustrious of his successors. His brief life of 37 years was outwardly uneventful, except for a boyish attempt to win fame as a warrior, which came to an inglorious end before he had reached the age of 18. It was a life of baffled ambition and unsympathetic environment, a life of poverty and sickness, and it must be added, of reckless dissipation, brightened only near its close by the sunshine of royal favor and popular recognition. Viewed from within, however, this life to outward, seeming so nearly a failure, was rich with emotion, fantasy, and imaginative experience. The son of a Lutheran priest, and himself destined for that calling, his temperament was the least possible fitted for enlistment in such service, and although he went through the forms, passing his theological examination with great credit, he never undertook pastoral duties, and the poetic impulse soon became so strong as to put a professional career entirely out of the question for him. Of his youthful feelings and aspirations, Ewald has written with charming naivete in his Levnet Augmentager, Life and Opinions, a fragment of autobiography almost as candid and outspoken as the Confessions of Rousseau. I was from my childhood a lover, an admirer of everything remarkable, whereby one might set himself apart from the crowd, become noticed, discussed, pointed out with the finger. What fruit of true and shining deeds might have sprung from this seed, had it been properly cultivated and given the right direction. But all my pedantic teachers, without a single exception, were content to cram my memory with biblical verses, Greek and Latin vocables, and philosophical rubbish. Not one of them concerned himself with my turbulent heart, or seemed to care whether or not I was a thinking and feeling being. The fairy tales that I had heard with great delight from the servant folk were to me so many articles of faith. To my active imagination they were not only plausible, but very fine and worthy of imitation. And since no one took the pains to show me their absurdity, they naturally became the fundamental principles upon which I planned my life in my little noddle. One day, when 13 years old, the boy got hold of Robinson Crusoe, and emulous of that hero, as many other boys have been, started on foot for Holland, intending to sail thence with the Dutch Indies, hoping that on the way I might be shipwrecked upon some desert island or other. He got only 4 miles from home when he was hailed ignominiously back. A couple of years later, another childish impulse had more serious consequences. The boy of 15 fell in love, and could not contemplate with patience the 10 years or so that must elapse before he could become a priest and find himself in a position to marry. The warrior mood then seized upon him, and he thought, that by winning military renown, he might hasten a union with the object of his devotion. The 7 Years' War was then in full swing, and Johannes, with an elder brother whom he had persuaded to go with him, ran away to Hamburg to join the Prussian army. The courage of the brother oozed away, and he returned home, leaving Johannes alone in Hamburg. He enlisted, was sent to Magdeburg, and found himself a soldier of infantry instead of the hussar of his dreams. Not liking this, he deserted the Prussians for the Austrians, remained with them for a year and a half, became a subordinate officer, took part in the march to Prague, and was in Dresden in 1760, when the city was bombarded. About this time he became convinced that his dreams of swiftly achieved glory had been a delusion, that the age of the demigods was past, and that there was small hope of distinction for him as one of 100,000 men, all of whom are pledged to do their duty and dare do nothing more. Having learned this salutary lesson, he deserted once more, escaped from the army in disguise, and returned to Copenhagen, a great deal wiser than he had gone away. Settling down to his studies, he passed the examination already mentioned, and was looking forward to a cheerful future when he learned that the maiden of his fancy was about to marry another man. The loss doubtless did much to attune my soul to the deep melancholy that I believe to be a leading characteristic of most of my poems, he says of this episode. Like many other unhappy young men with the gift of expression, he turned to teach in song what he had learned in suffering. Although prose was the medium of which he sought to make use, Lycan's temple on Durm, the temple of happiness, a dream, a cold and transparent sort of allegory, was the immediate outcome of his melancholic mood, and was offered for the criticism of a certain society established for the encouragement of literary production. After much revision, the work was accepted by the society and included in its publications. This piece of good fortune, together with his success in a competition for a cantata in memory of Frederick V, so encouraged him that he definitely made up his mind to follow his bent and devote himself to literature. He studied the Latin poets, Corneille, Shakespeare, and Ossian, but his chosen master was Klopstock, and he gave himself up almost without reserve to the influence of the epic poet of the Messiahs. Wellhoffen says that this work became Ewald's poetical Bible. He conquered his natural repugnance that he might penetrate into the work and let it determine his spiritual destiny. This is why he says in his autobiographical fragment that he had been steadfast enough to read the Messiahs a third or fourth time. He even began to translate this poem, and it was the last thing that he read. After his death, the book was found in his bed. The influence of Klopstock was very marked, both as to choice of subject and treatment. In Ewald's next work, Adam og Eva, Adam and Eve, a 5-act drama in Alexandrine verse with lyrical interludes. Horn calls this work the first serious attempt made in Danish literature to solve a great poetical problem in a grand style. If this drama illustrates the pioneer aspect of Ewald's activity, his next work, Rolf Krage, illustrates it still further. Although this tragedy is a reversion from poetry to prose, it is eminently poetical in conception and makes us wish that the English language had a word equivalent to the Danish Dichtung or the German Dichtung to use in describing it. Rolf Krage is the first attempt of a true Danish poet to draw upon the rich treasury of material offered by the legendary history of the Scandinavian North. The story of the play was taken from Saxo Grammaticus, but it cannot be regarded as a successful reproduction of the spirit of the age which it sought to depict. The vein which it opened to imaginative writers was destined to be worked with rich results by later men, by Oehlenschläger in the first half of the 19th century, by Björnson and Ibsen in the latter half. But Ewald could not escape from the trammels of 18th century sentimentalism or from the artificial ideals of his German models. In this respect, he merely failed to do what no 18th century writer could accomplish. That is, he failed to grasp the inner significance of the strong, simple life of the period that produced the Eddas and the Sagas. At this point, a few words should be said concerning the literary societies in Copenhagen, of which we hear so much when we attempt to follow the life and productivity of Ewald in any detail. One of them, the academic and state-subsidized organization that gave the poet his first encouragement and provided for the publication of several of his works, has already been mentioned. There were besides two others, the Norwegian Society and the Danish Literary Society, both organized at the time when Ewald was coming into prominence. The former of these organizations stood for the classical ideal in literature, the Exemplaria Greca, and was influenced by French models to such an extent that it could see nothing good in the German school. Klopstock and his imitators were the object of its most violent attacks, and Ewald came in for no little abuse on this score. The other society conducted a vigorous opposition to this aesthetic propaganda and rallied about Ewald as a sort of standard-bearer. Naturally, such a drama as Rolf Krake was repugnant to partisans of the Norwegian Society, who felt toward it very much as Frederick the Great felt toward Gotz von Berlichingen. They could not foresee that a great literary revival was to be the outgrowth of Ewald's work, and realized only that the new writer had forsaken the examples of literary excellence hitherto most approved by people of good taste. Although not very directly related to this particular conflict of aesthetic opinion, Ewald's three satirical or controversial plays were a natural product of the factious conditions of the time. Pepper's Vendenie, The Bachelors, Die brutale Klapperer, The Brutal Clackers, and Harlequin Patriot, the first in prose, the two others in verse, did but little for the poet's fame, and are chiefly interesting as evidence of his almost absolute lack of humor. Oehlenschläger's judgment of Harlequin Patriot, the best of the three, must be accepted as the final word of criticism upon this subject. We cannot regard the piece as a comic drama, for it is destitute of action, characterization, illusion, and comic nature. Only two of Ewald's works now remain to be accounted for, but they are his masterpieces, Baldur's Død, Baldur's Death, and Fiskerne, The Fishers, each a three-act drama in verse. For the tragedy of Baldur's Død, the poet turned once more to Saxo for inspiration and produced a far finer and deeper work than Rolf Krake. His earlier essay in this direction had been. The work was moreover the first Danish drama to forsake the conventional and unwieldy Alexandrine verse for the freer movement and richer possibilities of the iambic pentameter. It is still possible to find many faults with this poem, to censure it for its nebulous ideality, its monotony, its lack of adequate motivation, to accept, in short, nearly all of the adverse criticisms of Oehlenschläger and Wellhaven. Yet there remains enough of the beautiful in its diction and of the masterly in its construction, amply to justify the high place that the work occupies in Danish literature. At its best, and particularly in its lyrical portions, the poem soars to a height that had never before been reached by Danish song. It was at once a revelation of the author's full-fledged genius and of the poetical capacities of his mother tongue. The production of Ewald's Fiskerne, his last great work, is associated with almost the only gleam of light that fell upon his pathway. He had been living the larger part of his adult life away from the capital, in one country or seacoast village after another, in great poverty, suffering much of the time from a severe form of rheumatism. At one time, the poorhouse seemed to be his only hope of refuge. From all this misery, he was finally rescued by a friend, through whose efforts he was brought back to Copenhagen, provided with a comfortable home, and granted aid by the court. Baldur's Dird was put upon the boards of the Royal Theatre, and the poet at last tasted the sweets of popularity. At the same time, his health bettered, and he found strength to devote himself to the new poem, which was to prove his last. Fischerni is a lyrical drama, almost what we should call a cantata, based upon the story of a shipwreck that had occurred a few years before. In this work, Ewald's imagination, psychological insight, and lyric impulse found their highest expression. Above all, the poem is informed with a passionate patriotism and a sense of the sea power of Denmark, qualities that affected the national consciousness like wine and have never lost their charm and their inspiration. One of the lyrics included in this drama became and has ever since remained the national song of Denmark, and no nation can boast a nobler one. After the production and success of Fischerni, Ewald set about the preparation of a uniform edition of his complete writings, but lived to witness the publication of only one volume. His partly restored health soon failed him again, and he died, after much suffering, in his 38th year. He was buried in the graveyard of Trinity Church, Copenhagen, in the presence of a great assembly of his fellow countrymen, tardily brought to recognize the fact that with his death, a great national poet had passed away. Ewald's reputation has undergone the vicissitudes that usually come to the memory of men of genius. For a time, the subject of indiscriminate laudation, his work was attacked by the searching criticism of later writers, notably Oehlenschläger and Wellhaven, and his reputation suffered for a time. Since then, his fame has again grown bright, and it is probable that something like the final estimate has been placed upon his work. And a high place in Danish literature must always be occupied by the man who wrote the national ballad of King Christian, who brought the pathetic quality into Danish poetry, who first revealed the lyrical possibilities of the Danish language, who established the verse form that was ever thereafter to be chosen for the poetical drama, and who first among moderns tapped the wellspring of the inspiration that was to flow into Scandinavian literature from the rich legendary inheritance of the Old Norse mythmakers and saga men. Ewald, King Christian, in Longfellow's familiar translation, stands at the head of the following selections. The other translations in verse and prose have been made by me for this work. WMP. The Danish National Song. King Christian stood by the lofty mast in mist and smoke. His sword was hammering so fast, through Gothic helm and brain it passed. Then sank each hostile hulk and mast in mist and smoke. Fly, shouted they, fly, he who can, who braves of Denmark's Christian the stroke. Nils Jewel gave heed to the tempest's roar. Now is the hour. He hoisted his blood-red flag once more, and smote upon the foe, full sore, and shouted loud through the tempest's roar, now is the hour. Fly, shouted they, for shelter fly, of Denmark's jewel, who can defy the power? North Sea, a glimpse of vessel rent thy murky sky, then champions to thine arms were sent. Terror and death glared where he went. From the waves was heard a wail that rent thy murky sky. From Denmark's thunder's Tordenskjold, let each to heaven commend his soul and fly. Path of the Dane to fame and might, dark rolling wave, receive thy friend, who, scorning flight, goes to meet danger with despite. Proudly as thou the tempest's might, dark rolling wave, and amid pleasures and alarms, and war and victory, be thine arms, my grave. Longfellow's translation. First love, from Life and Opinions. One morning, the most unforgettable, the most blessed of my life, she bade me take some lace to one of her cousins, whom I had not seen before. I followed my directions and asked for the eldest Jomfru Hildegard. She was sitting with her parents at table and came out to see me in the room to which I had been admitted. She came, O heavens, O happy moment, how gladly would I recall thee, and cleave to thee with my whole soul, and forget all my misfortunes, all that I have suffered for thy sake. She came, my Aridense. I have dared the attempt to depict her, but did I possess all the art of Raphael and all the art of Petrarch combined, and should I devote my whole lifetime to picture her image, as at the first dazzled gaze it became imprinted upon my heart, and remains there unchanged after so many years? I could produce but a dull and imperfect copy thereof. She was my Aridense, and who can see her with my eyes, or feel her with my heart? Love beamed from her glance, love played upon her lips, love was fragrant in her heaving bosom. Her every expression seemed to cry out, love, love, love. Nature, heaven, and earth all vanished, and my throbbing, melting heart felt the blissful rapture of an unspeakable affection. O my Aridense, thou wast surely intended for me by him who made us both. Why does another now possess thee? Perchance this is presumptuous. God forgive me if it is, but the thought is very anguish to me. I will forget it, if I can. One cannot, I think, better cool this passion than by formulating opinions. I will deliver myself of two that may best be expressed in connection with this catastrophe, which will always be to me the most serious of my life. The one is that the first real love depends upon a sort of sympathy or an instinctive bent that I cannot explain, and is not deliberately to be evoked. The other is that the heart, if I may thus express myself, has its virginity, and cannot possibly lose it more than once. But I must turn back to my sweet sorrow. My cheeks burned, my knees trembled, I stammered out my errand as best I might, thinking of nothing else, looking at nothing else but Aridense. Afterwards, she often told me that she marked my agitation, and I replied that my loving heart did not find it exactly flattering that she should have been able to mark it so distinctly. When I realized from the silence of my Aridense that I must have done my errand, I ventured hesitatingly to press her hand to my lips, and heavenly fires shot blissful from her fingers to the depths of my soul. I lost possession of myself. I retreated backwards, bowing every moment, and since I at last came to the head of a steep staircase without noticing it, my love would in all probability, had she not spoken a word of warning, have either found prompt expression, or once for all have worked out its terrible influence upon my fate. But I was destined for deeper sufferings than the heaviest fall can cause, and it was decreed that through my love I should lose more than my life. If you believe in omens, gentlemen, you may take this for one. I wake at this moment from a mood of deep reflection. I have sat for half an hour with folded arms, trying to answer for myself the question whether I would have missed all the torturous pangs, all the depressing misfortunes of which this first love of mine has been the cause, on condition that I should have missed too all the sweetness, all the blissfulness it has brought me. And now I can answer with a clear conscience, no, I should indeed be very ungrateful to make plaint about it, if it had brought me nothing more than grief and misfortune. but it was also one of the first and weightiest causes of the most serious mistake of my life, and this feeling of its full consequences was what drew from me, just now, the not altogether baseless statement that it had cost me more than my life. From The Fischers. Note: this translation of the closing scene of Ewald's lyrical drama, Fiskern, requires a word of explanation. The characters are a group of simple fisher folk: Anders, his wife Gunhild, their daughters Lisa and Berta, and the young men Knud and Sven, betrothed to the two girls. A ship has been wrecked upon the coast, and the men have rescued one of the sailors from death, but have lost their own boat and fishing tackle in so doing. This is a serious matter, for it threatens the contemplated marriage of the young men. When the scene which we have translated opens, the whole group of fisher folk, together with the rescued seamen, have been talking about the situation, and there now appears upon the stage Odelheim, a wealthy and philanthropic Dane, who has learned of their bravery and what it has cost them. W.M.P. Odelheim. Forgive if I, unknown to you, should claim too freely a modest share, in your rejoicings. For joy must wait on strife or deeds of heroes. By merest chance, I too was made acquainted with what concerns you now. The part remaining I learned from Claus, and now I beg, I pray you, to hear what from my inmost heart is welling, to hear how heaven within my soul bears witness. Knud, we know not who you are. Odelheim, a Dane. Knud, well, speak then. Odelheim, addressing the rescued sailor, that thou, my friend, shouldst offer all the substance to them who saved thee was but just. Thy ardor ennobles thee. Thy life was worth the saving, and that these brave men blush to hear thy offer, and rather choose the lot of poverty, is but their nature, and to be expected. The goal that thou didst seek to force upon them would but oppress them, with the joy but darken that now is theirs, and that alone they sought for, thy life, thy grateful tears, thy heart's thanksgiving. Nor do I wonder that these hearts heroic should thrill with shame at any speech of payment, for noble actions are their own adornment. The very thought of profit casts a shadow over their splendor. This know well the righteous. Yet, brothers, 'tis our duty that we spurn not the meed unsought, on us bestowed by heaven. Gunhild, that has been ours. Odelheim, noble soul, I know it, but may we face our God, dust-shapen creatures, and cry to him, desist, enough of blessings, and have not all of us a loving mother who may compel acceptance? Sven, who? Knud, where? Odelheim, Denmark, whose right it is, whose pleasure and whose honor, virtue to crown, as to condemn the wicked. The tenderest of mothers still must loosen the bonds wherewith she holds us, and all fearful, entrust our footsteps to ourselves in heaven, ere we attain to noble deeds, the wellspring whence streams the light that decks her with its splendor. Yet still she draws men to her, not the valorous. They find their own way. But our weaker brothers, she draws to her with prayer and promised guerdon, with hopes and with report of others' fortune. And you whose hearts are burdened with the feeling that this, of all your days the very fairest, should bring you unawaited grim misfortune, the loss of wealth, the pang of hopeless passion, shall you give cause for men to say reproachful? These folk gave glory to our haughty Denmark by great heroic deeds, and now they languish in want and woe by Denmark unrequited. Knud, my heart is Danish. He should feel its anger, who in my hearing dared to rail at Denmark, and what she offers, men should not hold lightly. Yet how, and in what shape, she offers largesse our losses to repair, bring cheers to others, that is not clear to my poor understanding. Oldenheim, know that her arms outstretched are ever helpful, all-powerful is her will. her law forever, binds to her lofty aims her wealthy children, their joy to cherish valorous deeds, their duty to offer in her name whatever solace, whatever help and strength their lives enriches. Conscious that wealth was mine, I stood rejoicing that I was near and heard her voice. O brothers, do not begrudge the joy with which I hearken to such a mother's hest, for I have hearkened, and with the friend whose guest I am up yonder, have left the cost of boat and wedding outfit, while for our Anders and the noble fellows who bravely took their part in all the danger, is set apart a gift of equal value, and every year, so long as still is living one of the 5, they and their children's children shall, that this day be evermore remembered, receive an equal pledge of Denmark's bounty. For all this I have taken care, this, brothers, to do. Your deed in our fair land command me. Svend, thy words are generous and noble, stranger, they overwhelm us. Knud, I believe, by heaven, my soul is wax. When played I thus the woman? Because my tears are flowing, do not scorn me. What shall I answer thee? Speak for me, Anders. Anders, I know thee now, the man of noble presence our friend has told us of. Great soul and worthy, do what thou willst. Thou hast deserved the pleasure of helping honest Danes. 'Twere pride stiff-necked in us to scorn so generous an offer. Knild, ingratitude it were, and sin toward heaven. Knud, we thank thee, noble soul. Svend, we thank thee deeply. Lisa, our tears too give thee thanks. Oldelheim, not me, but Denmark. This is its festival day. With song and gladness the cheerful bowl and, for our maidens' pleasure, the merry dance. I trust that we may end it. All is provided. Now, my worthy brothers, we will forget the past, and but remember the valor and the fortune of our country. Chorus. Oldenheim, the deed that has not felt a burden that leaves within the breast no smart. God hap be evermore its guerdon, while freedom warms the Cyprian heart. May Danish soil give ever birth to deeds of ripe and lasting worth. All, may Danish soil give ever birth to deeds of ripe and lasting worth. Gnild, O piety, with thy gentle leaven, with promise fair, fills young and old, and mingles with the dreams that heaven on earth bestows of joy untold. True courage from thy strength doth spring, and seeks the shadow of thy wing. All, true courage from thy strength doth spring, and seeks the shadow of thy wing. Anders, where smiles from heaven shed light abiding, rewarding our industrious days, the sons of courage safely guiding upon the old well-trodden ways. Where brave men follow wisdom's beck, heroic deeds our annals deck. All, our joy to follow wisdom's beck, that noble deeds our lives may deck. Lisa, the courage that in old days melted the warrior maid's defensive pride, still stirs the hero, as, unbelted, he lies at his beloved's side. Still loving Danish maidens start the fire that lights the hero heart. All, still loving Danish maidens start the fire that lights the hero heart. Svend, where countless footprints onward reaching to valiant souls a pathway ope, the chosen way of honor teaching, bidding them forward march with hope. On Denmark's memory famous strand, men win renown at danger's hand. All, on Denmark's memory famous strand, men win renown at danger's hand. Berta, where men with unknown brothers vying in life and death make common cause, where sympathy consoles the dying and slays despair in death's own jaws, where hearts for love of Denmark swell, deceit and evil dare not dwell. All, where hearts for love of Denmark swell, deceit and evil dare not dwell. Knud, beloved sea, thy life unresting we feel our inmost veins transfuse. Our hearts grow stout, thy billows breasting. Thy air our failing strength renews, our pride and joy, O northern sea. The Danish soul takes fire from thee. All, our pride and joy, O northern sea. The Danish soul takes fire from thee. Men, ye golden fields rest ever smiling, foam in thy pride, blue silver wave. Women, be, 'neath thy guard of warriors whining, ever the birthland of the brave. Men, Denmark, of valor to be the home. Women, and honored for all time to come. All, Denmark of valor be the home, and honored for all time to come. The play ends with the dance of the fisher folk. End of section 14. Section 15 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Selected excerpts by Frederick William Farrar. 1831. Among the influences that have formed my life, says Dean Farrar, I must mention the character of my mother. She had no memorial in this world. She passed her life in the deep valley of poverty, obscurity, and trial. But she has left to her only surviving son the recollections of a saint. As a boy, I was not sent to our great English public schools, but to one which is comparatively unknown, although several men were trained there, who are now playing a considerable part in the world. That school was King William's College at Castleton, on the Isle of Man. I have sketched the natural surroundings of the school and many little incidents of its daily life in the first book I wrote, Eric, or Little by Little, now in its 26th edition. Accident, he continues, made me an author. The proposal to write a book on school life came unsought, and I naturally found in my own reminiscences the colors in which I had to work. Born in Bombay in 1831, Farrar took numerous prizes and honors during his school life at King's College, and at 19 was made classical exhibitioner of the London University, where he was graduated. In 1854, he took his bachelor's degree at Trinity College, Cambridge, was ordained deacon, and in 1857 was admitted to priest's orders. For several years, he was an assistant master at Harrow. In 1871, became headmaster at Marlborough College, where he remained till April 1876, when he was appointed canon in Westminster Abbey and rector of St. Margaret's. While at Harrow, he was made chaplain to the Queen, and in 1883, Archdeacon of Westminster. He is at present Dean of Canterbury. His literary fecundity is extraordinary. Besides his Life of Christ, which gave him an almost worldwide fame, his life and work of St. Paul, and his beginnings of Christianity, each of which represents much labor. He has written a course of Hulsian lectures on The Witness of History to Christ, a bulky volume on eschatology, 3 linguistic works, The Origin of Language, Chapters of Language, and Families of Speech, 2 popular romances, Darkness and Dawn, and Gathering Clouds, and many volumes of sermons and theological papers. Paul before Festus and Agrippa, from the Life and Work of St. Paul. It was not, as is commonly represented, a new trial. That would have been on all grounds impossible. Agrippa was without judicial functions, and the authority of the procurator had been cut short by the appeal. It was more of the nature of a private or drawing-room audience, a sort of show occasion designed for the amusement of these princely guests and the idle aristocracy of Caesarea, both Jewish and Gentile. Festus ordered the auditorium to be prepared for the occasion, and invited all the chief officers of the army and the principal inhabitants of the town. The Herods were fond of show, and Festus gratified their humor by a grand processional display. He would doubtless appear in his scarlet paludament, with his full attendance of lictors and bodyguard, who would stand at arms behind the gilded chairs which were placed for himself and his distinguished visitors. We were expressly told that Agrippa and Berenice went in state to the praetorium, she doubtless blazing with all her jewels and he in his purple robes, and both with the golden circlets of royalty around their foreheads, and attended by a suite of followers in the most gorgeous apparel of Eastern pomp. It was a compliment to the new governor to visit him with as much splendor as possible, and both he and his guests were not sorry to furnish a spectacle which would at once illustrate their importance and their mutual cordiality. Did Agrippa think of his great-grandfather Herod and the massacre of the innocents, of his great-uncle Antipas and the murder of John the Baptist, of his father Agrippa I and the execution of James the Elder? Did he recall the fact that they had each died or been disgraced soon after or in direct consequence of those inflictions of martyrdom? Did he realize how closely but unwittingly the faith of that one Jesus had been linked with the destinies of his house? Did the pomp of today remind him of the pomp 16 years earlier, when his much more powerful father had stood in the theater, with the sunlight blazing on the tissued silver of his robe, and the people shouting that he was a god? Did none of the dark memories of the place overshadow him as he entered that former palace of his race? It is very unlikely. Extreme vanity, gratified self-importance, far more probably absorbed the mind of this titular king, as in all the pomp of phantom sovereignty he swept along the large open hall, seated himself with his beautiful sister by the procreator's side, and glanced with cold curiosity on the poor worn, shackled prisoner, pale with sickness and long imprisonment, who was led in at his command. Festus opened the proceedings in a short complimentary speech, in which he found an excuse for the gathering by saying that on the one hand the Jews were extremely infuriated against this man, and that on the other he was entirely innocent, so far as he could see, of any capital crime. Since, however, he was a Roman citizen and had appealed to Caesar, it was necessary to send to the Lord some minute of the case by way of eulogium, and he was completely perplexed as to what he ought to say. He was therefore glad of the opportunity to bring the prisoner before this distinguished assembly, that they, and especially King Agrippa, might hear what he had to say for himself, and so, by forming some sort of preliminary judgment, relieve Festus from the ridiculous position of sending a prisoner without being able to state any definite crime with which he had been charged. As no accusers were present, and this was not in any respect a judicial assembly, Agrippa, as the person for whom the whole scene was got up, told Paul that he was allowed to speak about himself. Had the apostle been of a morose disposition, he might have despised the hollowness of these mocking proceedings. Had he been actuated by any motives lower than the highest, he might have seized the opportunity to flatter himself into favor in the absence of his enemies. But the predominant feature in his, as in the very greatest characters, was a continual seriousness and earnestness, and his only desire was to plead not his own cause, but that of his master. Festus, with the Roman adulation, which in that age outran even the appetite of absolutism, had used that title of the Lord, which the later emperors seized with avidity, but which the earliest and ablest of them had contemptuously refused. But Paul was neither imposed upon by these colossal titles of reverence, nor daunted by these pompous inanities of reflected power. There is not a word of his address which does not prove how completely he was at his ease. The scarlet sagum of the procurator, the fasces of the lictor, the swords of the legionaries, the gleaming armor of the chiliarchs, did not for one moment daunt him. They were a terror, not to good works but to the evil, and he felt that his was a service which was above all sway. Stretching out his hand in the manner familiar to the orators, whom he had often heard in Tarsus or in Antioch, he began by the sincere remark that he was particularly happy to make his defense before King Agrippa, not, which would have been false, for any special worth of his, but because the prince had received from his father, whose anxiety to conform to the law, both written and oral, was well known, an elaborate training in all matters of Jewish religion and casuistry, which could not fail to interest him in a question of which he was so competent to judge. He begged, therefore, for a patient audience, and narrated once more the familiar story of his conversion from the standpoint of a rigid and bigoted Pharisee to a belief that the messianic hopes of his nation had now been actually fulfilled in the Jesus of Nazareth, whose followers he had first furiously persecuted, but who had won him by a personal revelation of his glory to the knowledge that he had risen from the dead. Why should that belief appear incredible to his hearers? It once had been so to himself, but how could he resist the eyewitness of a noonday vision? And how could he disobey the heavenly voice which sent him forth to open the eyes of both of Jews and Gentiles, that they might turn from darkness to light, and the power of Satan unto God, that by faith in Jesus they might receive remission of sins and a lot among the sanctified? He had not been disobedient to it. In Damascus, in Jerusalem, throughout all Judea, and subsequently among the Gentiles, he had been a preacher of repentance and conversion towards God, and a life consistent therewith. This was why the Jews had seized him in the temple and tried to tear him to pieces. But in this and every danger, God had helped him, and the testimony which he bore to small and great was no blasphemy, no apostasy, but simply a truth in direct accordance with the teachings of Moses and the prophets, that the Messiah should be liable to suffering, and that from his resurrection from the dead, a light should dawn to lighten both the Gentiles and his people. Paul was now launched on the full tide of that sacred and impassioned oratory, which was so powerful an agent in his mission work. He was delivering to kings and governors and chief captains that testimony which was the very object of his life. Whether on other topics his speech was as contemptible as his enemies chose to represent, we cannot say. But on this topic, at any rate, he spoke with the force of long familiarity and the fire of intense conviction. He would probably have proceeded to develop the great thesis which he had just sketched in outline, but at this point he was stopped short. These facts and revelations were new to Festus. Though sufficiently familiar with true culture to recognize it even through these oriental surroundings, he could only listen open-mouthed to this impassioned tale of visions and revelations and ancient prophecies, and of a Jewish prophet who had been crucified and yet had risen from the dead and was divine, and who could forgive sins and lighten the darkness of Jews as well as of Gentiles. He had been getting more and more astonished, and the last remark was too much for him. He suddenly burst out with a loud and excited interruption. "You are mad, Paul. Those many writings are turning your brain." His startling ejaculation checked the majestic stream of the apostle's eloquence, but did not otherwise ruffle his exquisite courtesy. "I am not mad," he exclaimed with calm modesty, giving to Festus his recognized title of Your Excellency, "but I am uttering words of reality and soberness." But Festus was not the person whom he was mainly addressing, nor were these the reasonings which he would likely to understand. It was different with Agrippa. He had read Moses and the prophets, and had heard from multitudes of witnesses, some at least to the facts to which Paul referred. To him, therefore, The apostle appealed in proof of his perfect sanity. The king, he said, knows about these things, to whom it is even with confidence that I am addressing my remarks. I am sure that he is by no means unaware of any of these circumstances, for all that I said has not been done in a corner. And then, wishing to resume the thread of his argument at the point where it had been broken, and where it would be most striking to a Jew, he asked, King Agrippa, dost thou believe the prophets? I know that thou believest. But Agrippa did not choose to be entrapped into a discussion, still less into an assent. Not old in years, but accustomed from his boyhood to an atmosphere of cynicism and unbelief, he could only smile with the good-natured contempt of a man of the world at the enthusiastic earnestness which could even for a moment fancy that he would be converted to the heresy of the Nazarenes with their crucified Messiah. Yet he did not wish to be uncourteous. It was impossible not to admire the burning zeal, which neither stripes nor prisons could quench, the clear-sighted faith, which not even such a surrounding could for a moment dim. You are trying to persuade me offhand to be a Christian, he said with a half-suppressed smile, and this finished specimen of courtly eutrapelia was his bantering answer to St. Paul's appeal. Doubtless his polished remark on this compendious style of making converts sounded very witty to that distinguished company, and they would with difficulty suppress their laughter at the notion that Agrippa, favorite of Claudius, friend of Nero, king of Chalcis, Iturea, Trachonitis, nominator of the high priest, and supreme guardian of the temple treasures, should succumb to the potency of this short method with a Jew. That a Paul should make the king a Christian would sound too ludicrous, but the laugh would be instantly suppressed in pity and admiration of the poor but noble prisoner, as with perfect dignity he took advantage of Agrippa's ambiguous expression, and said with all the fervent sincerity of a loving heart, I could pray to God that whether in little or in much, not thou only, but even all who are listening to me today, might become even such as I am, except, he added as he raised his fettered hand, except these bonds. They saw that this was indeed no common prisoner, one who could argue as he had argued, and speak as he had spoken, one who was so filled with the exultation of an inspiring idea, so enriched with the happiness of a firm faith and a peaceful conscience, that he could tell them how he prayed that they all these princely and distinguished people, could be even such as he, and who yet in the spirit of entire forgiveness desired that the sharing in his faith might involve no share in his sorrows or misfortunes, must be such a one as they never yet had seen or known, either in the worlds of Jewry or of heathendom. But it was useless to prolong the scene. Curiosity was now sufficiently gratified, and it had become clearer than ever that though they might regard Paul the prisoner as an amiable enthusiast or an inspired fanatic, he was in no sense a legal criminal. The king, by rising from his seat, gave the signal for breaking up the meeting. Berenice and Festus and their respective retinues rose up at the same time, and as the distinguished assembly dispersed, they were heard remarking on all sides that Paul was undeserving of death, or even of imprisonment. He had made, in fact, a deeply favorable impression. Agrippa's decision was given entirely for his acquittal. This person, he said to Festus, might have been permanently set at liberty if he had not appealed to Caesar. Agrippa was far too little of a Pharisee, and far too much of a man of the world, not to see that mere freedom of thought could not be, and ought not to be, suppressed by external violence. The proceedings of that day probably saved St. Paul's life full 2 years afterwards. Festus, since his own opinion on grounds of Roman justice was so entirely confirmed from the Jewish point of view by the protector of the temple, could hardly fail to send to Nero an eulogium which freely exonerated the prisoner from every legal charge, and even if Jewish intrigues were put in play against him, Nero could not condemn to death a man whom Felix and Lysias and Festus and Agrippa, and even the Jewish Sanhedrim, in the only trial of the case which they had held, had united in pronouncing innocent of any capital crime. Roman civilization under Nero from the early days of Christianity. I need but make a passing allusion to its enormous wealth, its unbounded self-indulgence, its coarse and tasteless luxury, its greedy avarice, its sense of insecurity and terror, its apathy, debauchery, and cruelty, its hopeless fatalism, its unspeakable sadness and weariness, its strange extravagances alike of infidelity and of superstition. At the lowest extreme of the social scale were millions of slaves, without family, without religion, without possessions, who had no recognized rights, and towards whom none had any recognized duties, passing normally from a childhood of degradation to a manhood of hardship and an old age of unpitied neglect. Only a little above the slaves stood the lower classes, who formed the vast majority of the freeborn inhabitants of the Roman Empire. They were for the most part beggars and idlers, familiar with the grossest indignities of an unscrupulous dependence. Despising a life of honest industry, they asked only for bread and the games of the circus, and were ready to support any government, even the most despotic, if it would supply these needs. They spent their mornings in lounging about the forum or in dancing attendance at the levees of patrons, for a share in whose largesses they daily struggled. They spent their afternoons and evenings in gossiping at the public baths, and listlessly enjoying the polluted plays of the theater, or looking with fierce thrills of delighted horror at the bloody sports of the arena. At night, they crept up to their miserable garrets in the 6th and 7th stories of the huge insulae, the lodging-houses of Rome, into which, as into the low lodging-houses of the poorer quarters of London, there drifted all that was most wretched and most vile. Their life, as it is described for us by their contemporaries, was largely made up of squalor, misery, and vice. Immeasurably removed from these needy and greedy freedmen, and living chiefly amid crowds of corrupted, obsequious slaves, stood the constantly diminishing throng of the wealthy and the noble. Every age in its decline has exhibited the spectacle of selfish luxury side by side with abject poverty, of wealth amongst a gorged amid starving populations. But nowhere and at no period were these contrasts so startling as they were in imperial Rome. There a whole population might be trembling lest they should be starved by the delay of an Alexandrian corn ship, while the upper classes were squandering a fortune at a single banquet, drinking out of marine and jeweled vases worth hundreds of pounds, and feasting on the brains of peacocks and the tongues of nightingales. As a consequence, disease was rife, men were short-lived, and even women became liable to gout. Over a large part of Italy, most of the freeborn population had to content themselves, even in winter, with a tunic, and the luxury of the toga was reserved only by way of honor to the corpse. Yet, at this very time, the dress of Roman ladies displayed an unheard of splendor. The elder Pliny tells us that he himself saw Lolia Paulina dressed for a betrothal feast in a robe entirely covered with pearls and emeralds, which had cost 40 million sesterces, and which was known to be less costly than some of her other dresses. Gluttony, caprice, extravagance, ostentation, impurity rioted in the hearts of a society which knew of no other means by which to break the monotony of its weariness, or alleviate the anguish of its despair. On that hard pagan world disgust and secret loathing fell. Deep weariness and sated lust made human life a hell. In his cool hall with haggard eyes the Roman Nell-bull lay. He drove abroad in furious guise along the Appian way. He made a feast, drank fierce and last, and crowned his hair with flowers. No easier nor no quicker passed the impracticable hours. At the summit of the whole decaying system, necessary yet detested, elevated indefinitely above the very highest, yet living in dread of the very lowest, oppressing a population which he terrified, and terrified by the population which he oppressed, was an emperor, raised to the divinest pinnacle of autocracy, yet conscious that his life hung upon a thread, an emperor who, in the terrible phrase of Gibbon, was at once a priest, an atheist, and a god. The general condition of society was such as might have been expected from the existence of these elements. The Romans had entered on a stage of fatal degeneracy from the first day of their close intercourse with Greece. Greece learned from Rome her cold-blooded cruelty. Rome learned from Greece her voluptuous corruption. Family life among the Romans had once been a sacred thing, and for 520 years divorce had been unknown among them. Under the empire, marriage had come to be regarded with disfavor and disdain. Women, as Seneca says, married in order to be divorced, and were divorced in order to marry, and noble Roman matrons counted the years not by the consuls, but by their discarded or discarding husbands. To have a family was regarded as a misfortune, because the childless were courted with extraordinary assiduity by crowds of fortune hunters. When there were children in a family, their education was left to be begun under the tutelage of those slaves, who were otherwise the most decrepit and useless, and was carried on, with results too fatally obvious, by supple, accomplished, and abandoned Greeklings. But indeed, no system of education could have eradicated the influence of the domestic circle. No care could have prevented the sons and daughters of a wealthy family from catching the contagion of the vices, of which they saw in their parents a constant and unblushing example. Literature and art were infected with the prevalent degradation. Poetry sank in great measure into exaggerated satire, hollow declamation, or frivolous epigrams. Art was partly corrupted by the fondness for glare, expensiveness, and size, and partly sank into miserable triviality, or immoral prettinesses, such as those which decorated the walls of Pompeii in the 1st century and the Park of Serfs in the 18th. Greek statues of the days of Phidias were ruthlessly decapitated, that their heads might be replaced by the scowling or imbecile features of a Caius or a Claudius. Nero, professing to be a connoisseur, thought that he improved the Alexander of Lysimachus by gilding it from head to foot. Eloquence, deprived of every legitimate aim and used almost solely for purposes of insincere display, was tempted to supply the lack of genuine fire by sonorous euphony and theatrical affectation. A training in rhetoric was now understood to be a training in the art of emphasis and verbiage, which was rarely used for any loftier purpose than to make sycophancy plausible, or to embellish sophistry with speciousness. The drama, even in Horace's day, had degenerated into a vehicle for the exhibition of scenic splendor, or ingenious machinery. Dignity, wit, pathos were no longer expected on the stage, for the dramatist was eclipsed by the swordsman or the rope dancer. The actors who absorbed the greatest part of popular favor were pantomimists, whose insolent prosperity was generally in direct proportion to the infamy of their character. And, while the shamelessness of the theater corrupted the purity of all classes from the earliest age, the hearts of the multitude were made hard, as the nether millstone, with brutal insensibility, by the fury of the circus, the atrocities of the amphitheater, and the cruel orgies of the games. Augustus, in the document annexed to his will, mentioned that he had exhibited 8,000 gladiators and 3,510 wild beasts. The old warlike spirit of the Romans was dead, among the gilded youth of families in which distinction of any kind was certain to bring down upon its most prominent members the murderous suspicion of irresponsible despots. The spirit which had once led the Domiti and the Fabii to drink delight of battle with their peers on the plains of Gaul and in the forests of Germany was now satiated by gazing on criminals fighting for dear life with bears and tigers, or upon bands of gladiators who hacked each other to pieces on the encrimsoned sand. The languid enervation of the delicate and dissolute aristocrat could only be amused by magnificence and stimulated by grossness or by blood. Thus the gracious illusions by which true art has ever aimed at purging the passions of terror and pity were extinguished by the realism of tragedies ignobly horrible and comedies intolerably base. Two phrases sum up the characteristics of Roman civilization in the days of the empire: heartless cruelty and unfathomable corruption. Christ and Pilate, from The Life of Christ. A son of God. The notion was far less strange and repulsive to a heathen than to a Jew, and this word, unheard before, startled Pilate with the third omen which made him tremble at the crime into which he was being dragged by guilt and fear. Once more, leaving the yellow multitude without, he takes Jesus with him into the quiet judgment hall and, Jam pros sua conscietid Christianis, as Tertullian so finely observes, asks him in awestruck accents, "Whence art thou?" Alas, it was too late to answer now. Pilate was too deeply committed to his gross cruelty and injustice. For him, Jesus had spoken enough already. For the wild beast who raged without, he had no more to say. He did not answer. Then, almost angrily, Pilate broke out with the exclamation, "Dost thou not speak to me? Dost thou not know that I have power to set thee free, and have power to crucify thee?" Power? How so? Was justice nothing then? Truth nothing? Innocence nothing? Conscience nothing? In the reality of things, Pilate had no such power. Even in the arbitrary sense of the tyrant, it was an idle boast, for at this very moment he was letting, I dare not, wait upon, I would. And Jesus pitied the hopeless bewilderment of this man, whom guilt had changed from a ruler into a slave, not taunting, not confuting him, nay, even extenuating rather than aggravating his sin. Jesus gently answered, "Thou hast no power against me whatever, had it not been given thee from above. Therefore he that betrayed me to thee hath the greater sin. Thou art indeed committing a great crime, but Judas, Annas, Caiaphas, these priests and Jews are more to blame than thou." Thus, with infinite dignity, and yet with infinite tenderness, did Jesus judge his judge. In the very depths of his inmost soul, Pilate felt the truth of the words, silently acknowledged the superiority of his bound and lacerated victim, all that remained in him of human and of noble, felt how awful goodness is in virtue, in her shape how lovely, felt and mourned his fall. All of his soul that was not eaten away by pride and cruelty thrilled back an unwonted echo to these few calm words of the Son of God. Jesus had condemned his sin, and so far from being offended, the judgment only deepened his awe of this mysterious being, whose utter impotence seemed grander and more awful than the loftiest power. From that time, Pilate was even yet more anxious to save him. With all his conscience in a tumult, for the third and last time he mounted his tribunal and made one more desperate effort. He led Jesus forth, and looking at him, as he stood silent and in agony, but calm, on that shining Gabbatha, above the brutal agitations of the multitude, he said to those frantic rioters, as with a flash of genuine conviction, "Behold your king." But to the Jews it sounded like shameful scorn to call that beaten, insulted sufferer their king. A darker stream mingled with the passions of the raging, swaying crowd. Among the shouts of "Crucify," ominous threatenings began for the first time to be mingled. It was now 9 o'clock, and for nearly 3 hours had they been raging and waiting there. The name of Caesar began to be heard in wrathful murmurs. "Shall I crucify your king?" he had asked, venting the rage and soreness of his heart in taunts on them. "We have no king but Caesar," answered the Sadducees and priests, flinging to the winds every national impulse and every messianic hope. "If thou let this man go," shouted the mob again and again, "thou art not Caesar's friend. Every one who tries to make himself a king speaketh against Caesar." And at that dark, terrible name of Caesar, Pilate trembled. It was a name to conjure with. It mastered him. He thought of that terrible implement of tyranny, the accusation of lesa majestas, into which all other charges merged, which had made confiscation and torture so common, and had caused blood to flow like water in the streets of Rome. He thought of Tiberius, the aged, gloomy emperor, then hiding at Cypria, his ulcerous features, his poisonous suspicions, his sick infamies, his desperate revenge. At this very time he had been maddened into a yet more sanguinary and misanthropic ferocity by the detected falsity and treason of his only friend and minister, Sejanus, and it was to Sejanus himself that Pilate is said to have owed his position. There might be secret delators in that very mob. Panic-stricken, the unjust judge, in obedience to his own terrors, consciously betrayed the innocent victim to the anguish of death. He, who had so often prostituted justice, was now unable to achieve the one act of justice which he desired. He, who had so often murdered pity, was now forbidden to taste the sweetness of a pity, for which he longed. He, who had so often abused authority, was now rendered impotent to exercise it, for once on the side of right. Truly for him, sin had become its own errores, and his pleasant vices had been converted into the instrument of his punishment. Did the solemn and noble words of the law of the 12 tables, Veni vocis populino sunt audienti, quando aut noxium crimini absolvi, aut intercentum condonare desiderant, come across his memory with accents of reproach as he delivered Barabbas and condemned Jesus? It may have been so. At any rate, his conscience did not leave him at ease. At this, or some early period of the trial, he went through the solemn farce of trying to absolve his conscience from the guilt. He sent for water. He washed his hands before the multitude. He said, "I am innocent of the blood of this just person. See ye to it." Did he think thus to wash away his guilt? He could wash his hands. Could he wash his heart? Might he not far more truly have said with the murderous king in the splendid tragedy, "Can all old ocean's waters wash this blood clean from my hand? Nay, rather would this hand the multitudinous seas incarnadine, making the green one red." It may be that, as he thus murdered his conscience, such a thought flashed for one moment across his miserable mind, in the words of his native poet, "Ah, neminem facilis qui tristia crimina sidis, flumina tilli possiputatis aqua." Ovid, Fast 2:45. But if so, the thought was instantly drowned in a yell, the most awful, the most hideous, the most memorable that history records. "His blood be on us and on our children." Then Pilate finally gave way. The fatal "ibis ad crucem" was uttered with reluctant wrath. He delivered him unto them, that he might be crucified. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Selected excerpts by Fénelon. 1651 to 1715, by Thomas J. Johann. François de Sélenac de la Motte Fénelon was born in 1651 at the Château Fénelon in Périgord, France. He received his early education within the domestic circle, where his delicate and sensitive temperament was trained with great care by his father, and where he acquired the elements of the profound classical knowledge that distinguished him in later life. After some years of study at the University of Cahors and in the Jesuit College of Plessis, he entered the Seminary of Saint-Sulpice at Paris by the advice of his uncle, the Marquis de Fénelon, a gentleman of high social and political rank at the court of the Grand Monarch. Fénelon was ordained a priest at Saint-Sulpice and joined the admirable body of ecclesiastics who have given fame to that center of religious life. On his deathbed, he wrote to Louis XIV that he had known in his lifetime nothing more venerable or more apostolic than Saint Sulpice. It was here that he fell under the spiritual influence of the Abbé Tronson, whose guidance had much to do with the future career of Fénelon. Parochial work at Saint Sulpice, the guidance of a convent of Protestant female converts, a mission to the Huguenots of Poitou, after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, occupied the attention of the young priest in the early years of his career. He desired to come to Canada to evangelize the Indians, but his friends opposed the plan, which was carried out by his brother, the Abbé Fénelon, who died a Subsilian at Montreal in 1697. At this time he wrote his tract L'Éducation de jeunes filles, 1687, and his tract Du Ministère des Pasteurs, 1688, admirable manuals of a pedagogical and pastoral nature. In 1689 he was made preceptor of the young Duke of Burgundy, the grandson of the king. Here he accomplished a marvel in the transformation of the passionate and stubborn son of the Dauphin into a youth of courteous manners and great self-control. It was a triumph of art and tact against brute nature and irresponsible strength. But Fénelon, a born teacher, was equal to the task and won, moreover, the undying affection of the young Duke. For him he wrote his Fables, 36, and his Dialogues des Morts, 91, in which he inculcated by alternate lessons of a pleasing or a grave character the virtues and principles that befitted a ruler of men. He wrote also a Life of Charlemagne, model of a Christian king, but it seems never to have been printed, while his position as the Duke's preceptor seemed to assure to Fénelon a most honorable career. It was precisely what caused the greatest of his misfortunes, the loss of the king's confidence. Fénelon had written for the instruction of the Duke a work entitled Les Avengers de Télémaque, Fils du Lycée, a kind of postscriptum to the Odyssey. It was in reality a manual in which all the wisdom of classic antiquity was gathered by a master hand and explained in almost perfect style to one destined to govern the greatest kingdom of Europe. But it was surreptitiously printed, and the king's courtiers pointed out in it many apparent satires on the king's principles and conduct, notably in the delineation of idleness. Therefore Fénelon fell under the ban of the jealous king. He had been already made in 1693 a member of the Academy, and in 1695 Archbishop of Cambrai. In the meantime had broken out the famous controversy on Quietism, apropos of the doctrine and life of a female mystic, Madame de Guillaume. A grave discussion had arisen concerning the orthodoxy of her views on the pure and unselfish love of God, in which Bossuet and Fénelon were adversaries, with the immediate result that the latter accepted, with some reserves, the outcome of the famous conferences of Issy. Not long after Fénelon wrote, to justify himself, L'exposition de Maximes de Saints sur la vie intérieure, to which in the same year, 1697, Bossuet replied by the instruction sur l'état oraison. Meanwhile, the affair was brought before the Holy See, which was solicited on one side by the powerful king and the nephew and the agent of Bossuet, and on the other by the good Abbé Châterac, with whom Fénelon kept up a most admirable exchange of letters. Rome hesitated long, diminished the number of assailable propositions, and finally in March 1699 condemned some of those laid before her as dangerous, not as heretical, which was the vote that the king and Bossuet anxiously looked for. In April of the same year followed the humble submission of Fénelon. Wynand agrees with the Pope, who is reported to have said that in the whole affair Bossuet sinned by lack of human, and Fénelon by excess of divine love. From the outbreak of the discussion on quietism, Fénelon had been obliged to withdraw from the court to his diocese of Cambrai, where he administered with rare zeal and success. The largely Flemish population, and the fact that it was partly the scene of the War of the Spanish Succession, made the territory no easy one to care for. But he proved himself a good shepherd, indeed, a wise adviser of the crown in his numerous letters and memoirs, a preacher of the highest rank, and a rhetorician second to few in his dialogues sur l'éloquence en général et sur celle de la chaise en particulier. Paris, 1708. The last years of his life were occupied with the continuous warfare against the open and secret friends of Jainism, which was making its greatest struggle for political recognition when Fénelon died, January 7, 1715, beloved and regretted by all, the foremost gentleman of France, and the greatest ecclesiastical soul since Saint Bernard. Saint Simon thus describes Fénelon's appearance, Memoirs. He was a tall, thin man, well-made, pale, with a large nose, eyes whence fire and talent streamed like a torrent, and a physiognomy, the like of which I have never seen in any other man, and which once seen, one could never forget. It combined everything, and the greatest contradictions produced no want of harmony. It united seriousness and gaiety, gravity and courtesy, the prevailing characteristic, as in everything about him, being refinement, intellect, gracefulness, modesty, and above all, noblesse. It was difficult to take one's eyes off him. All his portraits are speaking, and yet none of them have caught the exquisite harmony which struck one in the original, or the exceeding delicacy of every feature. His manner altogether corresponded to his appearance. His perfect ease was infectious to others, and his conversation was stamped with the grace and good taste which are acquired only by habitual intercourse with the best society and the great world. His political views were moral and Christian in color, and for that age highly democratic, marking a return to the best period of the Middle Ages. This ideal, says Principal Tulloch in the Encyclopedia Britannica, was that of a limited monarchy, surrounded by national institutions, each having its due place and function in the body politic, and representing in due degree public opinion. A written constitution, one sovereign law for all, universal education provided by the state, the reciprocal independence of the temporal and spiritual powers, detestation of war, free industry and agriculture and trade, a people growing in intelligence and self-dependence around the throne and under the guidance of the Church. Such were the broad principles which he sought to instill into his pupil, and so to make him, in his own language, a philosophic king, a new St. Louis. His own king, Louis XIV, looked on all this as brilliant but chimerical. Fénelon ranks forever as one of the most elegant writers in the French language. The sweetness of his character, his tender and loving mysticism, his unction and simplicity, his crystal-clear thought, and affectionate direct eloquence mark him as unequaled in his own line as a director of souls and a teacher of men. His philosophy of life is kindly and practical, but directed to a higher end of man than the pleasures of earth afford, and his instruction is always decked out with all the intellectual graces that can allure men to look beyond and above the present and the transitory. The most effective charm of his works, wrote D'Alembert, is the sentiment of calm and peace that he instills into his reader. He is like a friend who draws near to you, and whose soul runs over into your own. He soothes, he allays, if only for a moment, your sorrows and your trials, and one forgives humanity for so many men who make us hate it in favor of Fénelon, who makes us love it. The best edition of his works is that of Paris, 1852, 10 volumes, containing biographical material, documents, and the best life of Fénelon, that printed in 1808 by Cardinal d'Urbassa. The reader may also consult with Prophet Michelet's Louis XIV et le Duc de Bourgogne, Saint-Beuve, Cosseries de Lundy, Emmanuel de Broglie, Fénelon el Cambrai, an article by Principal Tulloch in the Encyclopedia Britannica, that by Wynand in Welser and Fontes Kirchenlexikon, and the pertinent paragraphs and histories of French literature and in French biographical encyclopedias like the Nouveau Dictionnaire de Biographe Générale. A good biography is also found in H. Sidney Lear's Christian Biographies, 1877. The latter has also translated into English the Letters Spirituelles of Fénelon. To one in perplexity, from the Spiritual Letters. You doubt, and you cannot bear up under doubt. I am not surprised. Doubt is torture. But do not argue, and you will cease to doubt. The shadows of a simple faith are very different from doubt. Its troubles bring their own consolation and fruits. After they have reduced a man, they restore him, and leave him in full peace. Doubt is the trouble of a soul left to itself, which wants to see what God hides from it, and out of self-love seeks impossible securities. What have you sacrificed to God, save your own judgment and self-interest? Would you lose sight of that which has been your aim from your very first step, namely, to abandon yourself to God? Would you make shipwreck when just in port, recall your gift, and require God to subject himself to your rules, whereas he requires, and you have promised, to walk Abraham-like in the deepest darkness of faith? And what merit would there be in your course, if you had miracles and revelations to make sure of your path? Miracles and revelations would soon lose their force, and you would fall back into your doubts. You are giving way to temptation. Do not hearken to yourself. Your real convictions, if you follow them simply, will put to flight all these phantoms. Translation of H. Sidney Lear. Dangers of a Questioning Mind, from the Spiritual Letters. He who would fain satisfy himself perpetually that he is guided by reason, not by temper or passion, will only lose his time without ever coming to a satisfactory result. While he can never be certain that temper or passion, in specious disguise, are not moving him to do what he fancies himself doing from pure reason. It is God's will to keep us in this obscurity, even as to the natural order of things. How much more must we be content to forego evidence and uncertainty, when it is a question of the most delicate workings of grace, in the deep darkness of faith in supernatural things? This restless, obstinate search after an unattainable certainty is very evidently the work of nature, not of grace. You cannot be too much on your guard against it. It is a subtle inquiry, which will take 100 shapes. This craving for geometrical certainty is rooted in you by all your natural inclinations, by lifelong and interesting studies, by habits become second nature, and by a plausible desire to watch and guard against illusion. But an evangelic vigilance should never go so far as to disturb the heart's peace, or to demand evidence as to the secret operations of grace which it pleases God to keep hidden beneath a veil. To speak frankly and unreservedly, you perfectly know that you ought to dread your excessive tendency to reason, even about all the common matters of everyday life. You ought to dread it much more when it meddles with those workings which are above reason, and which God conceals. One thing is quite certain, namely, that the more faithful you are in mortifying your intellectual taste, your inquisitive, philosophic research, your undue wisdom, forced speculations, and efforts to convince other men, the more you will mortify your real natural frailties, and therein promote the life of grace in you. Translation of H. Sidney Lear. The goddess Calypso, from Telemachus. Telemachus followed the goddess as she moved away, surrounded by a bevy of young nymphs, taller by a head than any of her handmaidens, and like some great oak of the forest that spreads its leafy branches above its neighbors. He admired the splendor of her beauty, the rich purple of her long and trailing draperies, her tresses gathered at the neck in a loose but graceful knot, and her sparkling eyes, whose vivacity was tempered by a certain sweetness. Mentor, with modestly downcast eyes, followed Telemachus. On arriving at the grotto of Calypso, Telemachus was surprised to see that despite an air of rustic simplicity, it was provided with all that could charm the eye. There was there neither gold nor silver, neither marble nor columns, neither paintings nor statues. The grotto itself was cut out of the living rock, and its vaulted roof was ornamented with pebbles and seashells. Along the walls a young vine had trailed its supple branches, and clothed the grotto with the greenest of tapestries. Gentle zephyrs fanned a delicious fragrance into this favored spot, and cooled the rays of the sun, while from many fountains the sweet water stole softly away over beds of amaranths and violets, and gathered here and there into crystal pools. Countless flowers sprang from the fresh earth on all sides and enameled the green turf with the loveliest of colors. Here the eye rested upon a forest of umbrageous trees, among whose leafy branches hung golden apples, and whose blooms, renewed with every season, shed around the most delicious of perfumes. This forest seemed almost to hide the rich meadows, and to cast over them a deep night, so that no rays of the sun could penetrate, but through which could be heard the songs of birds and the noise of a waterfall that dashed in foamy masses from the summit of a rock and hastened away across the plain. Translated for A Library of the World's Best Literature by Reverend Thomas J. Shah. The Weakness of Kings, from Telemachus. Mentor said to Idaeus, "How comes it, since you know so thoroughly these wicked men, that you still keep them near your person? I do not marvel to see them follow you. That is in their own best interest, nor yet that you give them asylum in your new state. But why put trust in them after so much cruel experience?" "You are ignorant," replied Idaeus. "How useless is all experience to princes, who live in idleness and luxury a life of irreflection. They are dissatisfied with all about them, yet they lack the courage to correct what they disapprove. The habits of so many years held me, as with chains of iron, to these men, who in turn haunted me without ceasing. Since my arrival they have betrayed me into all the excessive expenditure that you behold. They have exhausted the growing state, and have drawn upon me the war that without your aid would have overwhelmed me. At Selatum I would have soon fallen a prey to the same misfortunes that worked my ruin in Crete. But you have now opened my eyes, and have filled me with the courage needed to throw off these shackles. I know not how it is, but since we are here, I feel myself another man." Translated for A Library of the World's Best Literature by Reverend Thomas J. Shah. The Internal Dissensions of Christians, from A Sermon for St. Bernard's Day. O soul that burnest with the fire of Jesus, come with haste and learn in Bernard's exposition of the canticles, the consolations, the trials, and the martyrdom of those spouses whom a jealous God would purify. How is it that to mankind in the decline of time and in an epoch of crowding visitations, a man appears who would have been the glory and the joy of the early ages? It is because, like her spouse, the Church is clothed with an imperishable beauty, and despite her age is still the ever-fruitful. Did not the world need a renewal of light in a time of confusion and sin? Alas, those iniquitous days are not yet gone, my brethren. What do we behold about us even now? That which we would gladly never behold, vanity of vanities, and still more vanity, with toil and affliction, of spirit beneath the sun. When I look on so much evil, I rejoice with the dead, and I pity the estate of the living. What can be in store for us? In the north, proud and fantastic sects, the fruit of another age, trifle with the Scriptures, and justify thereby every strange vision of their hearts. It is not enough, however, that they should lift their mouths against God and blaspheme the Church, but the very children of the Church must rend the entrails of their mother and cover her with opprobrium. It seems a miracle of grace that some Christians are saved in this deluge of corruption, and that not all are made frantic by ambition. The multitude adores deities of flesh and blood. From them it hopes to obtain a so-called fortune. The hearts of men are enchained by the demon of avarice, which St. Paul calls an idolatry. It is true indeed with St. Chrysostom that they no longer adore gods of gold and silver. They adore the gold and silver themselves, and in them set all their hope. Very far from selling all things like the primitive Christians, they never cease from buying. Nay, they acquire by ceaseless rapacity, by endless artifice, and by the forceful use of authority. Look upon those Christians who rend one another, who lacerate one another, who sharpen their poison-dripping tongues, and fit weapons to their hands, that they may imbue them in the blood of their brethren. Behold how they are lost to all sense of shame, sunk in their own vile pleasures, brutalized by their monstrous passions. From them God has withdrawn himself, and in his anger he has given them over to the desires of their own hearts. They believe that they see and hear all things, yet in reality they see and hear nothing. They walk as men who tremblingly feel their way along the edge of an abyss. They are like tottering men overpowered by drunkenness, and they will die ignorant of who they are and whence they came. Translated for a Library of the World's Best Literature by Reverend Thomas J. Shah. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Selected excerpts by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Susan Edmonstone Ferrier, 1782 through 1854. Of the sprightly Edinburgh novelist Susan Edmonstone Ferrier, it is often said, more affectionately than accurately, that she was a novelist who did for Scotland in her fiction what her contemporaries Jane Austen and Maria Edgeworth accomplished in their novels of English and Irish social life and character. It should not be disputed, however, that Miss Ferrier's merits a superior place in the circle of British novelists of the first half of the 19th century. She wrote only 3 novels: Marriage, 1818, The Inheritance, 1824, and Destiny, 1831. They are all of the old-fashioned length and minuteness of treatment. but they have the quality of sincerity in every page, and in their ambitious titles and elaborate detail, they show that each work was broadly conceived and was meant to illustrate some abstract central thought. Like Miss Burney when giving Evelina to the world, Miss Ferrier's first story was published anonymously, but going further than Miss Burney in her preference for being unrecognized as an author, it was not until a very few years before Miss Ferrier's death that she allowed her name to appear on the title page of any of her tales. Professional writing was distasteful to her, and it was only at the entreaty of a friend that she made public her literary gift. Marriage had been shown only to intimate friends during 8 years before she allowed it to be published. But the success of her stories from the first was complete. They were attributed to authors of high distinction, Professor John Wilson supposing that the first 2 at least were by Scott, until it was admitted that a woman had written them. Miss Ferrier was born in 1782, the youngest of 10 children of James Ferrier, a factor and friend of the 5th Duke of Argyll, and for a time associated in the city office with Scott. Susan was an amiable, quiet, and quick-witted girl who received a careful education. She had much natural vivacity, and in social life the same shrewd humor and tendency towards satire that appears in her books. A French quality suggesting that La Bruyère, a special favorite with her, was a note in her conversation as in her pages. But her intellectuality was matched with delightful tact, a warm heart, and delicacy of feeling. She early had access to much of the distinguished society of the Scotch capital, which included such literary men as Scott, Jeffrey, Sir James Mackintosh, Professor Wilson, Joanna Baillie, Sidney Smith, and Macaulay. She also saw a good deal of merely fashionable and wealthy social circles, English and Scotch, at home and in London, making large use of their types, in particular in her fictions. Scott took a special interest in her, and she was one of his last visitors at Abbotsford. To him she dedicated her last and perhaps best tale, Destiny. Miss Ferrier's life grew more and more retired as she advanced in years, and a failing eyesight, which presently became nearly complete blindness, secluded her from all except an intimate group of friends. She died in Edinburgh in 1854. Aside from her qualities as a literary woman, Miss Ferrier was an amiable, unaffected lady of high principle and simple and domestic tastes. It is unfortunate that her correspondence, covering the letters of many years, was almost entirely destroyed at her own request. Miss Ferrier's novels are classed among Scotch novels, and as to many passages they deal with Scotch types. But they are not in close touch with the Scotch novel as we understand it through Scott and Galt. They offer no remarkable descriptions of Scotch scenery. They have but moderate local color. They are almost entirely lacking in romance, and there is none of the picturesqueness suggesting the stage which belongs to her contemporaries. She wrote very considerably from the English point of view, describing Scottish family life of the period largely under modish South British influences. Most of her personages are rich English gentility or pretentious Scotch persons of quality. She has relatively little to do with distinctive Highland nobility or peasantry, and indeed where the authoress concerns herself humorously with Scotch human nature and life, she is satirical. Relatively few of her characters speak in dialect, even among the middle-class types, where we can suppose that there would have been propriety in Scotch words and phrases. There is seldom opportunity for pathos, though in certain episodes she shows due feeling. She strongly emphasizes religion and the practice of piety, in contrast to an irreligious and fashionable use of one's time, so much so that she makes in one of her prefaces an almost apologetic reference to this element. As a novelist of plot, Miss Ferrier is little more interesting than Miss Austen. But even in her stiffly didactic analyses, we find great clearness of thought as to human nature and a nice expression of it. Her readers will not be apt to confuse with any other novelist's delineations such little portraits as the pompous Lord Rossville, the impertinent Miss Pratt, the kindly and devoted Mrs. Macaulay, the coarse and vulgar Reverend Mr. Meadow, the gossiping good-natured Mr. Ribley, and the dictatorial wife of his bosom, the two Mrs. Douglas, Jackie and Nicky, Mrs. Pullens, strong in domestic economy, or bluff Uncle Adam. There is real force in the longer studies, such as Glenroy, Lady Juliana Douglas, or the frivolous Lady Florinda Waldegrave, and her even more frivolous mother, who in some sense anticipates Dickens' Mrs. Skewton. Of her heroes and heroines, it may be remarked that they are sensible and attractive young people, of the sort that even the modern young man or young woman would be glad to marry, though one would not be apt to fall into a frenzy of romantic fire and despair for their sakes. Perhaps the most striking trait in her books is her sharp vignettes of personages, the study sometimes only a half a page long, in which she hits out a whole character. She has left behind in her 3 books a unique gallery of much variety and of emphatic truth. A Highland Better Half, from The Inheritance. In the course of her domiciliary visits, Gertrude found herself at the door of the cottage she had visited the memorable morning after her arrival at Rossville, and somewhat curious to know the state of affairs there. She was about to enter when at that moment Uncle Adam was descried approaching. They waited till he came up, and then invited him to join in the visit, which after a little humming and hawing he agreed to do. The door was hard and fast shut, but upon knocking it was banged open by our ci-devant friend, the dame of the stoops, who immediately recognized and most cordially welcomed her former visitor. "Eh, my lady, is this you? I ax your pardon, my lady, but I really didna ken weel what you was the first time you was here. Just come for it, my lady. Just step in o'er, sir, dinna be feared, my lady, just ganging by," etc., 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 and carefully closing the door against the breath of heaven, she ushered her guests into the dark precincts of her foul-aired, smoky cabin. A press bed with a bit of blue checked stuff hanging down denoted that the poor sufferer had now exchanged his seat by the fire for his bed, and the chair which he had formerly occupied stood with its back to the fire, covered with clothes apparently drying. "How does your husband do?" inquired Lady Rossville. "Ooh, 'deed, my lady, he's just quite silly wise," responded the dame in a whining, melancholy key. "He just lies there snottering awa," pointing to the bed. "Is he confined to bed?" asked Mr. Lindsay. "No, no, sir, he's no confined ony ways. He gets up a whiles. But 'deed, it's no aye convenient for me to ha' him up, for as I tell him, what can he do when he is up? For he's no fit to put his hand on anything, and he's mair oot o' the way there than he wad be ony place else." but more out of the way of regaining health, certainly, said Mr. Lindsay. Health, sir? Interrupted the hostess. "'Deed, he'll ne'er ha' help as lang as he lives. He's just been a draggling on these 20 month by Martimas. I'm sure I've had a weary time out with him. And noo I cannot get a hand's turn maist done for him. The hoose and all things just gone to destruction, and I'm sure I really think shame on myself," surveying 2 large dirty arms from top to toe. "And there's the weans, poor thing, gone in perfect rags, for I ne'er can get a steek put in either out to their duds or mine." Here the voice of the sick man was heard in faint accent, calling to the good wife. "That's just the way he gangs on, milady. He just lies there and yelps, even on for me. What's no?" in her loudest, sharpest key, as she banged up to the bed. "A drink? I wonder ye hae nae mair sense, man, than to ask for a drink the no when your ladyship's here and Maester Lindsay and all speerin' for you." Mr. Lindsay here took up a jug of water, which was standing on the top of a chest by the bedside, and held it to the sick man's lips. But the reproof was thrown away, or rather misconstrued by his soothing helpmate. "Aw, sir, I think shame o' your taking sae muckle trouble, for he's just like a barn. He aye wantin' something or anither, and he's just lost all discretion thegither. I wonder ye dinna think shame o' yoursel," to her husband, "when you see the fasherie you make." Mr. Lindsay, meanwhile, having felt the invalid's pulse, began to put a few queries to him touching his complaint. "Have you much thirst?" asked he. "Oh, sir, he would drink the very ocean and let him." "Pray let him speak for himself," said Lindsay, again putting the question to the patient, who seemed so unused to the privilege that he was evidently at a loss how to make use of it. "Have you any pain in your head?" "'Deed, sir, I dinna think he has muckle pain in his heed, though he compleans o't whiles. But as I often tell him, I wish he had my back. I'm sure I've a pain whiles atween my shoulders, sir," rolling a huge, fat, strong-looking back as she spoke. "I shall attend to your pains some other time, if you will be so good as to keep them quiet for the present," said Lindsay. Then once more turning to the sick man, he asked whether he had a pain or weakness in his limbs that prevented him from rising. "I'm sure I dinna ken what it is," again interposed the incorrigible matron. "He cannot be sair. I'm positive o' that, for there's naething like an income aboot him. Oh, no, sir. He's aye kept it a hale skin, and that's a great mercy. He's very silly, to be sure, but that cannot be helpit, ye ken." "Do you never allow your husband to answer for himself?" asked Lindsay, at a loss whether to laugh or to be provoked at this intolerable woman. "Oh, sir, I'm sure he's welcome to speak for me, but I dinna think he kens very weel what till say, or what it is that ails him. Tam," shouting it to his ear, "the leddy wants to hear, and can you speak ony? Canna ye thank her for the bra claes, and the siller she gied you?" "Should you not like to be up out of bed?" asked Gertrude, now trying her skill to extract an answer. But before he had time to reply, his mouthpiece again took up the word. "Up, my lady, 'deed, he just crakes to be up, and then, when he's up, he crakes to be down. And it wad be very disconvenient for to hae him up the day, for you see," pointing to the clothes that were spread over the chairs, "the fire's a' ta'en up with his dead claes that I was given an heir to, for they had got unco dampish wise with the wet weather, and I'm thinking he'll no be lang a wanting them no. And this is siccan a bonny day. I thought what atween the fire and the sun they wad sure to get a good toast. Uncle Adam had hitherto practiced a degree of forbearance which had scarcely a parallel in his whole life and conversation. But indeed, from the moment the dame had first opened her lips, he had felt that words would be weak weapons to have recourse to, and that nothing less than smiting could at all satisfy his outraged feelings. Luckily, at this moment, she was not within reach of his arm. Otherwise, it is to be feared his wrath would have vented itself not in thin air, but in solid blows. As it was, he at length burst forth like a volcano with, "Aaron the honest man's dead clace, when the breath's in his body yet. You're bald to treat a living man as ye would a swilled corpse, and turn his very hoose into a kirkyard. How dare ye set up your face to keep him frae his ain fireside for ony o' your dead duds?" And snatching up the paraphernalia so ostentatiously displayed, he thrust the whole into the fire. "There, that'll gie them a good toast for you," said he, and as they broke into a blaze, he quitted the cabin. "Eh, sir, the bonny clace that cost sae muckle siller," sobbed the mistress in an hysterical tone, as she made an ineffectual effort to save them. "The ill-farred carl that he is, to take upon him for to set low to ony honest man's wedding sheet." Lady Rossville was confounded, for as she but imperfectly comprehended the pith of the parley that had taken place, the action appeared to her, as indeed it was, perfectly outrageous, and her purse was instantly opened to repair this breach of law and justice. But Lindsay could scarcely keep from laughing at the tragicomic scene that had just taken place. From his knowledge of the character and modes of thinking of the Scottish peasantry, he was not at all surprised at the good wife's preparations. But while she was engrossed with her attempts to redeem some bits of the linen from the flames, he took the opportunity of carrying on his colloquy with the husband. "So I see your wife does not attempt to conceal from you the danger you are in," said he. "Na, said the invalid, perking up. "What for wad she do that? They wadna be a true friend had wad hide a man's danger frae him. We're all ready enough to hide it frae ourselves, and forget the care o' our immortal souls." "You have seen your minister, then, I suppose?" "Oh, honest man. He kens in now and thens, and muckle edification I get frae him." Then calling to his dame, he began to comfort her for the loss she had sustained, as though it had been her own holiday suit. "What a shocking woman!" exclaimed Gertrude, as they quitted the cottage. "How worse than unfeeling to have prepared her husband's dead clothes, and have them even displayed before his eyes in that manner." "She certainly is not a favorable specimen of a Scotch goodwife," answered Mr. Lindsay. "But I have seen the most affectionate wife talk of the death of her husband, even while administering to his wants with the greatest solicitude. But they are much less sophisticated in their ideas upon these subjects than we are. They would think it highly wrong to use any deception at such a time. But how shocking to hear one's death talked of as inevitable! But they do not talk of it in that manner. They believe that all things are possible with God. They send for the doctor as they do for the minister, and pray for a blessing on the means used. They leave all in the hands of God. I have seen many on their deathbeds in various circumstances, and I have always found that they who were in the habit of hearing of death and eternity, of conversing with their ministers and religious people, have generally speaking looked forward to death with resignation and composure. I can indeed easily imagine, said Lady Rossville, that the poor man we have just left must look forward to heaven with great complacency, were it only to be rid of that tormenting creature and out of that vile smoky cabin. A smoky house and a scolding wife have indeed always been looked upon as the ne plus ultra of human misery, but that is only amongst the rich. When you have seen more of the poor, you will be satisfied there are still greater evils. You are still a novice in the miseries of life, Gertrude. Perhaps, and yet. She stopped and sighed, and they proceeded homeward in silence. The Reverend Mr. Medow and His Courtship, from Destiny. The Reverend Duncan Medow was a large, loud-spoken, splay-footed man whose chief characteristics were his bad preaching, his love of eating, his rapacity for augmentations, or as he termed it, augmentations, and a want of tact in all the bienséances of life, which would have driven Lord Chesterfield frantic. His hands and feet were in everybody's way. The former, indeed, like huge grappling irons, seized upon everything they could possibly lay hold of, while the latter were commonly to be seen sprawling at an immeasurable distance from his body, and projecting into the very middle of the room like two prodigious moles or bastions. He dealt much in stale jokes and bad puns. He had an immense horse laugh which nothing ever restrained, an enormous appetite which nothing seemed to damp, and which he took care always to supply with the best things at table. He used a great quantity of snuff, and was forever handing about his mull, an ugly cow's horn with a foul dingy cairngorm set in silver at the top. To sum up his personal enormities, when he spoke he had a practice of always advancing his face as close as possible to the person he was addressing. Although a strong-bodied, sturdy man, he was extremely careful of his health, and even in a fine summer's day was to be seen in a huge woolly greatcoat that reached to his heels, trotting along on a stout dun pony just high enough to keep its master's feet off the ground. Such were the outward man and beast. The inward man was very much of the same stamp. Mr. Medow's principal object in this world was self, and his constant and habitual thoughts had naturally operated on his outward manners to such a degree as to blunt all the nicer perceptions of human nature, and render him in very truth his own microcosm. He was no dissembler, for a selfish dissembler is aware that in order to please, one must appear to think of others and forget self. This fictitious politeness he had neither the tact to acquire nor the cunning to feign. Consequently, he was devoid of all the means of pleasing. Not that we mean to recommend dissimulation, or to insinuate that Mr. Medow would in reality have been a better man had he been able and willing to form himself on the model of the Chesterfield school. He would merely have been less offensive in the ordinary intercourse of life, and would have sinned less against the common observances of society. But he had been earnest in his calling, had he sought to have his mind enlightened by the knowledge of those divine truths which he professed to teach, Their unction would have softened and refined even the ruggedness of his nature, and have rendered him an object of respect instead of a subject of ridicule. The day arrived for the long-promised visit to the manse. It was a thin tenement built of rough gray stone of the usual pattern, a window on each side of the door, and 3 above. At one side was the garden, with cabbages and marigolds growing pell-mell, and in the rear was the set of condemned offices, partly thatched and partly slated. There were no attempts at neatness in the approach to the house, which was merely a rough jog-trot road, flanked on each side by a dike. Presently Mr. Meadow was seen hurrying to the door to meet his guests, and there, as they alighted, he was ready to receive them with open hands. Great was the joy expressed at this honor, as Mr. Meadow led the way to the interior of his mansion, which was just such as might have been expected from its outward aspect. There was a narrow stone passage with a door on each side, and there was a perpendicular wooden stair, and that was all that was to be seen at the first coup d'oeil. But if little was revealed to the eye, the secrets of the house were yielded with less coy reserve to the other senses, for there was to be heard the sound of a jack, now beginning with that low, slow, mournful whine which jacks of sensibility are sure to have, then gradually rising to a louder and more grating pitch, till at length one mighty crash succeeded, as all mighty crashes are, by a momentary silence. Then comes the winding up, which, contrary to all the rules of the drama, is in fact only a new beginning, and so on ad infinitum till the deed is done. With all these progressive sounds were mingled the sharp, shrill, loud voice and Gaelic accents of the chef de cuisine, with an occasional clash or clang, at least equal to the fall of the armor in the castle of Otranto. Then there issued forth with restless might a smell which defied all human control, and to which doors and windows were but feeble barriers or outlets, till, like the smoke in the Arabian Nights, which resolved itself into a genie, it seemed as if about to quit its aerial form and assume a living and tangible substance. Lucy would fain have drawn back as she crossed the threshold, and quitting the pure precincts of sunshine and fresh air, found herself in the power of this unseen monster, this compound of fish, fat, peats, burnt grease, kale, leeks, and onions, reveling too amid such scenes and beneath such a sky. "You see I have brought my sketch-book, Mr. Meadow," said she, "so I must make the most of my time and be busy out of doors. A noted sketcher, as Papa calls me, minds neither heat nor cold, and I shall easily find either a shady spot or a cool breeze." "Well, then, since you go out, trust yourself to me, and I'll take you where you'll find both, and the most beautiful prospect into the bargain." At that moment the door opened, and a thick yellow man with no particular features, dressed in a short coat, tartan trews, and a very large ill-colored neckcloth, entered the room and was introduced by the minister as his cousin and brother-in-law, Mr. Dougal Meadow from Glasgow, then on a visit at the manse. "We're just going to take a turn in the garden, Mr. Dougal," said his host. "Will you get your hat and join us?" "With the greatest pleasure," replied Mr. Dougal with a strong accent and a stiff conceited bow. Then popping down a sealskin cap from a peg in the passage, he was instantly accoutred, and the party set forth. "I wish it had been earlier in the season, Miss Lucy," said Mr. Meadow as he ushered her into his kale yard by a narrow slimy path overrun with long sprawling bushes. "A month ago I could have treated you to as fine berries as perhaps you ever tasted. They were uncommonly large and juicy, and at the same time extremely high-flavored. I have a little red hairy berry that's very delicious. And there's the honey blobs, an uncommon fine berry. A great deal of juice in it. I was rather unlucky in my rasps this season. They were small and wormy, and a very poor crop. But my currants were amazingly prolific and uncommonly juicy. In fact, I couldn't use the half of them, and it was really vexatious to see them absolutely rotting on the bushes. The want of a lady at the berry season is a great want, and one that's sorely felt. For though my lass is an exceeding good plain cook, yet she's not mistress of the higher branches of cookery, such as the making of jams and jellies, and these things. But I would fain flatter myself, by the time the berry season comes round again, I may have a fair lady to manage them for me. Do you think I may venture to hope so, Miss Lucy?" She again attempted to rid herself of the assiduities of Mr. Meadow, and was gliding away, as she hoped unperceived, when striding after her like a 7-league ogre, he called, Miss Lucy, you're not running away from us, I hope? This is just about the time I ordered a slight refreshment to be ready," pulling out his watch. "You'll do me the honor to partake of it, I hope." Lucy declined on the plea of having already had ample refreshment, and being much more inclined to sketch than to eat. But Lucy must have been made of stone and lime to have been able to withstand the importunities of Mr. Meadow. He was as urgent as though his very existence had depended upon her partaking of his slight refreshment, and she was at length compelled, much against her inclination, to return to the salle à manger. During their absence a table had been covered, but the arrangements were not finally concluded, for a stout, ruddy, yellow-haired damsel was rattling away amongst knives and forks as though she had been turning over so many down feathers. "I expected to have found everything ready by this time," said Mr. Meadow. "What have you been about, Jess?" But Jess continued to stamp and clatter away without making any reply. "I'll just show you the way to my study till the refreshment's put upon the table," said Mr. Meadow, and finding all remonstrance in vain, his guests submitted with a good grace, and were conducted to a very tolerable room upstairs, where were a few shelves of books, a backgammon board, a fowling piece, and a fishing rod with shot, lines, and flies scattered about. There was also a sofa with a dirty crumpled cover, where Mr. Dougal seemed to have been lounging with a flute and a music book. In one corner stood a table with a pile of books, some of them in bindings very unlike the rest of the furniture. "Allow me in the meantime to lead the way to something more substantial, Miss Lucy," cried Mr. Meadow, seizing her hand, as Jess put her head in at the door, and having given a glare with her eyes, and wide opened her mouth, emitting a sort of guttural sound, importing that all's ready, galloped downstairs again as hard and as fast as she could. "Give me leave, Miss Lucy, but the stair's rather narrow for two. You know the way. Turn to the left hand of my trance. It's very easy for these poets to preach, but it's not so easy always for us preachers to practice. Ho, ho!" This sentiment uttered, a grace was hurried over, and the company seated themselves at table, which was literally covered with dishes, all close huddled together. In the middle was a tureen of leek soup, alias kaki leeki, with prunes at one end, a large dish of innumerable small clammy freshwater trouts, at the other 2 enormous fat ducks, stuffed to the throat with onions, and decorated with onion rings round their legs and pinions. At the corners were minced collops and tripe, confronted with a dish of large old peas, drowned, for they could not swim, in butter. Next, a mess of mashed potatoes, scored and rescored with the marks of the kitchen knife, a weapon which is to be found in all kitchens, varying in length from 1 to 3 feet, and in uncivilized lands used indiscriminately to cut meat, fish, fowl, onions, bread, and butter. Saucers filled with ill-colored pickles filled up the interstices. "I ordered merely a slight refreshment," said Madao, surveying his banquet with great complacency. "I think it is preferable to a more solid meal in this weather. Of all good Scotch dishes, in my opinion, there's none equal to kaki leeki. As a friend of mine said, it's both nectar and ambrosia. You'll find that uncommonly good, Miss Lucy, if you'll just try it. For it's made by a recipe of my mother's, and she was always famous for kaki leeki. The prunes are a great improvement. They give a great delicacy to the flavor. My leeks are not come to their full strength yet, but they are extremely sweet. You may help me to a few more of the broth, Captain, and don't spare the leeks. I never see kaki leeki without thinking of the honest man who found a snail in his. 'Tak ye that snack, my man,' says he, 'for licking say like a plum dammy. Ho, ho, ho. There's a roasted hare coming to remove the fish, and I believe you see your refreshment. There's merely a few trifles coming.' Lucy had accepted one of Mr. Dougal's little muddy trouts as the least objectionable article of the repast, and while Mr. Madao's mouth was stuffed with prunes and leeks, silence ensued. But having dispatched a second plateful and taken a bumper of wine, he began. 'I can answer for the ducks, Miss Lucy, if you'll do me the favor to try them. A clean knife and fork, Jess, to Mr. Dougal to cut them. I prefer ducks to a goose. A goose is an inconvenient sort of bird, for it's rather large for one person, and it's not big enough for 2. But my stars, Jess, what is the meaning of this? The ducks are perfectly raw," in an accent of utter despair. "What is the meaning of it? You must take it to the brander and get it done as fast as you can. How it be to go so far wrong, I wonder?" Jess here emitted some of her guttural sounds, which being translated amounted to this, that the jack had run down and Eppie couldn't get it set up going again. "That's most ridiculous," exclaimed Mr. Madao indignantly. "When I was at the pains to show her myself how to manage her. She's the Agnolo jack, which I bought, and a most famous goer. But you see how it is, Miss Lucy. You must make allowance for a bachelor's house. There's a roasted hare coming. Just take away the fish and bring the hare to me." The hare was herewith introduced and flung, rather than placed, before her master. "Oh, this is quite intolerable. There's really no bearing this. The hare's burnt to a perfect stick. The whole juice is out of its body." "Your cook's not a good hairdresser, that's all that can be said," quoth Mr. Dougal. "Very well, and extremely good," said Mr. Madao, trying to laugh off his indignation. And after all, I believe it's only a little scoutherd. Do me the favor to try a morsel of it, Miss Lucy, with a little jelly. Yes, put down the jelly. Oh, have you nothing but a pig to put it in? Demanded he in a most wrathful accent, as Jess clapped down a large native jelly pot upon the table. Where's the handsome cut crystal jelly dish I bought at the Agnolo? Jess's face turned very red, and a downcast look of conscious guilt told that the handsome cut crystal jelly dish was no more. This is really most provoking, but if you'll not taste the hair, Miss Lucy, will you do me the kindness to try the mince collops? Or a morsel of tripe? It's a sweet, simple dish, a great favorite of my mother's. Both you and the captain are really poor eaters, so you and I, Mr. Dougal, must just keep each other in countenance. And another pause ensued, till at last an order was given to take everything away. And bring the few trifles. But will you make less noise? There's no hearing ourselves speak for you. But Jess rattled away, nevertheless, till she vanished, leaving the door wide open. A few minutes elapsed before she reappeared, with the greasy apparition of Eppie at her back, standing on the threshold with her hands full. Now take the pigeon pie to Mr. Dougal. Bring the pudding to me. Put the puffs and cheesecakes at the sides, and the cream in the middle. I'm sorry I have no jellies and blow-mongies for Miss Lucy. If you won't taste the pie, do me the favor to take a bit of this pudding. It's quite a simple pudding made from a recipe of my mother's. Lucy accepted a bit of the simple pudding, which, as its name implied, was a sort of mawkish squash, flavored with peat reek whiskey. I'm afraid the pudding's not to your taste, Miss Lucy. You're making no hand of it. Will you try a jam puff? I'm sure you'll find them good. They come from Glasgow, sent by my good mother. I must really taste them, if it were only out of respect to her. Oh, Miss Lucy, will you not have a puff with me? The minister and his friend, having now ate and drank copiously of all that was upon the table, Captain Malcolm said, My daughter has not yet accomplished the object of her visit here, and we must soon be returning home, so you have no time to lose, my dear, to Lucy, who started up from the table like a bird from its cage, if indeed it is not lost already, he added, as Lucy and he walked to the window. The bright blue sky had now changed to one of misty whiteness. Showers were seen drifting over the scattering isles, and even while they spoke, a sudden gust of wind and rain came sweeping along, and all the beauteous scenery was in an instant blotted from the sight. Captain Malcolm was not a person to be disconcerted by trifles, but on the present occasion he could not refrain from expressing his regret, as he every moment felt an increasing repugnance to the company of Mr. Maddow and his friend, and still more on Lucy's account than his own. It seemed like contamination for so fair and pure a creature to be seated between two such coarse barbarians. Mr. Maddow affected to sympathize in the disappointment, but it was evident he was exulting in the delay. Shower after shower followed in such quick succession that Lucy found the object of her visit completely defeated. At length the clouds rolled away, but the day was too far advanced to admit of further tarriance, and besides, both the father and daughter were impatient to extricate themselves from the overpowering hospitalities of Mr. Maddow. I hope you will have many opportunities of taking drawings here, he said with a significant tenderness of look and manner, as he assisted Lucy to mount her pony. And when the manse is harled and I get my new offices, the view will be much improved. Lucy bowed as she hastily took the bridle into her own hands and gladly turned her back on the manse and the minister. End of section 17.
Section 18 of The Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Octave Feuillet, 1821 to 1890. Octave Feuillet was the darling of the Second Empire. In the days when realistic fiction was beginning its struggle for a hearing, he treated court circles to romantic tales of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. To himself and to his audience, lovers of social elegance, the sordid, commonplace world of tradespeople was uninteresting. He contributed to the aristocratic spirit which maintains that rich and well-born men and women have an exclusive possession of mental and moral refinement. His pleasure-seeking readers were not interested in broad social problems, but the mental struggles of spoiled beauties and the sentimental hair-splitting of chivalric young noblemen supplied just the sugar-plums they craved. Perhaps a touch of effeminacy in his own nature especially fitted Feuillet to understand the women of his world, and to portray the vagaries of idle, ardent girls who have been his most admiring readers. Moreover, he was an avowed moralist, of a conventional morality such as is suitable for discussion in the salon. While scrupulously respecting prejudices, he managed, almost unobserved as it were, to offer stimulating expositions of unorthodox subjects. But unquestionably he always aims to inculcate respect for nobility of mind and action. Perhaps the reproach oftenest brought against him touches this evident didacticism. But he points his moral so delicately that the indirect sermonizing is never aggressive. Although severely criticized by Sainte-Beuve, George Sand, Lemaitre, Zola, and other critics, who sometimes treated him with contemptuous mockery, Feuillet was always a popular novelist. For more than 40 years he pursued his own ideals with courage and success, meeting distinguished consideration, being made member of the Legion of Honor, and in 1862 accepted into the French Academy as the successor of Scribe. Feuillet obtained his early education in his native town, Saint-Lô, where his father was secretary of the prefecture. Then he was sent to Paris, where first at the Collège Louis le Grand and later at the university he proved himself both studious and talented. Unlike most student habitués of the Quartier Latin, he found no pleasure in bohemian dissipations. His calm, refined nature shunned low associations and coarse jollity. He was reserved and exclusive like his favorite heroes, and absorbed in imaginative ideals. At 24 he began to write, and in collaboration with Borage and Aubert composed Le Grand Vieillard, a novel which appeared as a serial in Le National. A devoted disciple of Dumas fils, and stimulated by the example of Scribe, he next tried the theatre, and with Vavin and Exazier wrote Une Nuit Terrible, played at the Gymnase in 1845. All his early plays, and there were many, though sometimes clever, are so crude and experimental that Feuillet did not include them among his complete works. After he became devoted to Alfred de Musset, he wrote the Scènes et Proverbes, which, published in the Revue des Deux Mondes, made his first assured success. Of these, La Fée, Alix, La Clef d'Or, and others are dainty dramatic tales, showing his vigor of characterization and delicacy of style. In 1848, his first long story, Onesta, an Italian tale of passion, delighted the readers of the Nouvelle Revue, and was followed by many tales so successfully dramatized that his name became equally familiar to readers and theater goers. His well-known Roman d'un jeune homme pauvre, Romance of a Poor Young Man, is a characteristic piece of work. Its Musset-like delight in emotion, its striking situations, stamped it as a product of the aging Romantic school. Of course it incurred the disfavor of his more progressive fellow craftsmen, although, as Lanson says, Feuillet is far more a realist than is commonly supposed. His characters do not experience exaggerated rewards or punishments, and their fate seems the natural outcome of their qualities. In spite of the optimistic spirit which maintained his faith in innate human nobility, Feuillet thoroughly appreciated the tragedy of life. Nearly all his stories are sad, and sometimes dramatically tragic. The poverty-stricken young nobleman of the Romance, with his lofty ideals and sensitive self-respect, ruled his life with the pride which actuated Feuillet himself. There were critics to deride, as well as critics to honor, the antique virtue of the novelist. When, upon the downfall of the Empire, he resigned his lucrative position as librarian of the Château of Fontainebleau, when the catastrophe had made that position a sinecure merely. For this sentimental family Musset was sincere. One of his characters somewhere remarks that ideality glorifies ugly prose duty, and acts as a stimulus to endeavor. So Feuillet wishes to picture a world in which men and women find in self-respect and religion compensation for suffering and self-sacrifice. Selection: A Leap in the Dark, from The Romance of a Poor Young Man, by Octave Feuillet. Yesterday I set out on horseback early in the morning to oversee the felling of some timber in the neighborhood. I was returning toward 4 o'clock in the direction of the chateau, when, at a sharp turn of the road, I found myself face to face with Mademoiselle Marguerite. She was alone. I bowed and was about to pass, but she stopped her horse. "A beautiful autumn day, monsieur," said she. "Yes, mademoiselle. You are going to ride?" "As you see, I am using my last moments of independence, and even abusing them, for I feel a little troubled by my solitude. But Alain was wanted down there. My poor Mervyn is lame. You do not wish to replace him by chance?" "With pleasure. Where are you going?" "Why, I had the idea of pushing my ride as far as the Tower of Elven." She pointed with the end of her riding whip to a dark summit which rose within sight of the road. "I think," she added, "that you have never made such a pilgrimage." "It is true, it has often tempted me, but I have put it off till now, I hardly know why." "Well, the tower is easily found, but it is already late. We must make a little haste, if you please." I turned my horse's head, and we set out at a gallop. As we rode, I sought to explain to myself this unexpected whim, which I could not but think premeditated. I concluded that time and reflection had weakened in Mademoiselle Marguerite's mind the first impressions made by the calumnies which had been poured into her ear. She had apparently ended by doubting Mademoiselle Helon's veracity, and contrived to offer me by chance, under a disguised form, a kind of reparation which might possibly be due me. In the midst of the thoughts that besieged me, I attached slight importance to the particular end we proposed to ourselves in this strange ride. I had often heard this Tower of Elven spoken of as one of the most interesting ruins of the country, and I had never travelled over either of the two roads which lead from Rennes, or from Josselin toward the sea, without contemplating with an eager eye that uncertain mass which one sees towering upward in the middle of distant heaths, like an enormous stone bank. But time and occasion had been wanting to me. The village of Elven that we traversed, slackening our pace a little, gave a striking representation of a town of the Middle Ages. The form of the low dark houses has not changed for 5 or 6 centuries. One thinks himself dreaming when he sees, through the large gaps, arched and without sashes, which take the place of windows in the houses, groups of women with wild eyes, spinning from distaffs in the shadow, and conversing in low voices in an unknown language. It seemed now as if all these gray spectres had quitted their monumental slabs to enact some scene of another age, of which we were to be the sole living witnesses. The little life that was visible in the single street of the village bore the same character of antiquity and faithful representation of a vanished world. A little distance beyond Elven we took a crossroad, which led us up a barren hill. We saw from its summit, although at some distance from us, the feudal ruin overlooking a wooded height in front of us. The heath where we were descended sharply toward marshy meadows, surrounded with thick young woods. We descended the slope and were soon in the woods. There we took a narrow road, the rough, unbroken pavement of which resounded loudly under our horses' feet. I had ceased for some time to see the tower, the locality of which I could not even conjecture, when it rose out of the foliage a few steps before us with the suddenness of an apparition. This tower is not decayed. It has preserved its original height, which exceeds 100 feet, and the regular layers of granite which compose its magnificent octagonal structure give it the aspect of a formidable block, cut yesterday by the keenest chisel. Nothing more imposing, more proud and somber, can be imagined than this old donjon, impervious to the effects of time, and alone in these thick woods. The trees have grown close to its walls, and their tops reach to the openings for the lower windows. This growth of vegetation conceals the base of the edifice, and increases its appearance of fantastic mystery. In this solitude, surrounded by forests, with this mass of extraordinary architecture in front of us, it was impossible not to think of enchanted castles, where beautiful princesses sleep 100 years. Up to this time, said Mademoiselle Marguerite, to whom I tried to communicate this idea, I have seen no more than what we now see. But if you wish to wake the fairy princess, we can enter. For all I know, there may be in the neighborhood a shepherd or shepherdess who is furnished with a key. Let us fasten our horses and seek for them, you for the shepherd, and I for the shepherdess. The horses were accordingly fastened in a little enclosure near the ruin, and we separated for a moment to search around the tower. But we had the vexation to meet neither shepherd nor shepherdess. Our desire to see the interior naturally increased with all the force of attraction of forbidden fruit, and we crossed a bridge thrown over the moat at a venture. To our great satisfaction, the massive door of the donjon was not shut. We needed only to push it open in order to enter a corner, dark and encumbered with rubbish, which was probably the place for the bodyguard in former times. From thence we passed into a vast circular hall, the chimney-piece of which still showed, on its coat of arms, the besant of the Crusade. A large open window, traversed by the symbolic cross, plainly cut in the stone, lighted distinctly the lower part of this room, and the eye failed to pierce the uncertain shadows of the lofty broken roof. At the sound of our steps, an invisible flock of birds flew out from the darkness, shaking down upon us the dust of centuries. On mounting up the granite steps, ranged one above the other round the hall, into the embrasure of the window, we could overlook the deep moat and the ruined parts of the fortress. But we had noticed on our entrance a flight of steps cut in the thick wall, and we felt a childish impatience to push our discoveries further. We therefore undertook to ascend this rude staircase. I led the way, and Mademoiselle Marguerite followed bravely, holding up her long skirts as well as she could. From the top of the flat roof the view was vast and delicious. The soft tints of twilight were creeping over the ocean of half-golden autumn foliage, the dark marshes and the green mossy ground near us, and the distant ranges of hills mingling with and crossing each other. As we gazed down upon this melancholy landscape, infinite in extent, we felt the peace of solitude, the silence of evening, the sadness of the past descend into our hearts. This charm was increased, for me at least, by the presence of a beloved being. All who have loved will comprehend this. This hour even of mutual contemplation and emotion, of pure and profound enjoyment, was without doubt the last that would be given me, to pass near her and with her, and I clung to it with a sad earnestness. For Marguerite, I know not what passed within her. She was seated on the ledge of the parapet, gazing silently at the distance. I heard only the sound of her quickened breath. I do not know how long we remained thus. When the mists spread over the low meadows and the far-off hills became indistinct in the increasing darkness, Marguerite rose. "Let us go," said she, in a low voice, as if the curtain had fallen on some regretted pageant. "It is finished." She began to descend the staircase, and I followed her. We attempted to leave the tower, but to our great surprise we found the door closed. Apparently the young keeper, ignorant of our presence, had turned the key while we were on the roof. Our first impression was that of gaiety. It now actually was an enchanted castle. I made vigorous efforts to break the enchantment, but the enormous bolt of the old lock was solidly fastened in the granite, and I was compelled to give up the attempt to unfasten it. I then attacked the door itself. The massive hinges and the oak panels, banded with iron, resisted all my strength. 2 or 3 pieces of rough stone, which I found amongst the rubbish, and which I threw against this insuperable obstacle to our egress, had no other result than to shake the roof, fragments of which fell at my feet. Mademoiselle Marguerite would not allow me to pursue an enterprise so evidently hopeless, and not without danger. I ran to the window and shouted for help, but nobody replied. During the next 10 minutes I repeated these cries constantly, with the same lack of success. We then employed the remaining daylight in exploring minutely the interior of the castle, but we could discover no place of egress except the door, as solid as the wall to us, and the great window 30 feet above the bottom of the moat. Night had fallen over the country, and darkness invaded the ruin. Rays of moonlight penetrated the window and fell upon the stone steps beneath it. Mademoiselle Marguerite had gradually lost all appearance of sprightliness. She ceased to reply to the conjectures, reasonable or otherwise, with which I endeavored to dispel her anxiety. While she kept silent and immovable in the shadow, I sat in the full light on the step nearest the window, still shouting at intervals for help. But to speak the truth, the more uncertain the success of my attempts became, the more I was conscious of a feeling of irresistible joyfulness. For suddenly I saw the eternal and impossible dream of lovers realized for me. I was shut in the heart of a desert, and in the most complete solitude with the woman I loved. For long hours there would be but she and I in the world, but her life and mine. I thought of all the sweet evidences of protection and of tender respect it would be my right and my duty to show her. I imagined her fears at rest, her confidence restored, finally her slumbers guarded by me. I told myself in rapture that this auspicious night, though it could not give me her love, would at least ensure me her unalterable respect. As I yielded with the egotism of passion to my secret ecstasy, some trace of which, perhaps, expressed itself in my face, I was suddenly awakened by these words, spoken in a dull tone, and with affected calm. "Monsieur le Marquis de Champsy, have there been many cowards in your family before you?" I rose, and immediately fell back again on the stone bench, looking stupidly into the darkness, where I saw dimly the ghostly figure of the young girl. Only one idea occurred to me, a terrible idea, that grief and fear had affected her reason, that she was going mad. "Marguerite!" I cried, without knowing that I spoke. The word no doubt put a climax to her irritation. "My God, this is hateful!" she continued. "It is cowardly! I repeat, it is cowardly!" I began to see the truth. I descended one of the steps. "What is the matter?" I said coldly. She replied with abrupt vehemence, "You paid that man or child, whichever it was, to shut us up in this wretched tower. Tomorrow I shall be ruined, my reputation lost. Then I shall have perforce to belong to you. That was your calculation, wasn't it? But I warn you, it will not serve you any better than the rest. You still know me very little if you think I would not prefer dishonor, the convent, death, anything, to the vileness of yielding my hand, my life, to yours. And suppose this infamous trick had succeeded, suppose I had been weak enough, which of a surety I never shall be, to yield myself, and what you covet more, my fortune to you, what kind of a man can you be? What mud are you made of, to desire wealth and a wife by such means? Ah, you may thank me for not yielding to your wishes. They are imprudent, believe me. For if ever shame and public ridicule drove me to your arms, I have such a contempt for you that I would break your heart. Yes, were it as hard and cold as these stones, I would press blood and tears from it." "Mademoiselle," I said, with all the calm I could command, "I beg you to return to yourself, to your senses. On my honor, I assure you that you do me injustice. Think for a moment. Your suspicions are quite absurd. In no possible way could I have accomplished the treachery of which you accuse me. And even if I could have done so, when have I ever given you the right to think me capable of it?" "Everything I know of you gives me this right," she cried, lashing the air with her whip. "I will tell you once for all what has been in my thoughts for a long time. Why did you come into our house under a false name, in a false character? My mother and I were happy and at peace. You have brought trouble, anxiety, and sorrow upon us. To attain your object, to restore your fallen fortunes, you usurped our confidence, you destroyed our peace. You have played with our purest, deepest, and holiest feelings. You have bruised and shattered our hearts without pity. That is what you have done, or tried to do. It doesn't matter which. Well, I am utterly disgusted with all this, I tell you plainly. And when now you offer to pledge your honor as a gentleman, the honor that has already allowed you to do so many unworthy things, certainly I have the right not to believe in it. I do not believe in it. I lost all control of myself. I seized her hands in a transport of violence which daunted her. Marguerite, my poor child, listen. I love you, it is true, and a love more passionate, more disinterested, more holy, never possessed the heart of man. But you love me too. Unhappy girl, you love me, and you are killing me. You talk of a bruised and a broken heart. What have you done to mine? But it is yours. I give it up to you. As for my honor, I keep it. It is intact. And before long I shall compel you to acknowledge this. And on that honor I swear that if I die, you will weep for me. That if I live, worshipped though you are, never, never were you on your knees before me, would I marry you, unless you were as poor as I, or I as rich as you. And now, pray, pray, ask God for a miracle. It is time. Then I pushed her roughly far from the embrasure, and sprang on to the highest step. A desperate idea had come to me. I carried it out with the precipitation of positive madness. As I have said, the tops of the beeches and oaks that grew in the moat were on the level of the window. With my bent whip I drew the ends of the nearest branches to me, seized them at random, and let myself drop into the void. I heard my name, Maxime, uttered with a wild cry above my head. The branches I held bent their full length towards the abyss. There was an ominous crack, and they broke under my weight. I fell heavily on the ground. The muddy nature of the soil must have deadened the shock, for I felt that I was alive, though a good deal hurt. One of my arms had struck the stonework of the moat, and I was in such pain that I fainted. Marguerite's despairing voice recalled me to myself. "Maxime, Maxime!" she cried. "For pity's sake, for God's sake, speak to me! Forgive me!" I got up and saw her in the bay of the window, standing in an aureole of pale light, her head bare, her hair loose, her hands grasping the bar of the cross, while her glowing eyes searched the dark abyss. "Don't be alarmed," I said. "I'm not hurt. Only be patient for an hour or two. Give me time to get to the chateau. That is the place to go. You may be sure I shall keep your secret and save your honor, as I have just saved my own." I scrambled painfully out of the moat and went to look for my horse. I used my handkerchief as a sling for my left arm, which was quite disabled and gave me great pain. The night was clear, and I found the way easily. An hour later I was at the chateau. They told me that Dr. Desmarais was in the drawing-room. I hurried there and found him, and a dozen others, all looking anxious and alarmed. "Doctor," I said lightly as I came in, "my horse shied at his own shadow and came down in the road. I think my left arm is put out. Will you see?" "Eh? What? Put out?" said Monsieur Desmarais, after he had removed the handkerchief. "Your arm's broken, my poor boy." Madame Larocque started up with a little scream and came towards me. "It seems we are to have an evening of misfortunes," she said. "What else has happened?" I asked, as if surprised. "I am afraid my daughter must have had an accident. She went out on horseback about 3. It is now 8, and she has not returned." "Mademoiselle Marguerite? Why, I met her." "Met her? When? Where? Forgive a mother's selfishness, Monsieur Odiot." "Oh, I met her on the road, about 5. She told me she thought of going as far as the Tower of Elven." "The Tower of Elven! She has lost her way in the woods. We must send at once and search." Monsieur de Bavelin ordered horses to be got ready immediately. At first I pretended that I meant to be of the party, but Madame Larocque and the doctor would not hear of it. Without much trouble I was persuaded to take to my bed, which, truth to tell, I needed badly. Monsieur Desmarais attended to my arm, and then drove away with Madame Larocque, who was to await the result of the search inaugurated by Monsieur de Bavelin at the village of Elven. About 10 o'clock Alain came to tell me that Mademoiselle Marguerite had been found. He related the story of her imprisonment without omitting any details, except of course those known only to me and the young girl. The news was soon confirmed by the doctor, and afterwards by Madame Larocque, and I had the satisfaction of seeing that no one suspected what had actually occurred. I passed the night in repeating the dangerous leap from the window of the donjon, with all the grotesque complications of fever and delirium. I did not get used to it. Every moment the sensation of falling through emptiness caught me by the throat, and I awoke breathless. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Selected excerpts by Johann Gottlieb Fichte. Johann Gottlieb Fichte, 1762 to 1814, by Edward Franklin Buchner. On the 18th of August 1791, a manuscript work entitled An Attempt at a Critique of All Revelation was laid before Immanuel Kant by a young man 29 years of age, Johann Gottlieb Fichte. This irresistible letter of introduction, composed by Fichte in 4 weeks, turned his life of effort and failure into the channel it had been vainly seeking, and thus profoundly modified the intellectual and political development of Western Europe in the 19th century. The early childhood of Fichte, who was a descendant of a Swedish soldier of the army of Gustavus Adolphus, left by the fortunes of war within the bounds of Saxony, was passed into herding geese and in a reverie looking into vacancy. Born at Ramenau in Upper Lusatia on May the 19th, 1792, as the son of a weaver, he was by accident removed from the bondage of parental poverty and transferred to the favour of a wealthy patron, thereby receiving the benefits of the celebrated seminary at Schulpforte. He entered the University of Jena at the age of 18 and pursued the study of theology for 3 years. His passion for influencing men was checked by poverty, whose buffetings he endured 7 years longer. The outcome of a last short tutorship at Warsaw paved the way for a visit to the aged sage at Königsberg. Kant's initial coolness to the young stranger soon gave place to a genial influence. It secured a publisher for the above-mentioned essay. Appearing in 1792, the work placed its anonymous author, when he became known, in the first rank of philosophical thinkers. The blind alley Fichte had been treading for years suddenly opened into a broad highway. Some months after his marriage, Fichte began in May 1794 a pronounced career as a professor at Jena. In the few succeeding years he displayed keen, prolific literary qualities and rapidly brought to its first maturity one of the world's greatest systems of reflective thinking. By the darling wish of his mother, Fichte was destined for the ministry, but the fate of his young manhood closed the way to the pulpit after his uncompleted theological studies. He came in touch with his age through the vocation of an educator. His career as a teacher may be divided into 4 periods. He was a bold pedagogue as a tutor in various places and in connection with diverse topics from 1784 to 1793, often lecturing to parents at the end of each week on the faults they committed in training their children. At Jena, he began the career of an ideal university educator, handling the most abstruse themes in a lucid manner and winning ardent disciples. His literary activity during these years matured his exposition and defence of philosophical science. These are contained in Foundations of the Whole Theory of Science, 1794. Introductions to the Theory of Science, 1797, and A System of Ethics, 1798, his masterpieces of this period. His unique and somewhat stormy term of usefulness, which brought forth the Sunday lectures to the student body, contained in The Elevating Vocation of the Scholar, was cut short in 1799 by an accusation of atheism from the Saxon government. The keen metaphysician was incapable of receiving and of adroitly handling the delicate charge, and an acceptance by the Saxe-Weimar court of a resignation threatened by his intense, unpractical nature left Fichte an atheist outcast. The Prussian government alone did not confiscate the journal in which his views were published, and he entered Berlin, whose gates extended a welcome to the ablest expounder of the Kantian philosophy. He here continued his lecturing and literary activities, except in the summer of 1805, when he taught in the university at Erlangen. The Vocation of Man, 1800, and The Way to a Blessed Life, 1805 to 1806, are the most important works of the Berlin period, and indicate the ethical and religious directions taken by his reflections. The fortunes of war in 1806 brought him and his king out of Germany for safety. The return in 1807 placed him in the midst of the dangers of a foreign occupancy in the Prussian capital. The bravery of the heroic teacher appeared in his public demand that the national losses should be recovered by education. He became one of the organisers of a new university in Berlin in 1809, its rector for 2 years, and one of its most distinguished professors until his death in 1814. His educational career closed with attention to public and practical affairs, as it had begun with the theoretical foundations of life. In Fichte, the usual order of an impersonal system of thought is reversed. His philosophy is nothing apart from his own life. Both radiated from self-activity and crystallized in it. Externally regarded, his character was impetuous, selfish. In short, that of a supreme ruler, often bringing him into stormy conflict with his friends and associates. So too his metaphysical speculations encrusted themselves in harsh egotistic forms, and were defended by the heavy artillery of German logic. But within the man there was a spirit of docility and reverence, and within the system a throbbing heart. What the French Revolution was in theory and blood, that was Fichte in thought and practice, an apotheosis of the human will. His structures were erected from within. This unyielding independence and moral integrity were his earliest traits. A story is told that he threw his first storybook into a brook because it unduly attracted his attention from his studies, and buried his pain at its loss under an unmurmuring sense of right. Fichte's first intellectual conclusion was in favour of determinism. He became entrapped in the web of cause and effect, from which his acquaintance with the Kantian philosophy soon released him. He entertained, with enthusiasm, a belief in man's freedom, and resolved to give his energies to an extension of Kant's teachings. He moved onward in a direction all his own, and soared into an abstruse realm, searching for that great principle which should unify both knowledge and conduct. In this way he perfected the results of the Kantian thought which were disconnected. The principle became the ego. All the standards of truth and virtue he found in the secrets of personal consciousness. All the contrarieties contained in experience, such as objects and thought, knowledge and volitions, were removed by deducing them strictly and logically from the activities of one and the same ego. This ego does not exist before it puts forth activity, but its being arises in its doing. All the forms of intelligence and of the world were derived from this primal principle. These exist in order that we may do our duty. Action is the mark and end of our existence. In order to act, and that duty may triumph over external and internal nature, the will must be free. This one principle of freedom as activity and activity as freedom in the light of absolute reason ran through his life, both theoretical and practical, in such a manner as to make him the doughtiest man that ever lived. His method and thinking are a climax. There have never been any Fichteans. The stately solitariness of Fichte the philosopher stands in bold contrast with Fichte the national hero of Germany. A philosopher never goes to war and seldom becomes involved in the administration of practical affairs. Fichte's hardened and dignified spirit, however, was touched at the sight of his country's humiliation in the hands of the French conqueror. In 1804 he presented, in a series of public lectures appearing under the title Characteristics of the Present Age, a terrible arraignment of the degenerate movements of his time from the standpoint of pure reasons. In the third winter following came the inspiring balm to all smarting wounds in the famous Sunday evening Addresses to the German Nation. Such stirring language had not been spoken to the people since the thunders of Luther. French spies wearing dull ears within the lecture room and hostile troops noisily tramping without never suspected the glowing patriotism for the fatherland which lay concealed in the utterances of the hero. To have delivered those addresses within French earshot was a work of the highest heroism. The prophet of German unity burst forth with the fire of thoughtful eloquence and roused his morally dead age to an activity which hurled back the Napoleonic achievements into the victor's teeth. The effects of these discourses are visible today in Germany's better system of education, which grew out of Fichte's recommendation. Again, in 1813, Fichte wished to accompany the soldiers and encouraged them by his oratory in the camp, a desire denied a second time by his king. The solitary thinker of 1795 descended from his transcendental pedestal and gave himself to public affairs. He ended his life on the 27th of January 1814, stricken by a fever contracted from devotion to his noble wife, who had become infected with the disease in her charitable attendance upon the wounded soldiers in the Berlin hospitals. Fichte's fame rests not a little on his eloquent service to a nation bowed down in defeat. He must be reckoned among those who effected the moral and religious regeneration of a people. He laboured with both intellect and heart to bring out the morality purer than that which flourished on the stalk of selfish and debased sentiments. His age had reached, in his eyes, the condition of completed sinfulness. He deviated from historical Christianity in his exposition of religion, but never forsook the qualities of the human spirit as manifested in its cravings for a life of happiness, bound up with the infinite mind. He called loudly to humanity to work out its great destiny in the light of freedom and in a consciousness of growing perfection. In this way, the strong character of an ideal educator, a profound philosopher, a fiery patriot, and a lucid, prolific writer wrought itself into the making of a foremost nation of modern times, leaving to the world a heritage the result of deep insight, noble feeling, and strenuous effort. Another thought-master had lived among men. Peroration of the Addresses to the German Nation. In these addresses, the memory of your forefathers speaks to you. Think that with my voice there are mingled the voices of your ancestors from the far-off ages of grey antiquity, of those who stemmed with their own bodies the tide of Roman domination over the world, who vindicated with their own blood the independence of those mountains, plains, and streams which under you have been suffered to fall a prey to the stranger. They call to you, take ye our place, hand down our memory to future ages, honourable and spotless, as it has come down to you, and you have gloried in it and in your descent from us. Hitherto our struggle has been deemed noble, great, and wise. we have been looked upon as the consecrated and inspired ones of a divine world plan. Should our race perish with you, then will our honour be changed into dishonour, our wisdom into folly. For if Germany were ever to be subdued to the empire, then had it been better to have fallen before the ancient Romans than before their modern descendants. We withstood those and triumphed. These have scattered you like chaff before them. But as matters now are with you, seek not to conquer with bodily weapons, but stand firm and erect before them in spiritual dignity. Yours is the greater destiny, to found an empire of mind and reason, to destroy the dominion of rude physical power as the ruler of the world. Do this, and ye shall be worthy of your descent from us. With these voices mingle the spirits of your later fathers, of those who fell in the second struggle for freedom of religion and of faith. Save our honour too, they call. To us it had not become wholly clear what we fought for, besides our just determination to suffer no outward power to control us in matters of conscience. We were also impelled by a higher spirit, which never wholly unveiled itself to our view. To you this spirit is no longer veiled. If you have vision for the spiritual world, it now regards you with high, clear aspect. The confused and intricate mixture of sensuous and spiritual impulses shall no longer be permitted to govern the world. Mind alone, pure from all admixture of sense, shall assume the guidance of human affairs. In order that this spirit should have liberty to develop itself and rise to independent existence, our blood was shed. It lies with you to give a meaning and a justification to the sacrifice, by establishing this spirit in its destined supremacy. Should this result not ensue, as the ultimate end of all the previous development of our nation, then were our struggles but a vain and forgotten farce, and the freedom of mind and conscience for which we fought an empty word, since neither mind nor conscience should any longer have a place among us. The races yet unborn plead with you. Ye were proud of your forefathers, they cry, and proudly ranked yourselves in a noble line of men. See that with you the chain is not broken. Act so that we also may be proud of you, and through you, as through a spotless medium, claim our descent from the same glorious source. Be not you the cause of making us revile our ancestry as low, barbarous, and slavish, of causing us to hide our origin or to assume a foreign name and a foreign parentage, in order that we may not be, without further inquiry, cast aside and trodden under foot. According as the next generation which proceed from you shall be, so shall be your future fame, honourable, if this shall bear honourable witness to you, beyond measure ignominious, if ye have not an unblemished posterity to succeed you, and leave it to your conqueror to write your history. Never has a victor been known to have either the inclination or the means of passing a just judgment on the subdued. The more he degrades them, the better does he justify his own position. Who can know what great deeds, what excellent institutions, what noble manners of many nations of antiquity may have passed away into oblivion, because their succeeding generations have been enslaved, and have left the conqueror in his own way, and without contradiction, to tell their story. Even the stranger in foreign lands pleads with you, in so far as he understands himself and knows aright his own interest. Yes, there are in every nation minds who can never believe that the great promises to the human race of a kingdom of law, of reason, of truth, are vain and idle delusions, and who therefore cherish the conviction that the present Iron Age is but a step towards a better state. These, and with them all the after ages of humanity, trust in you. Many of them trace their lineage from us, others have received from us religion and all other culture. Those plead with us by the common soil of our fatherland, the cradle of their infancy, which they have left to us free, these, by the culture which they have accepted from us as the pledge of a higher good, to maintain for their sakes the proud position which has hitherto been ours, to guard with jealous watchfulness against even the possible disappearance from the great confederation of a newly arisen humanity of that member, which is to them more important than all others. Or that when they shall need our counsel, our example, our cooperation in the pursuit and entertainment of the true end of this earthly life, they shall not look around for us in vain. All ages, all the wise and good who have ever breathed the air of this world of ours, all their thoughts and aspirations towards a higher good, mingle with these voices and encompass you about and raise suppliant hands towards you. Providence itself, if we may venture so to speak, and the divine plan in the creation of a human race, which indeed exists only that it may be understood of men, and by men be wrought into reality, plead with you to save their honour and their existence. Whether those who have believed that humanity must ever advance in a course of ceaseless improvement, and that the great ideas of its order and worth were not empty dreams, but the prophetic announcement and pledge of their future realization. Whether those or they who have slumbered on in the sluggish indolence of a mere vegetable or animal existence, and mocked every aspiration towards a higher world, have had the right, this is the question upon which it has fallen to your lot to furnish a last and decisive answer. The ancient world, with all its nobility and greatness, has fallen through its own unworthiness and through the might of your forefathers. If there has been truth in that which I have spoken to you in these addresses, then it is you to whom, out of all other modern nations, the germs of human perfection are especially committed, and on whom the foremost place in the onward advance towards their development is conferred. If you sink to nothing in this, your peculiar office, then with you the hopes of humanity for salvation out of all its evils are likewise overthrown. Hope not. Console not yourselves with the vain delusion that a second time after the destruction of an ancient civilization, a new culture will arise among the ruins of the old world from a half-barbaric people. In ancient times such a people existed, fully provided with all the requisites for their mission. They were well known to the cultivated nation, and were described in its literature. And that nation itself, had it been able to suppose the case of its own downfall, might have discovered the means of renovation in this people. To us also the whole surface of the earth is well known, and all the nations who dwell upon it. Do we know one of all the ancestral tribes of modern Europe, of whom like hopes may be entertained? I think that every man who does not give himself up to visionary hopes and fancies, but desires only honest and certain inquiry, must answer this question. No! There is then no way of escape. If ye sink, humanity sinks with you, without hope of future restoration. Characteristics of the age, from The Characteristics of the Present Age. In so far as this age admits the possibility of some of the knowledge which lies beyond the confines of the mere science of the physical world, although it does so in somewhat inconsequential manner, and only because such things are also present in experience, and on account of such experience are taught in the schools, it becomes its highest wisdom to doubt of everything, and in no matter to take a part either on one side or the other. In this neutrality, this immovable impartiality, this incorruptible indifference to all truth, it places its most excellent and perfect wisdom, and the charge of having a system appears to it as a disgrace by which the reputation of a man is irretrievably destroyed. Such scientific cobwebs are only devised in order that young people of the lower classes, who have no opportunity of seeing the great world, may, by amusing themselves with them, develop their capacities for active life. For this purpose, every opinion and every proposition, affirmative as well as negative, are equally available, and it is a contemptible blunder to mistake jest for earnest, and to interest oneself for any side of such a controversy, as if it were something of importance. With respect to the influence which it exerts upon nature and its employment of her powers and products, such an age looks everywhere only to the immediately and materially useful, to that, namely, which is serviceable for dwelling, clothing, and food, to cheapness, convenience, and, where it attains its highest point, to fashion. But that higher dominion over nature, whereby the majestic image of man as a race is stamped upon its opposing forces, I mean the dominion of ideas in which the essential nature of fine art consists, this is wholly unknown to such an age, and even when the occasional appearance of men of more spiritual nature may remind it of this higher sovereignty, it only laughs at such aspirations as mere visionary extravagance, and thus art itself, reduced to its most mechanical forms, is degraded into a new vehicle of fashion, the instrument of a capricious luxury alien to the eternities of the ideal world. With respect to the legislative constitution of states and the government of nations, such an age either, impelled by its hatred to the old, constructs political fabrics upon the most airy and unsubstantial abstractions, and attempts to govern degenerate men by means of high-sounding phrases without the aid of firm and inflexible power, or, restrained by its idle experience, it hastens on every emergency, whether of great or small importance, being convinced beforehand of its own utter inability to determine upon a course of action for itself, to consult the chronicles of the past, to read there how others have formerly acted under similar circumstances, and takes from thence the law of its own conduct. Morality and religion from the characteristics of the present age. Let us consider the highest which man can possess in the absence of religion. I mean pure morality. He obeys the law of duty in his breast absolutely because it is a law unto him, and he does whatever reveals itself as his duty absolutely because it is duty. But does he therein understand himself? Does he know what this duty, to which at every moment he consecrates his whole existence, really is in itself, and what is its ultimate aim? So little does he know this that he declares loudly it ought to be so, absolutely because it ought, and makes this very impossibility of comprehending and understanding the law, this absolute abstraction from the meaning of the law and the consequences of the deed, a characteristic mark of genuine obedience. In the first place, let not the impudent assertion be here repeated, that such an obedience without regard to consequences and without desire for consequences, it in itself impossible and opposed to human nature. What does the mere sensuous egoist, who is himself but a half-man, what does he know of the power of human nature? That it is possible can be known only by its actual accomplishment in ourselves, and before its possibility is recognized in this way, and man has elevated himself in his own person to pure morality, he can have no entrance whatever into the domain of true religion, for religion also annexes no visible consequences to individual acts of duty. So much for the refutation of that portion of error which arises for the calumnious slander of pure morality. Again, he who faithfully obeys the law of duty as such does not understand the ultimate aim of this law. It is clear, since he, notwithstanding this ignorance, maintains an unvarying and unconditional obedience, since, further, the law of duty, although not understood, speaks forth constantly and invariably within him, that this want of comprehension causes no differences in his actions, but it is another question whether such a want of comprehension is consistent with his dignity as a rational being. He indeed no longer follows the concealed law of the universe, nor the blind impulses of nature, but a conception, and in doing so he acts thus far a nobler part. But this conception itself is not clear to him, and with reference to it he himself is blind. His obedience therefore remains but a blind obedience, and, by a noble instinct indeed, but still with bandaged eyes, he is led on to his destiny. But if this position be inconsistent with the dignity of reason, as unquestionably is, and if there lie in reason itself a power, and therefore an impulse, to penetrate to the meaning of the law of duty, then will this impulse be a source of constant disturbance and dissatisfaction to him. And if he still continue to hold by blind obedience, he will have no other course than to harden himself against this secret desire. However perfect may be his conduct, that is, his outward and apparent existence, there is still at the root of his inward being discord, obscurity, and bondage, and therefore a want of absolute dignity. Such is the position even of the purely moral man when regarded by the light of religion. How displeasing, then, as seen by this light, must be his condition who has not even attained to true morality, but as yet only follows the impulses of nature. He too is guided by the eternal law of the universe, but to him it neither speaks in his own language, nor honours him with speech at all, but leads him on with dumb compulsion, as it does the plant or the animal, employs him like an unreasoning thing, without consulting his own will in aught, and in a region where mere mechanism is the only moving power. Religion discloses to man the significance of the one eternal law, which as the law of duty guides the free and noble, as the law of nature governs ignoble instruments. The religious man comprehends this law and feels it living within himself, as the law of the eternal development is the one life. How each individual moment of our earthly life is comprehended in that eternal development of the one original divine life, he cannot indeed understand, because the infinite has no limit, and therefore can never be embraced by him. But that every one of these moments does absolutely lie contained within this development of the one life, he can directly perceive and clearly recognize. What was the law of duty to the moral man is to him the inward progression of the one life, which directly reveals itself as life. What is the law of nature to others is to him the development of the outward and apparently inanimate manifestation of that one life. This one clearly recognized life now becomes thoroughly established in the religious man, reposing upon itself, sufficient for itself and blessed in itself, dwelling there with unspeakable love, with inconceivable rapture bathing his whole being in the original fountain of all life, and flowing forth with him and inseparable from him in one eternal stream. What the moral man calls duty and law, what is this to him? The most spiritual bloom of life, his element in which alone he can breathe. He wills and can do nothing else than this. All else to him is misery and death. To him the commanding "thou shalt" comes too late. Before it can command, he is already resolved, and cannot resolve otherwise. As all external law vanishes before morality, so before religion the internal law also disappears. The lawgiver in our breast is silent, for will, desire, love, and blessedness have already superseded the law. The moral man often finds it difficult to perform his duty. The sacrifice of his deepest desires and his most cherished feelings is demanded of him. He performs it notwithstanding. It must be done. He subdues his feelings and stifles his agony. The question, wherefore is there need of this suffering, and whence arises this disunion between the desires which have been implanted in him and the commands of a law from which he cannot escape, this question he dares not permit himself to entertain. He must offer himself up with mute and blind obedience, for only under the condition of such obedience is the offering genuine. For the religious man this question has been once and for ever solved. That which thus strives against our will, and which cannot be crushed into nothingness, is imperfect life, which, even because it is life, struggles for continued existence, but must cease to be as soon as its place is occupied by a higher and nobler life. Those desires which I must sacrifice, thinks the religious man, are not my desires, but they are desires which are directed against me and my higher existence. They are my foes which cannot be destroyed too soon. The pain which they cause is not my pain, but the pain of a nature which has conspired against me. It is not the agonies of death, but the pangs of a new birth, which will be glorious beyond all my expectations. Elevating power of religion from the characteristics of the present age. Religion elevates him who is devoted to her service above time as such, above the transient and the perishable, and puts him in immediate possession of eternity. On the one original divine life his eye reposes, there his love is rooted. Whatever meets his view and seems to be beyond this one original life is not beyond it, but within it, and is merely a temporary form of its development, according to an absolute law which likewise lies within itself. He sees all things only in and through this one original life, and in this life he sees the whole infinite universe of being. His view is thus always the view of the eternal, and what he sees as eternal, and in the eternal nothing can truly be which is not, even on that very account, eternal. Every fear of perishing in death, and every effort to discover an artificial proof of the immortality of the soul, lies far beneath him. In every moment of his existence he has immediate possession of the eternal life, with all its blessedness, and he needs no argument or inference to prove the truth of that which he possesses in ever-present feeling and consciousness. There is no more striking proof than the knowledge of the true religion has hitherto been very rare among men, and that in particular it is a stranger in the prevailing systems, than this, that they universally place eternal blessedness beyond the grave, and never for a moment imagine that whoever will may hear it and at once be blessed. Spiritual light and truth from the characteristics of the present age. Has the light of religion arisen within us? Then it not only dispels the previous darkness, but it has also had a true and essential existence within us. Even while it could not dispel this darkness, now it spread itself forth until it embraces our whole world, and thus becomes the source of new life. In the beginning of these lectures we have traced everything great and noble in man to this, that he lose sight of his own personal existence in the life of the race, devote his own life to the purposes of the race, labour, endure, suffer, and if need be, die as a sacrifice to the race. In this view it was always deeds, always that which could manifest itself in outward and visible appearance, to which we looked. In this way it was necessary for us to open our communication with the age. Now, ennobled by our progress from this point of view, as I foretold, we use this language no longer. The one thing truly noble in man, the highest form of the one idea which reveals itself within him, is religion. But religion is nothing external and never clothes itself in any outward manifestation, but it completes the inward life of man. It is spiritual light and truth. The true course of action is now discovered of itself, for truth cannot act otherwise than according to truth. But this true course of action is no longer a sacrifice, no longer demands suffering and endurance, but is itself the manifestation and effluence of the highest inward blessedness. He who, although with reluctance and in conflict with internal darkness, yet acts according to the truth, let him be admired, and let his heroism be extolled. He upon whom this inward light has arisen has outgrown our admiration and our praise. There is no longer any doubt, hesitation, or obstruction in his being, but all is the one clear, ever-flowing fountain of truth. Formerly, we expressed ourselves in the following language. As when the breath of spring enlivens the air, the strong and fixed ice which but a few moments before imprisoned each atom within its own limits, and shut up neighbouring atom in similar isolation, now no longer holds nature in its rigid bondage, but flows forth in one free, animated, and glowing flood. So does the spirit world ever flow at the breath of love, and is and abides in eternal communion with the mighty whole. Let us now add, this atmosphere of the spirit world, this creating and combining element is light, this originally. Warmth, if it does not again exhale, but bear within itself an element of duration, is but the first manifestation of this light. In the darkness of mere earthly vision, all things stand divided from each other. Each individual thing isolated by means of the cold and unillumined matter in which it is embraced. But in this darkness there is no unity. The light of religion arises, and all things burst forth and rush towards each other in reciprocal order and dependence, and float on together as a united whole in the one eternal and all-embracing flood of light. This light is mild, silent, refreshing, and wholesome to the eye. In the twilight of mere earthly vision, the dim shapes which crowd in confusion around us are feared, and therefore hated. In the light of religion all things are pleasing, and shed around them calmness and peace. In it all unlovely shapes disappear, and all things float in the glowing ether of love. Not that man devotes himself to the high will of the fate, which is unchangeable and unavoidable. In religion there is no fate, but only wisdom and goodness, to which man is not compelled to resign himself, but which embrace him with infinite love. In these contemplations in which we have been engaged, this joyful and friendly view ought to have spread itself over our own age and over the whole earthly life of our race. The more closely this mild influence has embraced us, the deeper it has penetrated all our thoughts and aspirations. In a word, the more we have attained to peace with the whole world and joyful sympathy with every form of existence, the more sure may we be, and the more confidently may we affirm, that our previous contemplations have belonged not to vacant but true time. End of section 19, read by Isaac Barrow. Does not withstand the ultimate aim. Does not understand the ultimate aim.
Section 20 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Eugene Field, 1850-1895. Eugene Field was born in St. Louis, Missouri, September 2nd or 3rd, 1850. He was of New England ancestry, and spent his early years in Massachusetts. While he gloried in the West, wrote one of his biographers, and remained loyal to the section which gave him birth and in which he chose to cast his lot, he was not less proud of his New England blood, and not the less conscious of his New England training. He studied at Williams and Knox colleges and at the University of Michigan, and after his graduation in 1871 he traveled in Europe. Returning to St. Louis, he became engaged in journalism, and was connected with various newspapers in St. Louis, St. Joseph, Kansas City, and Denver, until he finally settled in Chicago. Through his tales and poems he acquired popularity, and in addition to his labors as a journalist and poet, he became a favorite lecturer. Of his love of curios, his brother says, "For years he had been an indefatigable collector, and he took a boyish pleasure not only in his souvenirs of long journeys and distinguished men and women, but in the queer toys and trinkets of children, which seemed to give him inspiration for much that was effective in childhood verse. To the careless observer, the immense array of weird dolls and absurd toys in his working room meant little more than an idiosyncratic passion for the anomalous. but those who were near to him knew what a connecting link they were between him and little children, of whom he wrote, and how each trumpet and drum, each spinster doll, each little toy dog, each little tin soldier played its part in the poems he sent out into the world. He was extremely fond of children, and some of his best poetry was written on themes that interest childhood. His numerous lullabies have been set to music by several American composers. He was a devoted student of Horace, from whom he made many translations. Some of these are included in Echoes from a Sabine Farm, which he wrote with his brother Martin Roswell Field, and which was published soon after his death, which took place in Chicago, November 4th, 1895. His last books were My House and The Love Affairs of a Bibliomaniac, a series of essays on literary subjects, interspersed with short poems. His other publications include A Little Book of Western Verse, A Little Book of Profitable Tales, Love Songs of Childhood, A Second Book of Verse, and The Holy Cross and Other Tales, the initial story of which has for its theme the death of the wandering Jew upon the mountain of the Holy Cross. A complete edition of Field's works, 10 volumes, New York, 1896, is enriched with critical and personal estimates of the man and the writer by Joel Chandler Harris, Julian Hawthorne, E. Hell, Francis Wilson, and Edmund Clarence Stedman. Mr. Stedman says, "Of all moderns, then, here or in the Old World, Eugene Field seems to be most like the survival or revival of the ideal jester of knightly times, as if Yorick himself were incarnated, or as if a superior bearer of the bauble at the court of Italy or France, or of the English King Hal, had come to life again. As much out of time as Twain's Yankee at the court of King Arthur, but not out of place, for he fitted himself as aptly to his folk and region as Puck to the fays and mortals of a wood near Athens. To come to the jesters of history, which is so much less real than fiction, what laurels are greener than those of Triboulet and Will Sommers and John Heywood, dramatist and master of the King's merry interludes? Their shafts were feathered with mirth and song, but pointed with wisdom. And well might old John Trussell say, it often happens that wise counsel is more sweetly followed when it is tempered with folly, and earnest is the less offensive if it be delivered in jest." Yes, Field caught on to his time, a complex American with the obstreperous bizarrerie of the frontier and the artistic delicacy of our oldest culture always at odds with him. But he was above all a child of nature, a frolic incarnate, and just as he would have been in any time or country. Fortune had given him that unforgettable mummer's face, that clean-cut, mobile visage, that animated natural mask. No one else had so deep and rich a voice for the reading of the music and pathos of a poet's lines, and no actor ever managed both face and voice better than he in delivering his own verses, merry or sad. To the Passing Saint, Christmas, from A Second Book of Verse, copyright 1892, by Julia Sutherland Field, reprinted by permission of Charles Scribner's Sons, Publishers, New York. As tonight you came your way, bearing earthward heavenly joy, tell me, O dear saint, I pray, did you see my little boy? By some fairer voice beguiled, once he wandered from my sight. He is such a little child, he should have my love this night. It has been so many a year, oh, so many a year since then, yet he was so very dear. Surely he will come again. If upon your way you see one whose beauty is divine, will you send him back to me? He is lost, and he is mine. Tell him that his little chair nestles where the sunbeams meet, that the shoes he used to wear yearn to kiss his dimpled feet. Tell him of each pretty toy that was wont to share his glee. Maybe that will bring my boy back to them and back to me. O dear saint, as on you go through the glad and sparkling frost, bid those bells ring high and low for a little child that's lost. O dear saint that blessest men with the grace of Christmas joy, soothe this heart with love again. Give me back my little boy. Dutch Lullaby, from a little book of Western verse, copyright 1889 by E. Field, reprinted by permission of Charles Scribner's Sons, Publishers, New York. Winkin', Blinkin', and Nod one night sailed off in a wooden shoe, sailed on a river of misty light into a sea of dew. "Where are you going, and what do you wish?" the old moon asked the three. "We have come to fish for the herring fish that live in this beautiful sea. Nets of silver and gold have we," said Winkin', Blinkin', and Nod. The old moon laughed and sung a song as they rocked in the wooden shoe, and the wind that sped them all night long ruffled the waves of dew. The little stars were the herring fish that lived in the beautiful sea. "Now cast your nets wherever you wish, but never afraid are we." So cried the stars to the fishermen three, Winkin', Blinkin', and Nod. All night long their nets they threw for the fish in the twinkling foam. Then down from the sky came the wooden shoe, bringing the fishermen home. 'Twas all so pretty a sail it seemed, as if it could not be, and some folks thought 'twas a dream they dreamed of sailing that beautiful sea. But I shall name you the fishermen three, Winkin', Blinkin', and Nod. In Ipswich once a witch I knew, an artless Saxon witch was she. By that flaxen hair and those eyes of blue, sweet was the spell she cast on me. Alas, but the years have wrought me ill, and the heart that is old and battered and chill seeketh again on Heartbreak Hill what was, but never again can be. Dear Anna, I would not conjure down the ghost that cometh to solace me. I love to think of old Ipswich town, where somewhat better than friends were we. For with every thought of the dear old place cometh again the tender grace of a Saxon witch's pretty face, as it was and is and ever shall be. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Henry Fielding, 1707 to 1754, by Leslie Stephen. "I am," says Fielding incidentally, in his most famous novel, "the founder of a new province of writing." The claim, though bold, is certainly not groundless. The English novel, as we know it, has in the main been developed upon the lines laid down by Fielding. It is true that Fielding, like every leader of a new literary dynasty, inherited much from earlier rulers. He looked back with reverence to Cervantes, and critics have shown that he was influenced by Lesage, and more distinctly, by Marivaux. In English literature, Defoe and Richardson in some respects anticipated him, but with differences which show his originality. Robinson Crusoe is simply a narrative of facts, though the facts did not happen to take place. The author expects us to be interested in a strange series of adventures, and is not consciously aiming at the portrayal of life and character. Richardson, on the contrary, began by composing edifying moral epistles, into which a story was introduced by way of connecting thread. To his own mind, the didactic element always represented the ultimate aim, though his readers became a good deal more interested in Clarissa than in the moral which he was intended to point. But Fielding, as he again tells us, means deliberately to describe human nature. Like Shakespeare before him or Scott after him, he is to set before us impartially the world as it presented itself to him, to give us living and moving types of the real human beings whom he has seen acting under the ordinary conditions of contemporary society. The novel, thus understood, has grown and flourished and taken many different forms. We wonder at times what our ancestors did to amuse themselves in the days before it was invented. Contemporary moralists denounce the habit of frivolous reading as they do now. What was the seduction to which these frivolous readers yielded? They had novels in the old sense of the word, stories such as had been once told by Boccaccio, and had lately been furnished up by Mrs. Benn. Or they might seek for more prolonged enjoyment in the voluminous romances of the Grand Cyrus kind, which, hopelessly unreadable as they appear to us, were still intensely fascinating to many readers. To Fielding's cousin, Lady Mary Wortley Montague, for example, and to his contemporary Dr. Johnson, and then, of course, the drama formed a larger proportion of light reading than at present. But the comedy of the time, to which they were principally confined, brilliant as some of it is, shows but a very limited aspect of human life. It introduced them to a smart game of intrigue played by fine ladies and gentlemen, always clearly before the footlights. The novel, with its flexibility, its freedom from all external restrictions, enables us to enjoy to the full the pleasure, obviously one of the greatest of pleasures, of steadily contemplating ourselves. We do not see the characters by a single flash, as they appear in some ingenious entanglement of affairs, but watch their growth and development, their conduct through a whole series of events, share their friendships and enmities, and are not prevented from following them by the necessities of scenical representation. Fielding showed his genius by perceiving the capabilities of the still crude form of art, and he turned them to account in some directions with a success scarcely surpassed. Fielding explains his own theory of the art in some of those running commentaries in which some critics think, though I do not, that he indulged too freely. He aspired, as he tells us, to set forth human nature. Naturally, it had to be the human nature of his own day, and of his own day in England. And a brief summary of his life will show what that implies. Fielding's father was a soldier, and ultimately a general, but though connected with various great people, he seems to have been always impecunious. Fielding, born April 22, 1707, at Sharpham near Glastonbury, was sent to Eton, where he was the contemporary of the elder Pitt of Littleton, and of many men who afterwards played a conspicuous part in the great game of politics. Fielding, however, on leaving school, had to leave the arena in which a long purse was then essential. His father had married a second time, and was burthened with a second family. Though he made an allowance of £200 a year to Henry, it was an allowance, said the son, which anybody might pay who would. Untroubled by such considerations, he made love to a rich young lady, and even put the young lady's guardian in fear of his life. Perhaps this performance accounts for his being packed off to Leyden to study law. Studying law, however, was not so much to his taste as writing plays, and his first performance was acted when he was just of age. Leyden and the law were soon deserted, and Fielding plunged into the pleasures of a town life in London. He was 6 feet high, strong and active, with an enormous capacity for enjoyment, and not over-delicate in his tastes. Vigorous appetites and a narrow allowance made some provision of ways and means essential. He had to choose, said his cousin Lady Mary, between the trades of a hackney coachman and a hackney author. The profession of author was just coming into distinct existence, and the struggles and hardships of the career have been commemorated by the best-known authors of the day. Fielding belonged by birth to the social class which looked down upon the hack author. Happily for himself, as Chesterfield remarked, it had a more solid support than was to be found in its brains. Fielding, too, had received a classical education, a fact which he is a little too fond of indicating by allusions in his works. Playwriting was the most gentlemanlike part of the profession, and therefore the most attractive to the young man. The comedy presupposed some familiarity with good society. Congreve, Addison, Steele, and many others condescended to write plays, though they were also admitted to the highest circles. Moreover, a successful play was more remunerative than any other form of literary work. Gay had made a little fortune by the Beggar's Opera. Fielding naturally followed such examples with some gleams of success. It is indeed needless for anyone to read his performances now. He is, generally speaking, in an artificial note, aping Congreve or adapting Molière. In Tom Thumb, indeed, a jovial burlesque full of nonsense and high spirit and broad satire, we see unmistakably the genuine Fielding. It gave one of the only 2 pretexts, we are told, upon which Swift ever indulged in a laugh. The comedies may be kindly consigned to oblivion. There was much else that Fielding would gladly have forgotten, in the part of his life which most impressed his biographers. The reckless, jovial rake, with pockets overflowing one day and empty the next, with a velvet coat sometimes on his back and sometimes in pawn, sometimes admitted to the drawing-room of Lady Mary, and then carousing with boon companions in a tavern, or eclipsed for a period in the sponging-house, is the Fielding of this period, and he has been taken as the only Fielding. The scanty anecdotes which remain have stamped the impression upon later readers. We are presented to Fielding in the green room, drinking champagne and chewing tobacco. A friend has warned him that a passage in his play will offend the audience. "Damn them," he had replied. "Let them find that out." The friend now reports that the audience are hissing. "Damn them," he explains. "They have found it out, have they?" The hisses, however, as we happen to know, affected him a good deal. Then we are told how Fielding emptied his pockets into those of a poorer friend, and when the tax-gatherer came, said, "Friendship has called for the money. Let the collector call again." No doubt that was one aspect of Fielding. To do him justice, it must be noted that a fuller record would have shown some less equivocal proofs of good feeling. We dimly make out that the chief incident of Fielding's dramatic career was his share in a quarrel between Cibber, then manager, and certain actors to whom, as Fielding thought, Cibber had behaved unfairly. Cibber, the smart, dapper little Frenchified coxcomb, was just the type of all the qualities which Fielding most heartily despised, and they fell foul of each other with great heartiness. On the other hand, he was equally enthusiastic on behalf of his friends. Chief among them were Hogarth, whose paintings are the best comment on Fielding's novel, and Garrick, whom, though of very different temperament, he admired and praised with the most cordial generosity. Harry Fielding, as his familiars call him, was no doubt a wild youth, but to all appearance a most trustworthy and warm-hearted friend. Fielding, moreover, was a devoted lover. The facts about his marriage are all uncertain, but we know that he courted Charlotte Cradock of Salisbury, that he was writing poems to her in 1730, and that he married her, probably, about 1735. If we wish to know what Miss Cradock was like, we are referred to Sophia, and Tom Jones, and still more to Amelia. Amelia was his first wife, it is said, even to that broken nose, which according to Johnson ruined the success of the story. Both novels were written after her death, and are indicative of a lasting passion, which, whatever else it may have been, was worthy of a masculine and tender nature. Miss Cradock's lover was not free from faults tangible enough and evidently the cause of much bitter remorse, but he was at least a lover who worshipped her with unstinted and manly devotion. The marriage which took place when he was about 28 changed his life. Vague stories, dates, and facts in Fielding's life, all of provoking flimsiness and inconstancy, indicate that he tried to set up as a country gentleman with some small property of his wife's, that the neighboring squires spited the town wit, who, if not very refined, was at least a writer of books, and therefore justly open to suspicion of arrogance, but that Fielding himself, which is not surprising, made a bad farmer, and that before long he was back in London, with his finances again at the ebb and additional burdens to support. His first effort was in his old line. He took a small theatre, and brought out a successful political farce. Walpole was at the time still at the height of power, but a formidable and heterogeneous opposition was gathering against him. Whigs, Tories, and Jacobites were uniting to denounce corruption, which was right enough, but imagining not so rightly that the fall of Walpole would imply the end of corruption. Fielding was a hearty Whig, a believer in the British Constitution, and a despiser of French frog-eaters, beggarly unbreeched Scotsmen, and Jacobites and Papists, and all such obnoxious entities. He joined heartily, however, in the cry against Walpole by his Pasquin, a dramatic satire on the times. The piece had a great run, and Fielding, always sanguine, no doubt hoped that at last he was getting his feet upon solid ground. But Walpole was a dangerous enemy. He obtained the passage of an Act of Parliament, which made it necessary to obtain a license for plays. Fielding's occupation was gone. It was quite plain that no license would be given to farces aimed at the Prime Minister. He gave up the theatre and made another effort. He entered at one of the Inns of Court and began to study the law. He was still only 32 and full of abundant energy. He would leave his tavern. Perhaps it would have been better not to have gone to it, to go home and pore over abstruse authors till far into the night. He was called to the bar in 1740 and duly attended the quarter sessions. Briefs, however, did not come. Then, as now, attorneys looked with some suspicion upon men distracted by literary aims. Fielding, in fact, was obliged to support himself during his legal studies by working at his old trade. He tried the usual schemes of a professional author of those days. He brought out a periodical on the Spectator model called The Champion. He wrote a vindication of the old Duchess of Marlborough, for which the Duchess paid 5 guineas, only, we will hope, an installment. During the rebellion of 1745, he published a journal intended to arouse John Bull out of his apparent apathy. He had already struck out another and more fruitful line. In 1742, he brought out Joseph Andrews, to indulge in a great guffaw at Richardson's sentimental Pamela. As he developed the story, he fell in love with his characters as Dickens fell in love with Pickwick, and became more serious in his aims. By this book he made about £200, and his success encouraged him to publish by subscription in 1743 3 volumes of miscellanies. In those days, a subscription was a kind of joint stock patronage, and showed chiefly that the author had friends among persons of quality. Fielding probably made £400 to £500, which was no doubt a welcome transient help. The miscellanies include one of his most remarkable, if not pleasantest, performances, Jonathan Wild the Great. Joseph Andrews had shown his true power, and it is perhaps rather remarkable that Tom Jones did not follow until 1749. Whatever Fielding's anxieties, it is noticeable that he did his work as thoroughly as if he had been independent of the pay. Before speaking of his literary performance, however, I will continue the story of his life. His wife died at the end of 1743. His grief, it is said, was so great that his friends feared the loss of his reason. He had, however, children to care for, and was too brave a man to relax in his fight with the fates. He had still some hopes of success at the bar, and at one moment, probably on some gleam of success, declared that he would write no more. In 1747 he married Mary Daniel, who had been an attached servant of his first wife. He did not know, he said, where to find a better mother for his children or nurse for himself, and she seems to have justified his anticipations. A patron or two had helped him during his struggles. Ralph Allen, who had made a fortune by farming the posts, was a lover of literature and a friend of Pope and Warburton. To Fielding, and to Fielding's children after their father's death, he was a steady benefactor, and Fielding showed his gratitude characteristically by betraying his friend as Allworthy in Tom Jones. Another patron by whom Fielding declared himself to have been mainly supported during the composition of Tom Jones was his old schoolfellow Littleton. And it was through Littleton that in 1748 Fielding was appointed Justice of the Peace for Westminster. The office was a singular one. In those days, and for at least 2 generations more, London, though a large town even upon our present scale, was merely an aggregation of villages. It had no systematic police. Dogberry and Verges were still represented by decrepit watchmen and stupid parish constables. They were ruled by magistrates who were often of the family of Shallows and Silences. The chaos which prevailed had at last induced Parliament to provide a paid and professional magistrate. But according to the custom of those days, he was to be paid by fees. The consequences are indicated by the name of trading justices applied to these officials. The impartial and speedy administration of justice was not the way to get fees. Fielding threw himself into his duties with characteristic energy. He tried to be honest, and thereby reduced £500 of the dirtiest money on earth to £300, most of which went to his clerk. He did his best to call attention to abuses. He wrote a remarkable pamphlet proposing a reform of the corrupting poor laws. Another pamphlet upon gin drinking had great influence in producing the first act, which attempted to discourage intemperance. He took up, perhaps with more zeal than discretion, some of the strange tragedies which illustrated the squalor and misery of the London slums. The queerest case was that of Betsy Canning, with which all England rang for a year or two, and which is still worth reading in the state trials. A servant girl in London had accounted for a month's absence by inventing a story about having been kidnapped by gypsies. A gypsy was actually condemned for this imaginary offense, but the girl herself was ultimately convicted of perjury and sent to America to improve the morals of the colonists. Fielding believed her story, took up her case with more than judicial warmth, and exposed himself to some sharp criticism. He exerted himself again to put down the highwaymen who flourished in the absence of police, and who were regarded by Englishmen with a certain perverted pride as exuberant products of British liberty. Fielding, while very ill, set to work to devise a system for limiting their energies. Practically, I fear, it meant simply the employment of trepans, who betrayed the other members of their gangs. Fielding says, however, that, for the time, he succeeded in putting down robbery and sacrificed his health in the effort. His constitution had in fact been breaking down, from gout and an irregular life. His sanguine disposition led him to believe in one pretense of quackery after another. In the great Bishop Berkeley's tar water, and the treatment of the Dr. Thompson who had already, it was said, killed Pope, and even the miraculous virtues of a well at Glastonbury. He was always being cured without improving his health. At last he was sent to Lisbon as a last hope. He sailed in the summer of 1754, and kept a journal which remains to testify to his indomitable gallantry, buoyant spirits, and a flow of good humor to the last. He died at Lisbon on the 8th of October, 1754, leaving his widow and children to the care of the kindly Allen, and of his half-brother Sir John Fielding, who had succeeded him as Justice of the Peace. The trust was worthily discharged. Till the age of 28, we see, Fielding had been a reckless and impetuous pleasure hunter. From that time till his death at the age of 47, he was engaged in a hard struggle to support himself and his family, and in an energetic attempt to do his duty in a thankless office. The stains of the earlier period have injured his memory, and it cannot be denied, imply serious moral defects. But here I must touch the inevitable argument. It is most true that to judge any man justly you must allow for the moral standard of his time. Advantage, however, is often taken of this truth to draw questionable consequences. Whenever it is proved that a man broke one of the 10 Commandments, it is roundly replied that in his day there were only 9. Therefore it is inferred, his want of honesty or decency ceases to be a defect. Both fact and inference are often doubtful. Fielding, for example, makes Tom Jones guilty of taking money from a woman under circumstances which we all feel to be degrading. Nobody, it is replied, thought such conduct degrading then. I utterly disbelieve the fact. A similar story is told of Marlborough, and perhaps it was true, but it was certainly told by a malicious libeler, and was meant to injure him. I feel sure that not only Richardson and Johnson, who are obtrusively moralists, but such men as Addison, or even the easygoing Steele, would have thought of Tom Jones just what Colonel Newsom thought. Some of our ancestors were gentlemen with feelings of delicacy, and should not be liable even to save a novelist's reputation. And in any case, such a statement would explain the fact, but does not alter it for us. Coarseness is rightly disgusting, though we may show how men came to be coarse, and perhaps show, too, that it did not then imply all that it would imply in the present day. Nothing, indeed, is more difficult than to compare the moral standard of a distant time with that of our own. That vice was common in England under Anne and the Georges is undeniable, but I do not know that it is altogether extinct today. I fancy that a modern police magistrate would still tell us stories which would prove that the world, the flesh, and the devil have not yet been renounced by everybody. Monsieur Zola's world does not seem to be purer than Fielding's. Look beneath the surface anywhere, and you can find ugly things enough, especially if you have a taste for the revolting. It is easier, no doubt, to judge of the surface, and there we may find an explanation, though not a justification, of Fielding's obtuseness on certain points. He was, in the world of fiction, what Walpole was in the world of politics. Both of them were men of strong common sense, and of great qualities, which were strangely mixed with much that is coarse and repulsive. They were both given to boisterous conviviality, to vast consumption of the roast beef of old England, and to tremendous postprandial sittings over their bottles, at which the talk was no more delicate than the fare. They indulged in cockfighting, and cudgel-playing, and rough practical joking, till we fancy that only a pugilist or a rough of today could find such an atmosphere congenial. Such tastes, however, could be combined with a real love of art and literature. Walpole, for example, collected a great picture gallery, and he and his like often studied the classics like men of the world, if not like scholars. Neither can it be said that in the days when the British Empire was being built up, there was a want of public spirit or energy, though some of the accepted modes of political warfare were base enough. We are liable to misunderstandings if we argue from the want of refinement to the want of some high mental and moral qualities, though undoubtedly we find a strange obtuseness upon some points of the moral code, where higher views and more delicate sensibilities are required. Fielding's novels illustrate this as clearly as his friend Hogarth's pictures. Both of them portray scenes now and then which grate upon our nerves and show a coarseness of fiber which would today have to be sought in the lower haunts of debauchery. What we have to remember is that such faults were then not inconsistent with some excellences which they would now exclude. In the case of Fielding, we can have no difficulty in recognizing many of the highest qualities. In the first place, his novels are a genuine extract of hard-bought experience. They are conspicuous for absolute veracity. He speaks because he has thought and felt. We are conscious that he paints all from the life. As novel writing became a profession, this is the merit which became rare. A young gentleman can easily give himself the airs of knowledge of the world by picking up a few smart epigrams and reproducing the stock characters of his predecessors. He does not write because he has studied men and cities, but appropriates second-hand experience because he wants to write a novel. His art, as he is proud to call it, may be admirable, his style unimpeachable, his plot carefully constructed, but after all he cannot atone for the one great defect of having nothing to say by trying to say it gracefully. One cannot read Fielding without perceiving the contrast. He has really been through the mill. He has bought his knowledge at a heavy price. And even if it sometimes results in rather commonplace observations, a commonplace which has been hammered into a man by hard facts is very different from a commonplace which has been learnt from a book. It comes with a certain momentum, with a weight and force which can now redeem even occasional triteness. His words have the intensity of thorough conviction. The first impression made by the world upon a man of great shrewdness and vigor is naturally the prevalence of humbug. Society, he observes, is a great masquerade. To see things as they are, you must strip men of their disguises. You will then often find a strange likeness between heroes and highwaymen, patriots and pickpockets, priests and jugglers, and discover selfishness in protean forms at the bottom of the most pretentious qualities. All virtue, said Fielding's clever contemporary Mandeville, is a sham. All men, said Swift, soured by failure, are yahoos. It is Fielding's characteristic merit that he could take a completer and saner view. His brave, generous nature could never give up a belief in virtue or in the substantial happiness of a good heart. He could see, as he proved by Jonathan Wild, into the very soul of a thorough villain, depth beyond depth of treachery and sensuality that can be embodied in human form. His moral is, as he puts it, that a man may go to heaven with half the pains which it cost him to purchase hell. The villain, even as things go, naturally overreaches himself. Knowledge of the world takes the gloss off much, but it properly leads to a recognition of the supreme advantage of unworldly simplicity. Parson Adams, one of the great humorous creations, is the embodiment of that sentiment. He represents the conviction of the observer who has seen life in its ugliest phases, that the most lovable of human beings is the man who, from sheer simplicity and kindliness, remains comically unconscious of the trickery and selfishness of his neighbors. It is not the less characteristic, because Adams appears to have been the portrait of a real friend, and implies that Fielding often turned from his rowdy companions to appreciate this simple country parson, whom they would have regarded as a predestined butt for rough practical jokes. In proportion to his love of such characters was his hatred of the hypocrite, the humbug who knows himself to be a humbug. His loathing for Blifil, the typical hypocrite, progresses to most obvious failure in Tom Jones, for he becomes so angry that he caricatures instead of impartially analyzing the loathsome object. This again is the secret of Fielding's humor. His worldly experience, instead of souring him, has intensified his admiration of the simplicity and goodness which is ridiculed or disbelieved by the man who is hardened by such experience. He was generous to the core. When he has to speak of anyone whom he admires, or who has done him a service, he pours out the heartiest and most genuine gratitude. He overflows with honest admiration of the men whom he could appreciate. He praises even the later work of Richardson, whose Pamela he had satirized, and who, one is sorry to admit, did not return the generosity. The warmth of his belief in goodness, and his cordiality and hearty goodwill, always running through his books, gave the characteristic flavor to his humor. It flows so spontaneously and abundantly that we feel it is to be unmistakably as genuine as it is kindly. The want of moral delicacy indeed implies limitations. It must be admitted that Fielding's appreciation of some of the higher phases of character is narrow. He lived in a day when common sense was triumphant, when men lived on solid beef, and were undoubtedly made of rather ponderous flesh and blood. We may say, with the help of a still greater master of the art, that in Fielding's time there was perhaps too little of the Don Quixote and too much of the Sancho Panza in the accepted ideal. A humorist who cannot help perceiving the seamy side of things is tempted to lean too much to the cynical side. He believes in the moral code by which men are actually governed, but is perhaps too suspicious of any professions of a higher standard. High-flown sentiment has in his eyes a strong likeness to his pet aversion, hypocrisy. What he admires, indeed, is really admirable, though he may be over-anxious to keep within the plainest limits of common sense. Fielding's tone about women is characteristic. Had he been asked what was the greatest blessing of life, he would always have replied, as he does in Tom Jones, the love of a good woman. His good woman, however, is decidedly not prepared to believe in women's rights. He laughs rather too roughly at the ladies who in those days showed certain intellectual aspirations. His Sophia is a healthy, sensible girl, fit to be the mother of sturdy, well-grown lads and lasses, unsurpassable within the domestic sphere, but certainly not troubled by aspirations to literary glory. She is unmistakably made of flesh and blood. She will love her husband devotedly, and will, we fear, have to exercise the virtue of forgiveness. Yet she is everything, perhaps more than everything, that we could expect from the daughter of Squire Western. Amelia, however, is the fullest embodiment of Fielding's true sentiment on that subject. His last novel is the work of a man who had won and lost the highest prize in life. He feels with bitter self-reproach his unworthiness and his backslidings, and tries to make some atonement by raising a shrine to his lost idol. Some good judges have therefore taken this pathetic and tender picture to be his masterpiece, in spite of some falling off in spirit and rather dragging narrative. I will not venture to decide, but I agree with them that it at least reveals with singular power not only the massive common sense and power of sincere presentation of facts, for which Fielding was conspicuous, but also the generous and tender heart which attracts and commands our affection. If Fielding honestly described the human nature of his time, we must remember that a man who can truly describe the human nature in a village has really described it everywhere. He has a true insight into those principal springs of character which may be more or less modified, refined, or made coarse in different conditions, but which work powerfully under every disguise of habit and cultivation. Fielding's human being was the ideal John Bull, a personage who had been ridiculed, caricatured, and denounced, who was called an amiable buffalo by M. Taine, and who everywhere outside of the British Islands is considered to suffer under many intellectual and moral limitations. Far be it from me to deny his faults. Certainly he is apt to be stolid and thick-skinned, and in Fielding's time he showed some of his worst qualities to his neighbors, and was acquiring a certain reputation for overbearing and brutal ways. Yet John Bull was a human being. He had the passions of his kind, and showed them with little regard to delicacy. But if Fielding was a true observer, he had some great qualities, which I hope he will not speedily lose. He had the abundant energy and vigor which are required for all greatness. Amidst many queer prejudices and singular blindness to some things, he had a hearty love of fair play, respect for true manhood, and in spite of his coarseness, a genuine appreciation of good, homely, domestic virtues. Fielding, in Thackeray's familiar phrase, was the last English writer who dared to draw a man. In a sense rather wider than Thackeray's, that is his most obvious merit. He described with immense breadth, power, and veracity some of the essential masculine qualities, which do, in fact, play an immense part in life. But we value him, I think, because he showed most forcibly how such qualities can be allied not only with a generous appreciation of allied qualities in others, but with a keen and pathetic reverence for the gentleness, simplicity, and purity which the more vigorous animal is too apt to despise. With all his insight into the baser motives, Fielding retained a certain sweet-blooded tenderness, and an enthusiasm for every generous and kindly character which relieves the repulsive ugliness of some of his scenes by a breath as of fresh and healthy atmosphere. I can think of none of our great writers who had a harder struggle, was forced into closer association with the corrupt elements of society, or realized more keenly the hollowness of many pretenders to virtue. And yet no one could have retained more buoyancy of spirit, more generous feeling toward his successful competitors, or a more hearty faith in the reality of human goodness and appreciation of some of the truest elements of human happiness. End of section 21. Section 22 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Selections from Joseph Andrews by Henry Fielding. Parson Adams' Short Memory. Mr. Adams and Joseph were now ready to depart different ways, when an accident determined the former to return with his friend, which Tawaus, Barnabas, and the bookseller had not been able to do. This accident was, that those sermons which the parson was travelling to London to publish were, O my good reader, left behind. What he had mistaken for them in the saddle-bags being no other than 3 shirts, a pair of shoes, and some other necessaries which Mrs. Adams, who thought her husband would want shirts more than sermons on his journey, had carefully provided him. This discovery was now luckily owing to the presence of Joseph at the opening of the saddle-bags, who, having heard his friend say he carried with him 9 volumes of sermons, and not being of that sect of philosophers who can reduce all the matter of the world into a nutshell, seeing there was no room for them in the bags where the parson had said they were deposited, had the curiosity to cry out, "Bless me, sir, where are your sermons?" The parson answered, There, child, there they are under my shirts." Now it happened that he had taken forth his last shirt, and the vehicle remained visibly empty. "Sure, sir," says Joseph, "there is nothing in the bags." Upon which Adams, starting and testifying some surprise, cried, "Hey, fie upon it! They are not here, sure enough. Aye, they are certainly left behind." Joseph was greatly concerned at the uneasiness which he apprehended his friend must feel from this disappointment. He begged him to pursue his journey, and promised he would himself return with the books to him with the utmost expedition. "No, thank you, child," answered Adams. "It shall not be so. What would it avail me to tarry in the great city, unless I had my discourses with me, which are, ut ita dicam, the sole cause, the alea monetate, of my peregrination? No, child, as this accident has happened, I am resolved to return back to my cure together with you, which indeed my inclination sufficiently leads me to. This disappointment may perhaps be intended for my good." He concluded with a verse out of Theocritus, which signifies no more than that sometimes it rains and sometimes the sun shines. Joseph bowed with obedience and thankfulness for the inclination which the parson expressed of returning with him. And now the bill was called for, which, on examination, amounted within a shilling to the sum which Mr. Adams had in his pocket. Perhaps the reader may wonder how he was able to produce a sufficient sum for so many days. That he may not be surprised, therefore, it cannot be unnecessary to acquaint him that he had borrowed a guinea of a servant belonging to the coach and six, who had been formerly one of his parishioners, and whose master, the owner of the coach, then lived within 3 miles of him. For so good was the credit of Mr. Adams, that even Mr. Peter, the Lady Booby's steward, would have lent him a guinea with very little security. Mr. Adams discharged the bill, and they were both setting out, having agreed to ride and tie, a method of travelling much used by persons who have but 1 horse between them, and is thus performed. The 2 travellers set out together, one on horseback, the other on foot. Now, as it generally happens that he on horseback outgoes him on foot, the custom is that, when he arrives at the distance agreed on, he is to dismount, tie the horse to some gate, tree, post, or other thing, and then proceed on foot. When the other comes up to the horse, unties him, mounts, and gallops on, till, having passed by his fellow traveller, he likewise arrives at the place of tying. And this is that method of travelling so much in use among our prudent ancestors, who knew that horses had mouths as well as legs, and that they could not use the latter without being at the expense of suffering the beasts themselves to use the former. This was the method in use in those days, when instead of a coach and six, a member of Parliament's lady used to mount a pillion behind her husband, and a grave sergeant-at-law condescended to amble to Westminster on an easy pad, with his clerk kicking his heels behind him. Adams was now gone some minutes, having insisted on Joseph's beginning the journey on horseback, and Joseph had his foot in the stirrup when the ostler presented him a bill for the horse's board during his residence at the inn. Joseph said Mr. Adams had paid all, but this matter was referred to Mr. Tawaus. was by him decided in favor of the ostler, and indeed with truth and justice. For this was a fresh instance of that shortness of memory which did not arise from want of parts, but that continual hurry in which Parson Adams was always involved. Joseph was now reduced to a dilemma which extremely puzzled him. The sum due for horse meat was 12 shillings. For Adams, who had borrowed the beast of his clerk, had ordered him to be fed as well as they could feed him, and the cash in his pocket amounted to 6 pence. For Adams had divided the last shilling with him. Now, though there had been some ingenious persons who have contrived to pay 12 shillings with 6 pence, Joseph was not one of them. He had never contracted a debt in his life, and was consequently the less ready at an expedient to extricate himself. Towhouse was willing to give him credit till next time, to which Mrs. Towhouse would probably have consented. For such was Joseph's beauty, that it had made some impression even on that piece of flint, which that good woman wore in her bosom by way of heart. Joseph would have found therefore very likely the passage free, had he not, when he honestly discovered the nakedness of his pockets, pulled out that little piece of gold which we have mentioned before. This caused Mrs. Towhouse's eyes to water. She told Joseph she did not conceive a man could want money, whilst he had gold in his pocket. Joseph answered he had such a value for that little piece of gold that he would not part with it, for 100 times the riches which the greatest esquire in the country was worth. "A pretty way indeed," said Mrs. Towhouse, "to run in debt and then refuse to part with your money because you have a value for it. I never knew any piece of gold of more value than as many shillings as it would change for. Not to preserve my life from starving, nor to redeem it from a robber, would I part with this dear piece," answered Joseph. "What?" said Mrs. Towhouse. "I suppose it was given you by some vile trollop, some miss or other. If it had been the present of a virtuous woman, you would not have had such a value for it. My husband is a fool if he parts with the horse without being paid for him." No, I can't part with the horse, indeed, till I have the money," cried Towhouse, a resolution highly commended by a lawyer then in the yard, who declared Mr. Towhouse might justify the detainer. "As we cannot therefore at present get Mr. Joseph out of the inn, we shall leave him in it, and carry our reader on after Parson Adams, who, his mind being perfectly at ease, fell into a contemplation on a passage in Aeschylus which entertained him for 3 miles together, without suffering him once to reflect on his fellow traveller. At length, having spun out his thread, and being now at the summit of a hill, he cast his eyes backwards and wondered that he did not see any sign of Joseph. As he left him ready to mount the horse, he could not apprehend any mischief had happened, neither could he suspect that he missed his way, it being so broad and plain. The only reason which presented itself to him was, that he had met with an acquaintance, who had prevailed with him to delay some time in discourse. He therefore resolved to proceed slowly forwards, not doubting but that he should be shortly overtaken, and soon came to a large water, which, filling the whole road, he saw no method of passing unless by wading through, which he accordingly did up to his middle, but was no sooner got to the other side than he perceived if he had looked over the hedge he would have found a footpath capable of conducting him without wetting his shoes. His surprise that Joseph was not coming up grew now very troublesome. He began to fear he knew not what, and as he determined to move no farther, and if he did not shortly overtake him, to return back, he wished to find a house of public entertainment, where he might dry his clothes and refresh himself with a pint. But seeing no such, for no other reason than because he did not cast his eyes 100 yards forwards, he sat himself down on a stile, and pulled out his Aeschylus. A discourse from Parson Adams. The parson and his wife had just ended a long dispute when the lovers came to the door. Indeed, this young couple had been the subject of the dispute, for Mrs. Adams was one of those prudent people who never do anything to injure their families, or perhaps one of those good mothers who would even stretch their conscience to serve their children. She had long entertained hopes of seeing her eldest daughter succeed Mrs. Slipslop, and of making her eldest son an exciseman by Lady Booby's interest. These were expectations she could not endure the thoughts of quitting, and was therefore very uneasy to see her husband so resolute to oppose the lady's intention in Fanny's affair. She told him it behooved every man to take the first care of his family, that he had a wife and 6 children, the maintaining and providing for whom would be business enough for him without intermeddling in other folks' affairs, that he had always preached a submission to superiors, and would do ill to give an example of the contrary behavior in his own conduct, that if Lady Booby did wrong, she must answer for it herself, and the sin would not lie at their door, that Fanny had been a servant and bred up in the lady's own family, and consequently she must have known more of her than they did. And it was very improbable, if she had behaved herself well, that the lady would have been so bitterly her enemy. That perhaps he was too much inclined to think well of her because she was handsome. But handsome women are often no better than they should be. That God made ugly women as well as handsome ones, and that if a woman had virtue it signified nothing whether she had beauty or no. For all which reasons she concluded she should oblige the lady, and stop the future publication of the banns. But all these excellent arguments had no effect on the parson, who persisted in doing his duty, without regarding the consequence it might have on his worldly interest. He endeavored to answer her as well as he could, to which she had just finished her reply. She had always the last word everywhere, but at church. When Joseph and Fanny entered their kitchen, where the parson and his wife then sat at breakfast over some bacon and cabbage, there was a coldness in the civility of Mrs. Adams, which persons of accurate speculation might have observed, but escaped her present guests. Indeed, it was a good deal covered by the heartiness of Adams, who no sooner heard that Fanny had neither eaten nor drunk that morning, than he presented her a bone of bacon he had just been gnawing, being the only remains of his provision, and then ran nimbly to the tap and produced a mug of small beer, which he called ale. However, it was the best in his house. Joseph, addressing himself to the parson, told him the discourse which had passed between Squire Booby, his sister, and himself concerning Fanny. He then acquainted him with the dangers whence he had rescued her, and communicated some apprehensions on her account. He concluded that he should never have an easy moment till Fanny was absolutely his, and begged that he might be suffered to fetch a license, saying he could easily borrow the money. The parson answered that he had already given his sentiments concerning a license, and that a very few days would make it unnecessary. "Joseph," says he, "I wish this haste does not arise rather from your impatience than your fear. But as it certainly springs from one of these causes, I will examine both. Of each of these, therefore, in their turn, and first, for the first of these, namely, impatience. Now, child, I must inform you that if in your purposed marriage with this young woman you have no intention but the indulgence of carnal appetites, you are guilty of a very heinous sin. Marriage was ordained for nobler purposes, as you will learn when you hear the service provided on that occasion read to you. Nay, perhaps, if you are a good lad, I, child, will give you a sermon gratis, wherein I shall demonstrate how little regard ought to be had to the flesh on such occasions. The text will be Matthew the 5th and part of the 28th verse. Whosoever looketh on a woman, so as to lust after her. The latter part I shall omit, as foreign to my purpose. Indeed, all such brutal lusts and affections are to be greatly subdued, if not totally eradicated, before the vessel can be said to be consecrated to honor. To marry with a view of gratifying those inclinations is a prostitution of that holy ceremony, and must entail a curse on all who so lightly undertake it. If therefore this haste arises from impatience, you are to correct and not give way to it. Now as to the second head which I propose to speak to, namely fear, it argues a diffidence highly criminal of that power in which all alone we should put our trust, seeing we may be well assured that he is able not only to defeat the designs of our enemies, but even to turn their hearts. Instead of taking, therefore, any unjustifiable or desperate means to rid ourselves of fear, we should resort to prayer only on these occasions, and we may be then certain of obtaining what is best for us. When any accident threatens us, we are not to despair, nor when it overtakes us to grieve. We must submit in all things to the will of Providence, and set our affections so much on nothing here, that we cannot quit it without reluctance. You are a young man, and can know but little of this world. I am older, and have seen a great deal. All passions are criminal in their excess, and even love itself, if it is not subservient to our duty, may render us blind to it. Had Abraham so loved his son Isaac as to refuse the sacrifice required, is there any of us who would not condemn him? Joseph, I know your many good qualities, and value you for them. But as I am to render an account of your soul, which is committed to my cure, I cannot see any fault without reminding you of it. You are too much inclined to passion, child, and have set your affections so absolutely on this young woman, that if God required her at your hands, I fear you would reluctantly part with her. Now believe me, no Christian ought to set his heart on any person or thing in this world, but that whenever it shall be required, or taken from him in any manner by divine providence, he may be able peaceably, quietly, and contentedly to resign it. At which words one came hastily in and acquainted Mr. Adams that his youngest son was drowned. He stood silent a moment, and soon began to stamp about the room and deplore his loss with the bitterest agony. Joseph, who was overwhelmed with concern likewise, recovered himself sufficiently to endeavor to comfort the parson, in which attempt he used many arguments that he had at several times remembered out of his own discourses both in public and private, for he was a great enemy to the passions, and preached nothing more than the conquest of them by reason and grace. But he was not at leisure now to hearken to his advice. "Child, child," said he, "do not go about impossibilities. Had it been any other of my children, I could have borne it with patience, but my little prattler, the darling and comfort of my old age, the little wretch to be snatched out of life just at his entrance into it, the sweetest, best-tempered boy, who never did a thing to offend me. It was but this morning I gave him his first lesson in Quadratus. This was the very book he learned, poor child. It is of no further use to thee now. He would have made the best scholar, and would have been an ornament to the church. Such parts and such goodness never met in one so young. And the handsomest lad, too," says Mrs. Adams, recovering from a swoon in Fanny's arms. "My poor Dicky, shall I never see thee more?" cries the parson. "Yes, surely," says Joseph, "and in a better place you will meet again, never to part more." I believe the parson did not hear these words, for he paid little regard to them, and went on lamenting whilst the tears trickled down into his bosom. At last he cried out, "Where is my little darling?" and was sallying out, when to his great surprise and joy, in which I hope the reader will sympathize, he met his son, in a wet condition indeed, but alive, and running towards him. The person who brought the news of his misfortune had been a little too eager, as people sometimes are, from, I believe, no very good principle, to relate ill news, and seeing him fall into the river, instead of running to his assistance, directly ran to acquaint his father of a fate which he had concluded to be inevitable, and which the child was relieved by the same poor peddler who had relieved his father before from less distress. The parson's joy was now as extravagant as his grief had been before. He kissed and embraced his son 1,000 times, and danced about the room like one frantic. But as soon as he discovered the face of his old friend the peddler, and heard the fresh obligation he had to him, what were his sensations? Not those which two courtiers feel in one another's embraces, not those with which a great man receives the vile, treacherous engines of his wicked purposes, not those with which a worthless younger brother wishes his elder joy of a son, or a man congratulates his rival on his obtaining a mistress, a place, or an honor. No, reader, he felt the ebullition, the overflowings of a full, honest, open heart towards the person who had conferred a real obligation, and of which, if thou canst not conceive an idea within, I will not vainly endeavor to assist thee. When these tumults were over, the parson, taking Joseph aside, proceeded thus: "No, Joseph, do not give too much way to thy passions if thou dost expect happiness." The passion of Joseph, or perhaps of Job, could bear no longer. He interrupted the parson, saying it was easier to give advice than to take it. Nor did he perceive he could so entirely conquer himself when he apprehended he had lost his son, or when he found him recovered. "Boy," replied Adams, raising his voice, "it does not become green heads to advise gray hairs. Thou art ignorant of the tenderness of fatherly affection. When thou art a father, thou wilt be capable then only of knowing what a father can feel. No man is obliged to impossibilities, and the loss of a child is one of those great trials where our grief may be allowed to become immoderate." "Well, sir," cries Joseph, "and if I love a mistress as well as you your child, surely her loss would grieve me equally." "Yes, but such love is foolishness and wrong in itself, and ought to be conquered," answered Adams. "It savors too much of the flesh." "Sure, sir," says Joseph, "it is not sinful to love my wife, nor not even to dote on her to distraction." "Indeed, but it is," says Adams. "Every man ought to love his wife, no doubt. We are commanded so to do, but we ought to love her with moderation and discretion." "I am afraid I shall be guilty of some sin in spite of all my endeavors," says Joseph, "for I shall love without any moderation, I am sure." "You talk foolishly and childishly," cries Adams. "Indeed," says Mrs. Adams, who had listened to the latter part of their conversation, "you talk more foolishly yourself. I hope, my dear, you will never preach any such doctrine as that husbands can love their wives too well. If I knew you had such a sermon in the house, I am sure I would burn it. And I declare, if I had not been convinced you had loved me as well as you could, I can answer for myself, I should have hated and despised you. Mary, come up. Fine doctrine indeed. A wife has a right to insist on her husband's loving her as much as ever he can, and he is a sinful villain who does not. Does he not promise to love her and comfort her and to cherish her and all that? I am sure I remember it as well, as if I had repeated it over but yesterday, and shall never forget it. Besides, I am certain you do not preach as you practice, for you have been a loving and cherishing husband to me. That's the truth on't. And why you should endeavor to put such wicked nonsense into this young man's head I cannot devise. Don't hearken to him, Mr. Joseph. Be as good a husband as you are able, and love your wife with all your body and soul too. Here a violent rap at the door put an end to their discourse. End of section 22. Section 23 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Selections from Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Tom Jones appears in the story with bad omens. As we determined when we first sat down to write this history to flatter no man, but to guide our pen throughout by the directions of truth, we are obliged to bring our hero on the stage in a much more disadvantageous manner than we could wish, and to declare honestly, even at his first appearance, that it was the universal opinion of all Mr. Allworthy's family that he was certainly born to be hanged. Indeed, I am certain to say there was too much reason for this conjecture, the lad having from his earliest years discovered a propensity to many vices, and especially to one, which hath as direct a tendency as any other to that fate which we have just now observed to have been prophetically denounced against him. He had been already convicted of 3 robberies, videlicet, of robbing an orchard, of stealing a duck out of a farmer's yard, and of picking Master Blifil's pocket of a ball. The vices of this young man were moreover heightened by the disadvantageous light in which they appeared, when opposed to the virtues of Master Blifil, his companion, a youth of so different a cast from little Jones, that not only the family but all the neighborhood resounded his praises. He was indeed a lad of a remarkable disposition, sober, discreet, and pious beyond his age, qualities which gained him the love of every one who knew him, whilst Tom Jones was universally disliked, and many expressed their wonder that Mr. Allworthy would suffer such a lad to be educated with his nephew, lest the morals of the latter should be corrupted by his example. An incident which happened about this time will set the character of these 2 lads more fairly before the discerning reader than is in the power of the longest dissertation. Tom Jones, who bad as he is must serve for the hero of this history, had only one friend among all the servants of the family, for as to Mrs. Wilkins, she had long since given him up, and was perfectly reconciled to her mistress. This friend was the gamekeeper, a fellow of a loose kind of disposition, and who was thought not to entertain much stricter notions concerning the difference of meum and tuum than the young gentleman himself, and hence this friendship gave occasion to many sarcastical remarks among the domestics, most of which were either proverbs before, or at least are become so now, and indeed the wit of them all may be comprised in that short Latin proverb, Nascerter e socius, which I think is thus expressed in English, you may know him by the company he keeps. To say the truth, some of that atrocious wickedness in Jones, of which we have just mentioned 3 examples, might perhaps be derived from the encouragement he had received from this fellow, who in 2 or 3 instances had been what the law calls an accessory after the fact. For the whole duck and a great part of the apples were converted to the use of the gamekeeper and his family, though as Jones alone was discovered, the poor lad bore not only the whole smart but the whole blame, both which fell again to his lot on the following occasion. Contiguous to Mr. Allworthy's estate was the manor of one of those gentlemen who are called preservers of the game. This species of men, from the great severity with which they revenged the death of a hare or a partridge, might be thought to cultivate the same superstition with the Banians in India, many of whom, we are told, dedicate their whole lives to the preservation and protection of certain animals. Was it not that our English Banians, when they preserve them from other enemies, will most unmercifully slaughter whole horse-loads themselves, so that they stand clearly acquitted of any such heathenish superstition? I have indeed a much better opinion of this kind of men than is entertained by some, as I take them to answer the order of nature, and the good purposes for which they were ordained, in a more ample manner than many others. Now, as Horace tells us, that there are a set of human beings, frugus consumere nati, born to consume the fruits of the earth, so I make no manner of doubt that there are others, feris consumere nati, born to consume the beasts of the field, or as it is commonly called, the game. And none, I believe, will deny but that those squires fulfill this end of their creation. Little Jones went one day a-shooting with the gamekeeper, when happening to spring a covey of partridges near the border of that manor over which fortune, to fulfill the wise purposes of nature, had planted one of the game consumers. The birds flew into it, and were marked, as it is called, by the two sportsmen in some furze bushes, about 200 or 300 paces beyond Mr. Allworthy's dominions. Mr. Allworthy had given the fellow strict orders, on pain of forfeiting his place, never to trespass on any of his neighbors, no more on those who were less rigid in this manner than on the lord of the manor. With regard to others, indeed, these orders had not been always very scrupulously kept. But as the disposition of the gentleman with whom the partridges had taken sanctuary was well known, the gamekeeper had never yet attempted to invade his territories, nor had he done it now, had not the younger sportsman, who was excessively eager to pursue the flying game, over-persuaded him. But Jones, being very importunate, the other, who was himself keen enough after the sport, yielded to his persuasions, entered the manor, and shot one of the partridges. The gentleman himself was at that time on horseback, at a little distance from them, and hearing the gun go off, he immediately made towards the place, and discovered poor Tom, for the gamekeeper had leapt into the thickest part of the furze brake, where he had happily concealed himself. The gentleman, having searched the lad and found the partridge upon him, denounced great vengeance, swearing he would acquaint Mr. Allworthy. He was as good as his word, for he rode immediately to his house and complained of the trespass on his manor in as high terms and as bitter language as if his house had been broken open and the most valuable furniture stolen out of it. He added that some other person was in his company, though he could not discover him, for that 2 guns had been discharged almost in the same instant. And says he, "We have found only this partridge, but the Lord knows what mischief they have done." At his return home, Tom was presently covened before Mr. Allworthy. He owned the fact, and alleged no other excuse but what was really true, videlicet, that the covey was originally sprung in Mr. Allworthy's own manor. Tom was then interrogated, who was with him, which Mr. Allworthy declared he had resolved to know, acquainting the culprit with the circumstance of the 2 guns, which had been deposed by the squire and both his servants. But Tom stoutly persisted in asserting that he was alone. Yet, to say the truth, he hesitated a little at first, which would have confirmed Mr. Allworthy's belief, had what the squire and his servants said wanted any further confirmation. The gamekeeper, being a suspected person, was now sent for, and the question put to him. But he, relying on the promise which Tom had made him to take all upon himself, very resolutely denied being in company with the young gentleman, or indeed having seen him the whole afternoon. Mr. Allworthy then turned towards Tom with more than usual anger in his countenance, and advised him to confess who was with him, repeating that he was resolved to know. The lad, however, still maintained his resolution, and was dismissed with much wrath by Mr. Allworthy, who told him he should have the next morning to consider of it, when he should be questioned by another person and in another manner. Poor Jones spent a very melancholy night, and the more so as he was without his usual companion, for Master Blifil was gone abroad on a visit with his mother. Fear of the punishment he was to suffer was on this occasion his least evil, his chief anxiety being lest his constancy should fail him, and he should be brought to betray the gamekeeper, whose ruin he knew must now be the consequence. Nor did the gamekeeper pass his time much better. He had the same apprehensions with the youth, for whose honor he had likewise a much tenderer regard than for his skin. In the morning, when Tom attended the Reverend Mr. Thwackum, the person to whom Mr. Allworthy had committed the instruction of the 2 boys, he had the same questions put to him by that gentleman, which he had been asked the evening before, to which he returned the same answers. The consequence of this was so severe a whipping, that it possibly fell little short of the torture with which confessions are in some countries extorted from criminals. Tom bore this punishment with great resolution, and though his master asked him between each stroke whether he would not confess, he had contented to be flayed rather than betray his friend or break the promise he had made. The gamekeeper was now relieved from his anxiety, and Mr. Allworthy himself began to be concerned at Tom's sufferings, for besides that Mr. Thwackum, being highly enraged that he was not able to make the boy say what he himself pleased, had carried his severity much beyond the good man's intention, this latter began now to suspect that the squire had been mistaken, which his extreme eagerness and anger seemed to make probable. As for what the servants had said in confirmation of their master's account, he laid no great stress upon that, Now, as cruelty and injustice were two ideas of which Mr. Allworthy could by no means support the consciousness a single moment, he sent for Tom, and after many kind and friendly exhortations, said, "I am convinced, my dear child, that my suspicions have wronged you. I am sorry that you have been so severely punished on this account," and at last gave him a little horse to make him amends, again repeating his sorrow for what had passed. Tom's guilt now flew in his face more than any severity could make it. He could more easily bear the lashes of Thwackum than the generosity of Allworthy. The tears burst from his eyes, and he fell upon his knees, crying, "Oh, sir, you are too good to me. Indeed you are. Indeed I don't deserve it." And at that very instant, from the fullness of his heart, had almost betrayed the secret. But the good genius of the gamekeeper suggested to him what might be the consequence to the poor fellow, and this consideration sealed his lips. Thwackum did all he could to dissuade Allworthy from showing any compassion or kindness to the boy, saying he had persisted in untruth, and gave some hints that a second whipping might probably bring the matter to light. But Mr. Allworthy absolutely refused to consent to the experiment. He said the boy had suffered enough already for concealing the truth, even if he was guilty, seeing that he could have no motive but a mistaken point of honor for so doing. "Honor!" cried Thwackum with some warmth. "Mere stubbornness and obstinacy. Can honor teach anyone to tell a lie, or can any honor exist independent of religion?" This discourse happened at the table when dinner was just ended, and there were present Mr. Allworthy, Mr. Thwackum, and a third gentleman, who now entered into the debate, and whom, before we proceed any farther, we shall briefly introduce to our readers' acquaintance. The characters of Mr. Square the philosopher, and of Mr. Thwackum the divine. The name of this gentleman, who had then resided some time at Mr. Allworthy's house, was Mr. Square. His natural parts were not of the first rate, but he had greatly improved them by a learned education. He was deeply read in the ancients, and a professed master of all the works of Plato and Aristotle, upon which great models he had principally formed himself, sometimes according with the opinion of one, and sometimes with that of the other. In morals he was a professed Platonist, and in religion he inclined to be an Aristotelian. But though he had, as we have said, formed his morals on the Platonic model, yet he perfectly agreed with the opinion of Aristotle in considering that great man rather in the quality of a philosopher or specialist than as a legislator. This sentiment he carried a great way, indeed, so far as to regard all virtue as matter of theory only. This, it is true, he never affirmed, as I have heard, to any one, and yet upon the least attention to his conduct I cannot help thinking it was his real opinion, as it will perfectly reconcile some contradictions which might otherwise appear in his character. This gentleman and Mr. Thwackum scarce ever met without a disputation, for their tenets were indeed diametrically opposite to each other. Square held human nature to be the perfection of all virtue, and that vice was a deviation from our nature, in the same manner as deformity of body is. Thwackum, on the contrary, maintained that the human mind since the fall was nothing but a sink of iniquity, till purified and redeemed by grace. In one point only they agreed, which was, in all their discourses on morality, never to mention the word goodness. The favorite phrase of the former was the natural beauty of virtue. That of the latter was the divine power of grace. The former measured all actions by the unalterable rule of right, and the eternal fitness of things. The latter decided all matters by authority, but in doing this he always used the Scriptures and their commentators, as the lawyer doth his Coke upon Littleton, where the comment is of equal authority with the text. After this short introduction, the reader will be pleased to remember that the parson had concluded his speech with a triumphant question, to which he had apprehended no answer, videlicet, can any honor exist independent of religion? To this, Square answered that it was impossible to discourse philosophically concerning words till their meaning was first established, that there were scarce any two words of more vague and uncertain signification than the two he had mentioned, for that there were almost as many different opinions concerning honor as concerning religion. But, says he, if by honor you mean the true natural beauty of virtue, I will maintain it may exist independent of any religion whatsoever. Nay, added he, you yourself will allow it may exist independent of all but one. So will a Mahometan, a Jew, and all the maintainers of all the different sects in the world. Thwackum replied that this was arguing with the usual malice of all the enemies to the true church. He said he doubted not, but that all the infidels and heretics in the world would, if they could, confine honor to their own absurd errors and damnable deceptions. But honor, says he, is not therefore manifold, because there are many absurd opinions about it, nor is religion manifold, because there are various sects and heresies in the world. When I mention religion, I mean the Christian religion, and not only the Christian religion, but the Protestant religion, and not only the Protestant religion, but the Church of England. And when I mention honor, I mean that mode of divine grace which is not only consistent with, but dependent upon, this religion, and is consistent with, and dependent upon no other. Now, to say that the honor I here mean, and which was, I thought, all the honor I could be supposed to mean, will uphold, much less dictate an untruth, is to assert an absurdity too shocking to be conceived. I purposely avoided, says Squire, drawing a conclusion, which I thought evident from what I have said. But if you perceived it, I am sure you would have not attempted to answer it. However, to drop the article of religion, I think it is plain, from what you have said, that we have different ideas of honor, or why do we not agree in the same terms of its explanation? I have asserted that true honor and true virtue are almost synonymous terms, and they are both founded on the unalterable rule of right and the eternal fitness of things, to which an untruth, being absolutely repugnant and contrary, it is certain that true honor cannot support an untruth. And this, therefore, I think we are agreed. But that this honor can be said to be founded on religion, to which it is antecedent, if by religion he meant any positive law. I agree, answered Thwackum with great warmth, with a man who asserts honor to be antecedent to religion. Mr. Allworthy, did I agree? He was proceeding when Mr. Allworthy interposed, telling them very coldly they had both mistaken his meaning, for that he had said nothing of true honor. It is possible, however, he would not have easily quieted the disputants, who were growing equally warm, had not another matter now fallen out, which put a final end to the conversation. Partridge at the Playhouse. Mr. Jones, having spent 3 hours in reading and kissing the aforesaid letter, and being at last in a state of good spirits from the last-mentioned considerations, he agreed to carry an appointment, which he had before made, into execution. This was to attend Mrs. Miller and her youngest daughter into the gallery at the Playhouse, and to admit Mr. Partridge as one of the company. For as Jones had really that taste for humor which many affect, he expects to enjoy much entertainment in the criticisms of Partridge, from whom he expected the simple dictates of nature, unimproved indeed, but likewise unadulterated by art. In the first row, then, of the first gallery did Mr. Jones, Mrs. Miller, her youngest daughter, and Partridge take their places. Partridge immediately declared it was the finest place he had ever been in. When the first music was played, he said, it was a wonder how so many fiddlers could play at one time without putting one another out. While the fellow was lighting the upper candles, he cried out to Mrs. Miller, Look, look, madam, the very picture of the man in the end of the Common Prayer Book, before the gunpowder treason service. Nor could he help observing with a sigh, when all the candles were lighted, that there were candles enough burnt in one night to keep an honest poor family for a whole 12-month. As soon as the play, which was Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, began, Partridge was all attention, nor did he break silence till the entrance of the ghost, upon which he asked Jones what man that was in the strange dress. Something, said he, like what I have seen in a picture. Sure, it is not armor, is it? Jones answered, that is the ghost. To which Partridge replied with a smile, Persuade me to that, sir, if you can, though I can't say I ever actually saw a ghost in my life. Yet I am certain I should know one, if I saw him. Better than that comes to. No, no, sir, ghosts don't appear in such dresses as that, neither. And this mistake, which caused much laughter in the neighborhood of Partridge, he was suffered to continue, until the scene between the ghost and Hamlet, when Partridge gave that credit to Mr. Garrick, which he had denied to Jones, and fell into so violent a trembling that his knees knocked against each other. Jones asked him what was the matter, and whether he was afraid of the warrior upon the stage. "Oh, la, sir," said he, "I perceive now it is what you told me. I am not afraid of anything, for I know it is but a play, and if it was really a ghost, it could do one no harm at such a distance, and in so much company, and yet I was frightened. I am not the only person." Who, cries Jones, dost thou take to be such a coward here besides thyself? Nay, you may call me coward if you will, but if that little man there upon the stage is not frightened, I never saw any man frightened in my life. Go along with you, to be sure. Whose fool, then, will you? Lord have mercy upon such foolishness. Whatever happens, it is good enough for you. Follow you? I'd follow the devil as soon. Nay, perhaps it is the devil, for they say he can put on what likeness he pleases. Oh, here he is again. No farther. No, you have gone far enough already. Farther than I'd have gone for all the king's dominion. Jones offered to speak, but Partridge cried, Hush, hush, dear sir, don't you hear him? And during the whole speech of the ghost, he sat with his eyes fixed partly on the ghost, and partly on Hamlet, and with his mouth open, the same passions which succeeded each other in Hamlet succeeding likewise in him. When the scene was over, Jones said, Why, Partridge, you exceed my expectations. You enjoy the play more than I conceived possible. Nay, sir, answered Partridge, if you are not afraid of the devil, I can't help it. But to be sure, it is natural to be surprised at such things, though I know there is nothing in them. Not that it was the ghost that surprised me neither, for I should have known that to have been only a man in a strange dress. And when I saw the little man so frightened himself, it was that which took hold of me. And dost thou imagine then, Partridge, cries Jones, that he was really frightened? Nay, sir, said Partridge. Do not you yourself observe afterwards, when he found out that it was his own father's spirit, and how he was murdered in the garden, how his fear forsook him by degrees, and he was struck dumb with sorrow, as it were, just as I should have been, had it been my own case? But hush! O law! What noise is that? There he is again. Well, to be certain, though, I know there is nothing at all in it. I am glad I am not down yonder, where those men are. Then turning his eyes again upon Hamlet, Ay, you may draw your sword. What signifies a sword against the power of the devil? During the second act, Partridge made very few remarks. He greatly admired the fineness of the dresses, nor could he help observing upon the king's countenance. Well, said he, how people may be deceived by faces. Nulla fides fronti is, I find, a true saying. Who would think by looking in the king's face that he had ever committed a murder? He then inquired after the ghost, but Jones, who intended that he should be surprised, gave him no other satisfaction than that he might possibly see him again soon, and in a flash of fire. Partridge sat in fearful expectation of this, and now, when the ghost had made his next appearance, Partridge cried out, There, sir, now, what say you now? Is he frightened now or no? As much frightened as you think me. And to be sure, nobody can help such fears. I would not be in so bad a condition as what's-his-name, Squire Hamlet, is there for all the world. Bless me! What's become of the spirit? As I am a living soul, I thought I saw him sink into the earth. Indeed, you saw right, answered Jones. Well, well, cries Partridge, I know it is only a play, and besides, if there was anything in all this, Madam Miller would not laugh so. For as to you, sir, you would not be afraid, I believe, if the devil were here in person. There, I no wonder you are in such a passion. Shake the vile, wicked wretch to pieces. If she was my own mother, I should serve her so. To be sure, all duty to a mother is forfeited by such wicked doings. Ay, go about your business, I hate the sight of you. Our critic was now pretty silent till the play which Hamlet introduces before the king. This he did not at first understand till Jones explained it to him. But he no sooner entered into the spirit of it than he began to bless himself that he had never committed murder. Then turning to Mrs. Miller, he asked her if she did not imagine the king looked as if he was touched. Though he is, said he, a good actor, and doth all he can to hide it. Well, I would not have so much to answer for as that wicked man there hath, to sit upon a much higher chair than he sits upon. No wonder he ran away. For your sake I'll never trust an innocent face again. The grave-digging scene next engaged the attention of Partridge, who expressed much surprise at the number of skulls thrown upon the stage, to which Jones answered that it was one of the most famous burial places about town. No wonder, then, cries Partridge, that the place is haunted. But I never saw in my life a worse gravedigger. I had a sexton when I was clerk. I should have dug 3 graves while he was digging one. The fellow handles a spade as if it were the first time he had ever had one in his hand. Ay, you may sing. You had rather sing than work, I believe. Upon Hamlet's taking up the skull, he cried out, Well, it is strange to see how fearless some men are. I could never bring myself to touch anything belonging to a dead man on any account. He seemed frightened enough, too, at the ghost, I thought. Nemo omnibus horis cepit. Little more worth remembering occurred during the play, at the end of which Jones asked him which of the players he had liked best. To this he answered, with some appearance of indignation at the question, "The king, without doubt." "Indeed, Mr. Partridge," says Mrs. Miller, "you are not of the same opinion as the town, for they are all agreed that Hamlet is acted by the best player who was ever on the stage." "He the best player!" cried Partridge, with a contemptuous sneer. "Why, I could act as well as he myself. I am sure if I had seen a ghost, I should have looked in the very same manner, and done just as he did. And then, to be sure, in that scene, as you call it, between him and his mother, where you told me he acted so fine, why, Lord help me, any man, that is any good man, that had had such a mother, would have done exactly the same. I know you are only joking with me, but indeed, madam, though I was never at a play in London, yet I have seen acting before in the country, and the king for my money." He speaks all his words distinctly, half as loud again as the other. Anybody may see he is an actor. While Mrs. Miller was thus engaged in conversation with Partridge, a lady came up to Mr. Jones, whom he immediately knew to be Mrs. Fitzpatrick. She said she had seen him from the other part of the gallery, and had taken that opportunity of speaking to him, as she had something to say which might be of great service to himself. She then acquainted him with her lodgings, and made him an appointment the next day in the morning, which upon recollection she presently changed to the afternoon, at which time Jones promised to attend her. Thus ended the adventure at the playhouse, where Partridge had afforded great mirth, not only to Jones and Mrs. Miller, but to all who sat within hearing, who were more attentive to what he said than to anything that passed on the stage. He durst not go to bed all that night for fear of the ghost, and for many nights after, sweat 2 or 3 hours before he went to sleep with the same apprehensions, and waked several times in great horrors, crying out, "Lord have mercy upon us, there it is." End of section 23. Section 24 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Selections from Amelia by Henry Fielding. The Farewell. "If I am not mistaken, madam," continued Booth, "I was just going to acquaint you with the doctor's opinion, when we were interrupted by the keeper." The doctor, having heard counsel on both sides, that is to say, Mrs. Harris for my staying and Miss Betty for my going, at last delivered his own sentiments. As for Amelia, she sat silent, drowned in her tears, nor was I myself in a much better situation. "As the commissions are not signed," said the doctor, "I think you may be said to remain in your former regiment, and therefore I think you ought to go on this expedition. Your duty to your king and country, whose bread you have eaten, requires it, and this is a duty of too high a nature to admit the least deficiency. Regard to your character likewise requires you to go, for the world, which might justly blame your staying at home, if the case were even fairly stated, will not deal so honestly by you. You must expect to have every circumstance against you heightened, and most of what makes for your defense omitted, and thus you will be stigmatized as a coward, without any palliation. As the malicious disposition of mankind is too well known, and the cruel pleasure which they take in destroying the reputations of others, the use we are to make of this knowledge is to afford no handle to reproach. For bad as the world is, it seldom falls on any man who has not given some slight cause for censure, though this perhaps is often aggravated 10,000-fold. And when we blame the malice of the aggravation, we ought not to forget our own imprudence in giving the occasion. Remember, my boy, your honor is at stake, and you know how nice the honor of a soldier is in these cases. This is a treasure which he must be your enemy indeed who would attempt to rob you of. Therefore you ought to consider every one as your enemy, who by desiring you to stay would rob you of your honor." "Do you hear that, sister?" cries Miss Betty. "Yes, I do hear it," answered Amelia, with more spirit than I ever saw her exert before, "and would preserve his honor at the expense of my life. I will preserve it, if it should be at that expense. And since it is Dr. Harrison's opinion that he ought to go, I give my consent. Go, my dear husband," cried she, falling upon her knees. "May every angel of heaven guard and preserve you." "I cannot repeat her words without being affected," said he, wiping his eyes. "The excellence of that woman no words can paint. Miss Matthews, she has every perfection in human nature." I will not tire you with the repetition of any more that passed on that occasion, nor with the quarrel that ensued between Mrs. Harris and the doctor, for the old lady could not submit to my leaving her daughter in her present condition. She fell severely on the army, and cursed the day in which her daughter was married to a soldier, not sparing the doctor for having had some share in the match. I will omit likewise the tender scene which passed between Amelia and myself previous to my departure. Indeed, I beg you would not, cries Miss Matthews. Nothing delights me more than scenes of tenderness. I should be glad to know, if possible, every syllable which was uttered on both sides. I will indulge you then, cries Booth, as far as it is in my power. Indeed, I believe I am able to recollect much the greater part, for the impression is never to be effaced from my memory. He then proceeded as Miss Matthews desired, but lest our readers should not be of her opinion, we will, according to our usual custom, endeavor to accommodate ourselves to every taste, and shall therefore place this scene in a chapter by itself, which we desire all our readers who do not love, or perhaps do not know the pleasure of tenderness, to pass over, since they may do this without any prejudice to the thread of the narrative. A scene of the tender kind. The doctor, madam, continued Booth, spent his evening at Mrs. Harris's house, where I sat with him whilst he smoked his pillow-pipe, as the phrase is. Amelia was retired above half an hour to her chamber before I went to see her. At my entrance I found her on her knees, a posture in which I never disturbed her. In a few minutes she arose, came to me, and embracing me, said she had been praying for resolution to support the cruelest moment she had ever undergone, or could possibly undergo. I reminded her how much more bitter a farewell would be on a deathbed, when we could never meet, in this world at least, again. I then endeavored to lessen all those objects which alarmed her most, and particularly the danger I was to encounter, upon which head I seemed a little to comfort her. But the probable length of my absence, and the certain length of my voyage, were circumstances which no oratory of mine could even palliate. "O heavens," said she, bursting into tears, "can I bear to think that hundreds, thousands, for aught I know, of miles or leagues, that lands and seas are between us? What is the prospect from that mount in our garden, where I have sat so many happy hours with my Billy? What is the distance between that and the farthest hill, which we see from thence, compared to the distance which will be between us? You cannot wonder at this idea. You must remember, my Billy, at this place this very thought came formerly into my foreboding mind. I then begged you to leave the army. Why would you not comply? Did I not tell you then that the smallest cottage we could survey from the mount would be with you a paradise to me? It would be so still. Why can't my Billy think so? Am I so much his superior in love? Where is the dishonor, Billy? Or if there be any, will it reach our ears in our little hut? Our glory and fame, and not his Amelia, the happiness of my husband? Go then, purchase them at my expense. You will pay a few sighs, perhaps a few tears at parting, and then new scenes will drive away the thoughts of poor Amelia from your bosom. But what assistance shall I have in my affliction? Not that any change of scene would drive you one moment from my remembrance. Yet here every object I behold will place your loved idea in the liveliest manner before my eyes. This is the bed in which you have reposed. That is the chair in which you have sat. Upon these boards you have stood. These books you have read to me. Can I walk among our beds of flowers without viewing your favorites, nay, those which you have planted with your own hands? Can I see one beauty from our beloved mount, which you have not pointed out to me?" Thus she went on, the woman, madam, you see, still prevailing. "Since you mention it," said Miss Matthews with a smile, "I own the same observation occurred to me. It is too natural for us to consider ourselves only, Mr. Booth. You shall hear," he cried. At last the thoughts of her present condition suggested themselves. "But if," said she, "my situation, even in health, will be so intolerable, how shall I, in the danger of agonies of childbirth, support your absence?" Here she stopped, and looking on me with all the tenderness imaginable, cried out, "And am I then such a wretch as to wish for your presence at such a season? Ought I not to rejoice that you are out of the hearing of my cries, or the knowledge of my pains? If I die, will you not have escaped the horrors of a parting 10,000 times more dreadful than this? Go, go, my Billy. The very circumstance which made me most dread your departure has perfectly reconciled me to it. I perceive clearly now that I was only wishing to support my own weakness with your strength, and to relieve my own pains at the price of yours. Believe me, my love, I am ashamed of myself." I caught her in my arms with raptures not to be expressed in words, calling her my heroine. Sure none ever better deserved that name. After which we remained sometimes speechless and locked in each other's embraces. I am convinced, said Miss Matthews with a sigh, there are moments in life worth purchasing with worlds. At length the fatal moment came. I endeavored to hide every pang in my heart and to wear the utmost gaiety in my countenance. Amelia acted the same part. And these assumed characters we met the family at breakfast. At their breakfast, I mean, for we were both full already. The doctor had spent above an hour that morning in discourse with Mrs. Harris, and had in some measure reconciled her to my departure. He now made use of every art to relieve the poor distressed Amelia, not by inveighing against the folly of grief, or by seriously advising her not to grieve, both of which were sufficiently performed by Miss Betty. The doctor, on the contrary, had recourse to every means which might cast a veil over the idea of grief, and raise comfortable images in my angel's mind. He endeavored to lessen the supposed length of my absence by discoursing on matters which were more distant in time. He said he intended next year to rebuild a part of his parsonage house. And you, Captain, says he, shall lay the cornerstone, I promise you, with many other instances of the like nature, which produced, I believe, some good effect on us both. Amelia spoke but little. Indeed, more tears than words dropped from her. However, she seemed resolved to bear her affliction with resignation. But when the dreadful news arrived, that the horses were ready, and I, having taken my leave of all the rest, at length approached her, she was unable to support the conflict with nature any longer, and clinging round my neck, she cried, "Farewell, farewell for ever, for I shall never, never see you more." At which words the blood entirely forsook her lovely cheeks, and she became a lifeless corpse in my arms. Amelia continued so long motionless that the doctor, as well as Mrs. Harris, began to be under the most terrible apprehensions, so they informed me afterwards, for at that time I was incapable of making any observation. I had indeed very little more use of my senses than the dear creature whom I supported. At length, however, we were all delivered from our fears, and life again visited the loveliest mansion that human nature ever afforded it. I had been, and yet was, so terrified with what had happened, and Amelia continued yet so weak and ill, that I determined, whatever might be the consequence, not to leave her that day. Which resolution she was no sooner acquainted with, than she fell on her knees, crying, "Good heaven, I thank thee for this reprieve at least. Oh, that every hour of my future life could be crammed into this dear day." Our good friend the doctor remained with us. He said he had intended to visit a family in some affliction. "But I don't know," says he, "why I should ride a dozen miles after affliction, when we have enough here." Of all mankind the doctor is the best of comforters. As his excessive good nature makes him take vast delight in the office, so his great penetration into the human mind, joined to his great experience, renders him the most wonderful proficient in it. And he so well knows when to soothe, when to reason, and when to ridicule, that he never applies any of those arts improperly, which is almost universally the case with the physicians of the mind, and which it requires very great judgment and dexterity to avoid. The doctor principally applied himself to ridiculing the dangers of the siege, in which he succeeded so well that he sometimes forced a smile even into the face of Amelia. But what most comforted her were the arguments he used to convince her of the probability of my speedy, if not immediate, return. He said the general opinion was that the place would be taken before our arrival there, in which case we should have nothing more to do than to make the best of our way home again. Amelia was so lulled by these arts that she passed the day much better than I expected. Though the doctor could not make pride strong enough to conquer love, yet he exalted the former to make some stand against the latter, insomuch that my poor Amelia, I believe, more than once flattered herself to speak the language of the world, that her reason had gained an entire victory over her passion, till love brought up a reinforcement, if I may use that term, of tender ideas, and bore down all before him. In the evening the doctor and I passed another half-hour together, when he proposed to me the endeavor to leave Amelia asleep in the morning, and promised me to be at hand when she awaked, and to support her with all the assistance in his power. He added that nothing was more foolish than for friends to take leave of each other. "It is true indeed," says he, "in the common acquaintance and friendship of the world. This is a very harmless ceremony, but between two persons who really love each other, the Church of Rome never invented a penance half so severe as this which we absurdly impose on ourselves." I greatly approved the doctor's proposal, thanked him, and promised, if possible, to put it in execution. He then shook me by the hand and heartily wished me well, saying in his blunt way, "Well, boy, I hope to see thee crowned with laurels at thy return. One comfort I have at least, that stone walls and a sea will prevent thee from running away." When I had left the doctor, I repaired to my Amelia, whom I found in her chamber, employed in a very different manner from what she had been the preceding night. She was busy packing up some trinkets in a casket, which she desired me to carry with me. This casket was her own work, and she had just fastened it as I came to her. Her eyes very plainly discovered what had passed, while she was engaged in her work. However, her countenance was now serene, and she spoke at least with some cheerfulness. But after some time, "You must take care of this casket, Billy," said she. "You must indeed, Billy, for—" Her passion almost choked her till a flood of tears gave her relief, and then she proceeded, "For I shall be the happiest woman that ever was born when I see it again." I told her, with the blessing of God, that day would soon come. "Soon," answered she. "No, Billy, not soon. A week is an age, but yet the happy day may come. It shall, it must, it will. Yes, Billy, we shall meet never to part again, even in this world, I hope. Pardon my weakness, Miss Matthews, but upon my soul I cannot help it," cried he, wiping his eyes. "Well, I wonder at your patience, and I will try it no longer, Amelia, tired out with so long a struggle between a variety of passions, and having not closed her eyes during 3 successive nights, towards the morning fell into a profound sleep, in which sleep I left her, and having dressed myself with all the expedition imaginable, singing, whistling, hurrying, attempting by every method to banish thought, I mounted my horse, which I had overnight ordered to be ready, and galloped away from that house, where all my treasure was deposited. Thus, madam, I have, in obedience to your commands, run through a scene, which, if it has been tiresome to you, you must yet acquit me of having obtruded upon you. This I am convinced of, that no one is capable of tasting such a scene who has not a heart full of tenderness, and perhaps not even then, unless he has been in the same situation. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Selected poems by Vincenzo da Filicaia, 1642 to 1707. Literary historians agree that Italian poetry reached its lowest ebb in the early part of the 17th century. The verse of the imitators of Marini degenerated into mere artifice. Brought to a high technical perfection, it yet lacks substance and truth of feeling, and was become a mere plaything in the hands of skillful versifiers. Near the end of the century, a group of Roman literary men founded a society called the Arcadia, whose avowed object was to repudiate this verse-making a la mode and to bring poetry back to nature. But they marred still further what they had set out to mend. In their hands, simplicity became inanity. Instead of returning to nature, they played at being shepherds and shepherdesses, while their pastoral muse wore patches and French heels. In this period of make-believe, almost the only genuine voice was that of Vincenzo da Filicaia. Born in Florence in 1642 of an ancient and noble family, he was liberally educated, at first in the schools of his native city and afterwards at the University of Pisa. Then, withdrawing to a small villa near Florence, he gave himself up to study and to writing. Like all his contemporaries, he began by composing amatory verse. After the marriage and early death of the lady whom he had celebrated, he burned all these youthful effusions and dedicated his muse to God and to Italy. In 1683, when John Sobieski raised the siege of Vienna and saved the civilization of Europe from the invading Turks, Filicaia, thrilled by the heroism of the Polish king, celebrated his victory in 6 famous odes. Uplifted by the grandeur of his theme, the poet rose to heights of lyric enthusiasm that set him among the inspired singers of his country. Read in all the courts of Europe, the modest poet, who had hardly dared to show his verses to his friends, suddenly found himself face to face with a European reputation. The Christian nations, trembling to see their fate hang in the balance, found in these odes a passionate expression of their joy in deliverance and of their admiration for the warrior king. The brilliant Christina of Sweden drew the poet into her circle in Rome and undertook to educate his two sons. Cosmo III, Grand Duke of Florence, made him governor of Volterra and of Pisa. Filicaia spent the last few years of his life at Florence, where he had been raised to the rank of a senator. He died in that city September 24th, 1707. Although himself an Arcadian and the most noted of that school, Filicaia was remarkably free from its extravagances. He was saved from bathos by the depth of his thought, the strength and energy of his expression, his mastery over technique, and the genuineness of his enthusiasm. Yet, sincere though he was, he did not quite escape the charge of affectation. His fame, in consequence, has undergone some mutations. Much of his poetry is still read with admiration, and his famous sonnet on Italy, which Byron has so finely paraphrased in the fourth canto of Childe Harold, all Italians still know by heart. Time. I saw a mighty river, wild and vast, whose rapid waves were moments which did glide so swiftly onward in their silent tide, that ere their flight was heeded, they were past. A river that to death's dark shores doth fast conduct all living with resistless force, and though unfelt, pursues its noiseless course, to quench all fires and let it stream at last. Its current with creation's birth was born, and with the heavens commenced its march sublime, in days and months still hurrying on untired. Marking its flight, I inwardly did mourn, and of my musing thoughts in doubt inquired the river's name. My thoughts responded, Time. Of Providence. Just as a mother with sweet pious face turns towards her little children from her seat, gives one a kiss, another an embrace, takes this upon her knees, that on her feet, and while from actions, looks, complaints, pretenses, she learns their feelings in their various will, to this a look, to that a word dispenses, and whether stern or smiling, loves them still. So Providence for us high, infinite, makes our necessities its watchful task, hearkens to all our prayers, helps all our wants, and even if it denies what seems our right, either denies because 'twould have us ask, or seems but to deny, or in denying grants. To Italy. Italia, O Italia, hapless thou, who didst the fatal gift of beauty gain, a dowry fraught with never-ending pain, a seal of sorrow stamped upon thy brow. Oh, were thy bravery more or less thy charms, then should thy foes, they whom thy loveliness now lures afar to conquer and possess, adore thy beauty less or dread thine arms. No longer then should hostile torrents pour adown the Alps, and Gallop troops be laved in the red waters of the Po no more. No longer then, by foreign courage saved, barbarian succor should thy sons implore, vanquished or victors, still by Goths enslaved. End of section 25. Section 26 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Firdausi, 935 to 1020. by A.V. Williams Jackson. Firdausi, author of the Shah Namah, or Book of Kings, is the national poet of Persia. With the name of Firdausi in the 10th century of our era, modern Persian poetry may be said to begin. Firdausi, however, really forms only one link in the long chain of Iranian literature, which extends over more than 25 centuries, and whose beginnings are to be sought in the Avesta, 500 years before the birth of Christ. A brief glance may first be taken at the history of the literary development of Persia. The sacred Zoroastrian scriptures of the Avesta, together with the old Persian rock inscriptions of the Archimedean kings, Darius, Xerxes, and Artaxerxes, form the ancient epic known as Old Iranian literature, beginning at least in the 5th century before the Christian era. A second great division in the literary history of Iran is constituted by the Middle Persian. This is the period inaugurated by the Sasanian dynasty in the 3rd century AD, and extends beyond the Mohammedan conquest of Persia, 651, to about the 9th century. The language and literature of this Middle Persian period is called Pahlavi. The Pahlavi records are chiefly writings related to the Zoroastrian religion. The Mohammedan conquest of Iran by the Arabs somewhat resembles in its effect upon Persian literature the Norman conquest of England. Hardly 2 centuries had elapsed before an Iranian renaissance is begun to be felt in Persia. Firdausi comes 300 years after the Battle of Nineveh, in which the eagle of the Persian military standard sank before the crescent of Allah's prophet and the Mohammedan sword, just as Chaucer followed the Battle of Hastings by 300 years. Such was the literary situation at the end of the 9th century. Firdausi was the poet in whom the wave of the national epos culminated in the 10th century. But as there were English poets who struck the note before Chaucer, so in Persia, Firdausi had his literary predecessors. A mere mention of the more important of these must suffice. Abbess of Merv, 809, was one of these earlier bards. Of greater repute was Radaji, died 954, who is said to have composed no less than 1,000,000 verses. But Firdausi's direct predecessor and inspirer in the epic strain was Dakiki. This young poet, like Marlowe, the herald of Shakespeare, was cruelly murdered when he had sung but 1,000 lines. Yet these 1,000 verses are immortal, as Firdausi has incorporated them into his poem and has thus happily preserved them. They are the lines that describe the founding of the religion of Zoroaster, priest of fire. There was possibly a certain amount of tact on Firdausi's part in using these, or in claiming to employ Dakiki's rhymes. He thus escaped having personally to deal with the delicate religious question of the Persian faith in the midst of the fanatical Mohammedans, who is said to have assassinated Dakiki on account of his too zealous devotion to the all-time creed. With Firdausi, then, the new Persian era is auspiciously inaugurated in the 10th century. Its further development through the romantic, philosophic, mystic, didactic, and lyric movements must be sought under the names of Nizami, Omar Khayyam, Jalal al-Din Rumi, Sadi, Hans, and Jami. Firdausi is preeminently the heroic poet of Persia. The date of his birth falls about 935. His full name seems to have been Abu Qasim Hassan, Ahmad or Mansur. The appellative, Firdausi, paradise, by which he is known to fame, was bestowed upon him, according to some accounts, by his royal patron, the Sultan Mahmud. Firdausi's native place was Tus in Khorasan. By descent, he was heir to that Persian pride and love of country, which the Arab conquest could not crush. By birth, therefore, This singer possessed more than ordinary qualifications for chanting in rhythmical measures the annals of ancient Iran. He had undoubtedly likewise made long and careful preparation for his task, equipping himself by research into the Pahlavi or Middle Persian sources, from which he drew material for his chronicle poem. From statements in the Shah Namah itself, we may infer that Firdausi was nearly 40 years of age when, with his extraordinary endowments, he made the real beginning of the monumental work. We likewise know from personal references in the poem that he had been married and had 2 children. The death of his beloved son is mourned in touching strains. One of the crowning events now in the poet's life was his entrance into the literary circle of the court of Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni, who ruled 998 to 1030. To Mahmud, the great epic is finally dedicated, and the story of Firdausi's career may best be told in connection with the masterpiece. The removal of the heroic bard, Dakiki, by fate and by the assassin's dagger, had left open the way for an ambitious epic poet. Firdausi was destined to be the fortunate aspirant. A romantic story tells of his coming to the court of Sultan Mahmud. This legendary account says that when he first approached the Round Table, the 3 court poets, Ansari, Farruki, and Ajadi, wished no intruder into their favored circle of poetic composition, and accordingly sought to rid themselves of his unwelcome presence by putting him to shame. They suggested a trial of metrical skill in improvisation. The first of the 3 poets chose a very difficult Persian word, javshun, cuirass, to which there was hardly a rhyming word known, like the English 12th, window, silver, chilver, woolly ewe. Firdausi, they thought, would not be able to complete the quatrain, so Ansari began. The glance of thy face rivals moonlight or silver. Farruki matched this with, thy cheek's downy bloom is as soft as the chilver. Ashadi continued the puzzling catchword by, the eyelashes pierced through the warrior's cuirass. Firdausi instantly added, as did Guise a fatal lance-stroke at Pashan Haras. The readiness of this response and the interesting historical allusion, which was unknown to the coterie until Firdausi proceeded in perfect verse to tell the story of the fateful battle between the 2 heroes whom he had mentioned. Both these facts won generous admiration and applause from Ansari, Farruki, and Ajadi. Charmed by Firdausi's poetic grace and impressed by his power and his learning, they unhesitatingly recognized him as their compeer or superior, and proceeded in every way to advance him in favor with the Sultan. If true, such an example of disinterestedness would not be easy to parallel in the East or elsewhere. Unfortunately, this pretty story, although it is written in very choice Persian, is commonly now regarded as mere fiction or a baseless fabrication. Nevertheless, it conveys some idea of the general estimate in which Firdausi's genius was held. We also know that this poet laureate lived long in the sunshine of the court and was promised a gold piece for each line he composed. The liberality of Sultan Mahmud's favor called forth from Firdausi a splendid poetical panegyric that is only eclipsed by the fierce savageness of the scathing satire which later the poet poured out against his royal patron, when disappointed in old age of the promised reward that was to crown his great work. Tradition narrates that Firdausi was a septuagenarian when he finished the last line of the 60,000 rhyming couplets that make up the Shah Namah. He now looked for the reward of his life's work, but jealousy and intrigue against him had not been idle during his long residence at court. The Grand Vizier appears to have induced the Sultan to send Firdausi 60,000 silver dirhams instead of the promised gold. Firdausi is said to have been in the bath when the elephant laden with the money bags arrived. On discovering the deception, the injured poet rejected the gift with scorn, and dividing the silver into 3 portions, he presented one of these to the bath steward, the second to the elephant driver, and he gave the last to the man who brought him a glass of cordial. He then wrote the famous satire upon Mahmud, and fled from the city for his life. For 10 years the aged singer was in exile, and he would have been a wanderer but for the friendly protection extended to him by a prince of Iraq, who apparently also tried without effect to reconcile the Sultan and the aged poet. Enjoying the solace of this prince's shelter, Firdausi composed his last work, the Yusuf and Zuleika, a romantic poet nearly as long as the Iliad, on Joseph and the passionate love of Potiphar's wife for him. But Firdausi was now advanced to his 80th year, and he seems to have longed to visit his native town of Tus once more. A sad story is preserved of his death of a broken heart. It is also told that Mahmud relented and sent to the city of Tus a magnificent caravan conveying gifts and robes for the aged singer, and bearing likewise the 60,000 gold pieces that had once been promised. But all too late. The treasure-laden camel procession met at the city gate the funeral cortege that was conducting the dead poet's body to the grave. Firdausi's death occurred in 1020. His tomb at Tus is still a place of pious pilgrimage. The story of the Shah Namah, Book of Kings, may be described in briefest words as the chronicle history of the Empire of Iran, from the moment of its rise in legendary antiquity and during the golden reign of King Jamshid, through its glorious ascendancy under the majesty of the Kayanian rulers, and down to the days of Zoroaster, thence onward to the invasion of Persia by Alexander the Great. The poem from this point follows the various fortunes and changes of the Persian sovereignty until its downfall and ruin before the Mohammedans and Islam. Firdausi naturally treats his subject as a poetic chronicler, not as a historian, but there is history in the poem, and he has given a certain unity to his long epic by keeping sight of the aim that he had in view, which was to exalt the fallen glory of Iran. The epic is written in a style befitting the theme. A word must also be bestowed upon Firdausi's romantic poem, Yusuf and Zuleika, in which the biblical story of Joseph, as narrated in the Quran, was his source. This poem was in great measure the work of his old age, as it was written after he was 70, but in the episode of Joseph and Potiphar's wife, the luxuriousness of color, the richness of imagery, the lavish exuberance, and the passion might in some degree allow of comparison with Shakespeare's Venus and Adonis, or with Marlowe's Hero and Leander. Translations of Firdausi should be mentioned. There is an English abridgment of the Shah Namah, with versions in prose and in rhyme by James Atkinson. Shah Namah, London, 1832, chiefly reprinted in the Chandos series, New York, 1886. Several versified selections are found in Robinson, Persian Poetry for English Readers, privately printed, Glasgow, 1883. There is a standard French prose translation of the entire Shah Namah by Jules Moll, Le Livre des Voix, 7 volumes, Paris, 1876-78. An Italian prose rendering, also complete, has been made by Italo Pizzi. Firdausi, Il Libro di Re, 8 volumes, Turin, 1886-89, and Pizzi has given extensive metrical renderings in his Storia della Poesia Persiana, Turin, 1894. In German, there is a running paraphrase of the story by Gloris. Heldenbuch von Iran, 2 volumes, Berlin, 1820. Spirited renderings of selections have also appeared in German by A.F. von Schack, Heldensagen des Firdausi. 3 volumes, Stuttgart, 1877, and by Ruckert, unfinished. Firdausi's Königsburg, Shahnameh, edited by Bayer, 3 volumes, Berlin, 1890-95. Of the Yusuf and Salika, complete. There is a German translation into rhymed verse by O. Schlechte Verset. Yusuf and Salika, Vienna, 1889. End of section 26. Section 27 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Selections from the Shah Namah by Firdausi. The beautiful Rubida discloses her love to Zal from the Shah Namah. After a time, Rudaba resolves to reveal her passion to her attendants. Then she said to her prudent slaves, I will discover what I have hitherto concealed. Ye are each of you the depositories of my secrets, my attendants, and the partners of my griefs. I am agitated with love like the raging ocean, whose billows are heaved to the sky. My once bright heart is filled with the love of Zal. My sleep is broken with thoughts of him. My soul is perpetually filled with my passion. Night and day my thoughts dwell upon his countenance. Not one except yourselves knoweth my secret. Ye, my affectionate and faithful servants, what remedy now can ye devise for my ease? What will ye do for me? What promise will ye give me? Some remedy ye must devise, to free my heart and soul from this unhappiness. Astonishment seized the slaves, that dishonor should come nigh the daughter of kings. In the anxiety of their hearts, they started from their seats, and all gave answer with one voice. O crown of the ladies of the earth, maiden preeminent among the preeminent, whose praise is spread abroad from Hindustan to China, the resplendent ring in the circle of the harem, whose stature surpasseth every cypress in the garden, whose cheek rivaleth the luster of the Pleiades, whose picture is sent by the ruler of Kanjik, even to the distant monarchs of the West. Have you ceased to be modest in your own eyes? Have you lost all reverence for your father? That whom his own parent cast from his bosom, him you will receive into yours? A man who was nurtured by a bird in the mountains, a man who was a byword amongst the people. You with your roseate countenance and musky tresses, seek a man whose hair is already white with age. You who have filled the world with admiration, whose portrait hangeth in every palace, and whose beauty and ringlets and stature are such that you might draw down a husband from the skies. To this remonstrance she makes the following indignant answer. When Rubida heard their reply, her heart blazed up like fire before the wind. She raised her voice in anger against them. Her face flushed, but she cast down her eyes. After a time, grief and anger mingled in her countenance, and knitting her brows with passion, she exclaimed, O unadvised and worthless counselors, it was not becoming in me to ask your advice. Were my eyes dazzled by a star, how could it rejoice to gaze even upon the moon? He who is formed of worthless clay will not regard the rose, although the rose is in nature more estimable than clay. I wish not for Caesar, nor Emperor of China, nor for any one of the tiara-crowned monarchs of Iran. The son of Sam, Zal, alone is my equal. With his lion-like limbs and arms and shoulders you may call him, as you please, an old man or a young. To me he is in the room of heart and of soul. Except him, never shall anyone have a place in my heart. Mention not to me anyone except him. Him hath my love chosen unseen, yea, hath chosen him only from description. For him is my affection, not for face or hair, and I have sought his love in the way of honor. Her vehemence overcomes the reluctance of the slaves, and one of them promises, if possible, to contrive an interview. May hundreds of thousands such as we are be a sacrifice for thee. May the wisdom of the creation be thy worthy portion. May thy dark Narcissus eye be ever full of modesty. May thy cheek be ever tinged with bashfulness. If it be necessary to learn the art of the magician, to sew up the eyes with the bands of enchantment, we will fly till we surpass the enchanter's bird. We will run like the deer in search of a remedy. Perchance we may draw the king nigh unto his moon, and place him securely at thy side. The vermeil lip of Rubida was filled with smiles. She turned her saffron-tinged countenance toward the slave and said, If thou shalt bring this matter to a happy issue, thou hast planted for thyself a stately and fruitful tree, which every day shall bear rubies for its fruit, and shall pour that fruit into thy lap. The story proceeds to say how the slaves fulfill their promise. They go forth and find Zal, practicing with the bow. Busying themselves in gathering roses, they attract his attention. He shoots an arrow in that direction, and sends his quiver-bearer to bring it back. The slaves inquire who the hero is, who draws the bow with so much strength and skill. The boy answers scornfully, Do they not know that it is Zal, the most renowned warrior in the world? In reply, they vaunt the superior attractions of Rudapa. The boy reports their account to her, to Zal, who goes to speak to them, receives for them a warm description of her charms, and presses them to procure for him the means of obtaining an interview. This little incident is well imagined. It is Zal who is made to ask for the meeting, and the honor of Rudaba is not compromised. The slaves return to their mistress and report upon their mission, eulogizing the goodly qualities of the hero. Her ironical answer to their former depreciation is animated and natural. Then said the elegant cypress-formed lady to her maidens, Other than this were once your words and your counsel. Is this then the Zal, the nursling of a bird? This the old man, white-haired and withered? Now his cheek is ruddy as the flower of the argafan. His stature is tall, his face beautiful, his presence lordly. Ye have exalted my charms before him. Ye have spoken and made me a bargain. She said, and her lips were full of smiles, but her cheek crimsoned like the bloom of pomegranate. The interview takes place at a private pavilion of the princess, and the account of it is marked with more than one touch of truth and beauty. When from a distance the son of the valiant Sam became visible to the illustrious maiden, she opened her gem-like lips and exclaimed, Welcome, thou brave and happy youth. The blessing of the Creator of the world be upon thee. On him, who is the father of a son like thee, may destiny ever favor thy wishes. May the vault of heaven be the ground thou walkest on. The dark night is turned into day by thy countenance. The world is so enlivened by the fragrance of thy presence. Thou hast traveled hither on foot from thy palace. Thou hast pained to behold me, thy royal footsteps. When the hero heard from the voice from the battlement, he looked up and beheld a face resplendent as the sun, irradiating the terrace like a flashing jewel, and brightening the ground like a flaming ruby. Then he replied, O thou who sheddest the mild radiance of the moon, the blessing of heaven, and mine be upon thee. How many nights hath cold Arcturus beholden me, uttering my cry to God, the pure, and beseeching the Lord of the universe, that he would vouchsafe to unveil thy countenance before me. Now I am made joyful in hearing thy voice, and listening to thy rich and gracious accents. But seek, I pray thee, some way to thy presence. For what converse can we hold, I on the ground and thou on the terrace? The pearly-faced maiden heard the words of the hero. Quickly she unbound her auburn locks, coil upon coil and serpent on serpent, and she stooped and dropped down the tresses from the battlement and cried, O hero, child of heroes, take thou these tresses, they belong to thee, and I have cherished them that they might prove an aid to my beloved. And Zal gazed upward at the lovely maiden, and stood amazed at the beauty of her hair and of her countenance. He covered the musky ringlets with his kisses, and his bride heard the kisses from above. Then he exclaimed, That would not be right. May the bright sun never shine on such a day. It were to lay my hand on the life of one already distracted. It were to plunge the arrow point into my own wounded bosom. Then he took his noose from his boy, and made a running knot, and threw it, and caught it on the battlement, and held his breath, and at one bound sprang from the ground, and reached the summit. As soon as the hero stood upon the terrace, the pearly-faced maiden ran to greet him, and took the hand of the hero in her own, and they went like those who were overcome with wine. Then he descended from the lofty gallery, his hand in the hand of the tall princess, and came to the door of the gold-painted pavilion, and entered that royal assembly, which blazed with light like the bowers of paradise, and the slaves stood like horrors before them, and Zal gazed in astonishment on her face, and her hair, and her stately form, and on all that splendor. And Zal was seated in royal pomp opposite that mildly radiant beauty, and Rudaba could not rest from looking towards him, and gazing upon him with all her eyes, on that arm and shoulder and that splendid figure, on the brightness of that soul-enlightening countenance, so that the more and more she looked, the more and more was her heart inflamed. Then he kissed and embraced her, renewing his vows, Can the lion help pursuing the wild ass? And said, O sweet and graceful silver-bosomed maiden, it may not be that, both of noble lineage, we should do aught unbecoming our birth. For from Sam Naraman I received an admonition to do no unworthy deed, lest evil should come of it. For better is the seemly than the unseemly, that which is lawful than that which is forbidden. And I fear that Manu Shahar, when he shall hear of this affair, will not be inclined to give it his approval. I fear, too, that Sam will exclaim against it, and will boil over with passion, and lay his hand upon me. Yet though soul and body are precious to all men, life I will resign, and clothe myself with a shroud, and this I swear by the righteous God. Ere I will break the faith which I have pledged thee, I will bow myself before him, and offer my adoration, and supplicate him, as those who worship him in truth, that he will cleanse the heart of Sam, king of the earth, from opposition and rage and rancor. Perhaps the Creator of the world may listen to my prayer, and thou mayest yet be publicly proclaimed my wife. And Rudaba said, And I also, in the presence of the righteous God, take the same pledge, and swear to thee my faith, and he who created the world be witness to my words, that no one but the hero of the world, the throned, the crowned, the far-famed Zal, will I ever permit to be sovereign over me. The grey dawn began to show itself, and the drum to be heard from the royal pavilion. Then Zal bade adieu to the fair one. His soul was darkened and his bosom on fire, and the eyes of both were filled with tears. And they lifted up their voices against the sun. O glory of the universe, why come so quick? Couldst thou not wait one little moment? Then Zal cast his noose on a pinnacle and descended from those happy battlements, as the sun was rising redly above the mountains, and the bands of warriors were gathering in their ranks. Translation of S. Robinson. The death of Darius, from the Shah Namah. The viziers came to Iskander, Alexander the Great, and said, O king, crowned with victories and knowledge, we have just slain thy enemy. Come to an end in his diadem and the throne of princes. When Juwasar had thus spoken, Iskander said to Mayar, The enemy ye have cast down, where is he? Show me the nearest road thither. They went before him, and the king of the Greeks followed, his heart and his eyes filled with tears of blood. When he came near, he saw that the face of Dara was pale as the flower of the fenugreek, and his breast clotted with gore. Having commanded that they should quit their horses and keep guard over the two ministers, swift as the wind, Iskander dismounted from his charger and placed on his thigh the head of the wounded man. He looked to see whether Dara was still in a condition to speak, passed both hands over his face, withdrew the royal diadem from his head, unclasped the warlike breastplate from his breast, and rained down a flood of tears from his eyes when he saw the wounded body. And the physician far away, May it go well with thee, he exclaimed, and let the heart of the malevolent tremble. Raise thyself and seat thyself on this golden cushion, and if thou hast strength enough, place thyself in the saddle. I will bring physicians from Greece and India. I will shed tears of blood for thy sufferings. I will restore to thee thy kingdom and thy throne, and we will depart as soon as thou art better. When yester evening the old men told me what had happened, my heart swelled with blood, my lips uttered cries. We are of one branch, one root, one body garment. Why, through our ambition, should we extirpate our race? When Dara heard, with a weak voice he replied, May wisdom be thy companion forever. I believe that from thy God, the just, the holy, thou wilt receive a recompense from these thy words. But for what thou hast said, that Persia shall be mine. Thine be the throne and the crown of the brave. Nearer to me is death than a throne. My fortune is turned upside down. My throne is at an end. Such is the determination of the lofty sphere. Its delights are sorrows, and its profit is ruin. Take heed that thou say not, in the pride of thy valor, I have been superior to this renowned army. Know that good and evil are alike from God, and give him the praise that thyself art still alive. I am myself a sufficient example of this, and my history is a commentary upon it for everyone. For what greatness was mine, and sovereignty and treasure, and to no one hath suffering ever come through me. What arms and armies too were mine, and what quantities of horses and thrones and diadems, what children and relatives whose hearts were stamped with my mark. The earth and the age were his slaves before me. So was it as long as fortune was my friend, but now I am severed from all my happiness, and am fallen into the hands of murderers. I am in despair about my children and my kinsmen. The world has become black, and my eyes are darkened. No one of my relatives cometh to my assistance. I have no hope but in the great provider, and that is enough. Behold me, wounded and stretched upon the ground. Fate hath ensnared me in the net of destruction. This is the way of the changeful sphere, with everyone, whether he be king or warrior. In the end, all greatness passeth away. It is a chase in which man is the quarry, and death is the hunter. Iskander rained tears of anguish from his eyes over the wounded king, and he lay stretched on the ground. When Dara perceived that the grief was from his heart, and saw the torrent of tears which flowed from his pale cheek, he said to him, "All this is of no avail. From the fire no portion is mine but the smoke. This is my gift from the All-Giver, and all that remaineth of my once brilliant fortune. Now give me thine ear from first to last. Receive what I say and execute it with judgment." Iskander replied, "It is for thee to command. Say what thou wilt. Thou hast my promise." Rapidly Dara unbound his tongue. Point by point he gave instructions about everything. First, illustrious prince, fear thy God, the righteous maker, who made heaven and earth and time, who created the weak and the strong. Watch over my children and my kindred and my beloved veiled women. Ask of me in marriage my chaste daughter, and make her happy in thy palace, to whom her mother gave the name of Roshank, and in her made the world contented and joyful. Thou wilt never from my child hear a word of chiding, nor will her worst enemy utter a calumny against her. As she is the daughter of a line of kings, so in prudence she is the crown of women. Perhaps she will bring thee an illustrious son, who will revive the name of Isfandyar, will stir up the fire of Zoroaster, take in his hand the Zendavesta, will observe the auguries and feast of Sada, and that of the New Year. Renew the splendor of the fire temples of Hormuzd, the sun, the moon, and Mithra, will wash his face and his soul in the waters of wisdom, re-establish the customs of Loshrop, restore the Canaan rites of Gushtap, will treat the great as great and the little as little, rekindle religion and be fortunate. Iskander answered, O good-hearted and righteous king, I accept thy injunctions and thy testament. I will remain in this country only to execute them. I will perform thy excellent intentions. I will make thy intelligence my guide. The master of the world seized the hand of Iskander and wept and lamented bitterly. He placed the palm of it on his lips and said to him, Be God thy refuge. I leave thee my throne and return to the dust. My soul I leave to God the Holy. He spoke, and his soul quitted his body, and all who were about him wept bitterly. Iskander rent all his garments and scattered dust on the crown of the Canadians. He built a tomb for him agreeably to the customs of his country, and suitable to his faith and the splendor of his rank. They washed the blood from his body with precious rose water. Since the time of the eternal sleep had arrived, they wrapped it in brocade of room, its surface covered with jewels on a ground of gold. They hid it under a coating of camphor, and after that no one saw the face of Dara any more. In the tomb they placed for him a dais of gold, and on his head a crown of musk. They laid him in a coffin of gold, and rained over him from their eyelids a shower of blood. When they raised the coffin from the ground, they bore it, turn by turn. Iskander went before it on foot, and the grandees followed behind, shedding tears of anguish. So they proceeded to the sepulchre of Dara, and placed the coffin on the dais, performing all the ceremony due to kings. And when they had completed the magnificent monument, they erected gibbets before it, and executed the murderers. Translation of S. Robinson. The warrior Sam describes his victory over a dragon, from the Shah Namah. I am thy servant in twice 60 years, have seen thy prowess, mounted on my steed, wielding my battle-axe, o'erthrowing heroes, who equal Sam, the warrior. I destroyed the mighty monster, whose devouring jaws unpeopled half the land, and spread dismay from town to town. The world was full of horror. No bird was seen in air, no beast of prey in plain or forest. From the stream he drew the crocodile, the eagle from the sky. The country had no habitant alive, and when I found no human being left, I cast away all fear, and girt my loins, and in the name of God went boldly forth, armed for the strife. I saw him towering rise, huge as a mountain, with his hideous hair dragging upon the ground. His long black tongue shut up the path, his eyes 2 lakes of blood, and seeing me, so horrible his roar, the earth shook with affright, and from his mouth a flood of poison issued. Like a lion forward I sprang, and in the moment drove a diamond-pointed arrow through his tongue, fixing him to the ground. Another went down his deep throat, and dreadfully he writhed. A third passed through his middle. Then I raised my battle-axe cow-headed, and with one tremendous blow dislodged his venomous brain, and deluged all around with blood and poison. There lay the monster dead, and soon the world regained its peace and comfort. Now I'm old. The vigor of my youth is past and gone, and it becomes me to resign my station to Zal, my gallant son. Version by J. Atkinson. Firdausi Satire on Mahmud, from the Shah, Namah. No, tyrant as thou art, this earthly state is not eternal, but of transient date. Fear God then, and afflict not humankind. To merit heaven, be thou to heaven resigned. Afflict not even the ant, the weak and small. It breathes and lives, and life is sweet to all. Knowing my temper, firm and stern and bold, didst thou not, tyrant, tremble to behold my sword blood-dropping? Hast thou not the sense to shrink from giving man like me offense? What could impel thee to an act so base? What, but to earn and prove thy own disgrace? Why was I sentenced to be trod upon and crushed to death by elephants, by one whose power I scorn? Couldst thou presume that I would be appalled by thee, whom I defy? I am the lion, I inured to blood, and make the impious and the base my food. And I could grind thy limbs and spread them far as Nile's dark waters, their rich treasures bear. Fear thee, I fear not man, but God alone. I only bow to his almighty throne. Inspired by him, my ready numbers flow. Guarded by him, I dread no earthly foe. Thus, in the pride of song, I pass my days, offering to heaven my gratitude and praise. From every trace of sense and feeling free, when thou art dead, what will become of thee? If thou shouldst tear me limb from limb, and cast my dust and ashes to the angry blast, Firdausi still would live, since on thy name, Mahmud, I did not rest my hopes of fame in the bright page of my heroic song, but on the God of heaven, to whom belong boundless thanksgivings, and on him whose love supports the faithful in the realms above, the mighty prophet, none who e'er reposed on him. Existence without hope has closed, and thou wouldst hurl me underneath the tread of the wild elephant, till I were dead. Dead, by that insult roused, I should become an elephant in power, and seal thy doom, Mahmud. If fear of man hath never awed thy heart, at least fear thy Creator God. Full many a warrior of illustrious worth, full many of humble, of imperial birth, Tur, Selim, Jemshid, Mindapshar, the brave have died, for nothing had the power to save these mighty monarchs from the common doom. They died, but blessed in memory still they bloom. Thus kings too perish, none on earth remain, since all things human see the dust again. Oh, had thy father graced a kingly throne, thy mother been for royal virtues known, a different fate the poet then had shared, honors and wealth had been his just reward. But how remote from thee a glorious line, no high and nobling ancestry is thine. From a vile stock thy bold career began, a blacksmith was thy sire, of Isfahan. Alas, from vice can goodness ever spring? Is mercy hoped for in a tyrant king? Can water wash the Ethiopian white? Can we remove the darkness from the night? The tree to which a bitter fruit is given would still be bitter in the bowers of heaven. And a bad heart keeps on its vicious course, or if it changes, changes for the worse. While streams of milk, where Eden's flowrets blow, acquire more honeyed sweetness as they flow. The reckless king who grinds the poor like thee must ever be consigned to infamy. Now mark Firdausi's strain, his book of kings will ever soar upon triumphant wings. All who have listened to its various lore rejoice. The wise grow wiser than before. Heroes of other times, of ancient days, forever flourish in my sounding lays. Have I not sung of Caus, Tus, and G? Of matchless Rustum, faithful still and true? Of the great demon binder, who would throw his command to the heavens and seize his foe? Of Hushan, Feridun, and Samsuwar, Lusharab, Kai Koshra, and Ifendayar, Gashtab, Arjab, and him of mighty name, Godarts, with 80 sons of martial fame. The toil of 30 years is now complete, record sublime of many a warlike feat, written midst toil and trouble, but the strain awakens every heart, and will remain a lasting stimulus to glorious deeds. For even the bashful maid, who kindling reads, becomes a warrior. 30 years of care, urged on by royal promise, did I bear, and now, deceived and scorned, the aged bard is basely cheated of his pledged reward. Version by J. Atkinson. Prince Sohrab learns of his birth and resolves to find Rustum. From the Shah Namah. When 9 slow circling months had rolled away, sweet smiling pleasure hailed the brightening day. A wondrous boy, Talmina's tears suppressed, and lulled the sorrows of her heart to rest. To him, predestined to be great and brave, the name Sohrab his tender mother gave. And as he grew amazed, the gathering throng viewed his large limbs, his sinews firm and strong. His infant years no soft endearment claimed, athletic sports his eager soul inflamed. Broad at the chest and taper round the loins, where to the rising hip the body joins, hunter and wrestler, and so great his speed, he could o'ertake and hold the swiftest steed. His noble aspect and majestic grace betrayed the offspring of a glorious race. How, with her mother's ever anxious love, still to retain him near her heart she strove. For when the father's fond inquiry came, cautious, she still concealed his birth and name, and feigned a daughter born, the evil fraught with misery to avert, but vain the thought. Not many years had passed with downy flight, ere he, Talmina's wonder and delight, with glistening eyes and youthful ardor warm, filled her foreboding bosom with alarm. Oh, now relieve my heart, he said, declare from whom I sprang, and breathe the vital air, since from my childhood I have ever been amidst my playmates of superior mien. Should friend or foe demand my father's name, let not my silence testify my shame. If still concealed, you falter, still delay, a mother's blood shall wash the crime away. This wrath forego, the mother answering cried, and joyful hear to whom thou art allied. A glorious line precedes thy destined birth, the mightiest heroes of the sons of earth. The deeds of Sam remotest realms admire, and Zal and Rustum, thy illustrious sire. In private then, the Rustum's letter placed before his view, and brought with eager haste 3 sparkling rubies, wedges 3 of gold, from Persia sent. Behold, she said, behold thy father's gifts. Will these thy doubts remove? The costly pledges of paternal love. Behold this bracelet charm of sovereign power to baffle fate in danger's awful hour. But thou must still the perilous secret keep, nor ask the harvest of renown to reap. For when, by this peculiar signet known, thy glorious father shall demand his son, doomed from her only joy in life to part, oh, think what pangs will rend thy mother's heart. Seek not the fame which only teems with woe. Asheveb is Rustin's deadliest foe, and if by him discovered, him I dread, revenge will fall upon thy guiltless head. The youth replied, in vain thy sighs and tears the secret breathes, and mocks thy idle fears. No human power can fate's decrees control, or check the kindred ardor of my soul. Then why from me the bursting truth conceal? My father's foes even now my vengeance feel. Even now in wrath my native legions rise, and sounds of desolation strike the skies. Caus himself, hurled from his ivory throne, shall yield to Rustum the imperial crown, and thou, my mother, still in triumph seen, of lovely Persia hail the honored queen. Then shall Turin unite beneath my band, and drive this proud oppressor from the land. Father and son in virtuous league combined, no savage despot shall enslave mankind. When sun and moon o'er heaven refulgent blaze, shall little stars obtrude their feeble rays. He paused, and then, O mother, I must now my father seek, and see his lofty brow. Be mine a horse, such as a prince demands, fit for the dusty field, a warrior's hands. Strong as an elephant his form should be, and chested like the stag, in motion free, and swiftest bird or fish. It would disgrace a warrior bold on foot to show his face. The mother, seeing how his heart was bent, his day star rising in the firmament, commands the stables to be searched to find among the steeds one suited to his mind. Pressing their backs, he tries their strength and nerve, bent double to the ground, their bellies curve. Not one, from neighboring pain and mountain brought, equals the wish with which his soul is fraught. Fruitless on every side he anxious turns, fruitless, his brain with wild impatience burns. But when at length they bring the destined steed, from Rakish bred, of lightning's winged speed, fleet as the arrow from the bowstring flies, fleet as the eagle darting through the skies. Rejoiced he springs, and with a nimble bound vaults in his seat, and wheels the courser round. With such a horse thus mounted, what remains? Caus, the Persian king, no longer reigns. High flushed he speaks, with youthful pride elate, eager to crush the monarch's glittering state. He grasps his javelin with a hero's might, and pants with ardor for the field of fight. Soon o'er the realm his fame expanding spread, and gathering thousands hasten to his aid. Version by J. Atkinson. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Selections from Of the Beauty of Women by Agnolo Firenzuola, 1493 to 1545. This Italian poet and litterateur was born in Florence, September 28, 1493. He received his name from the town of Firenzuola among the Apennines, where his family originated. Agnolo spent his youth in Siena and Perugia, studying law and living a gay and wild life of pleasure. For a short time he practiced his profession in Rome, but abandoned it to become a monk at Vallombrosa. After the death of Clement VII, he went to Florence, and finally settled at Prato as abbot of San Salvatore. Some authorities have disputed that he ever became an abbot, for the records of his dissolute career do not accord with a monastic life. But whether abbot or gentleman of leisure, a severe illness took him to Prato, where he spent many happy years. He died here or at Rome about 1545. When in Rome, he formed a friendship with many eminent men of letters, and his own writings attracted much attention. His adaptation of the Golden Ass of Apuleius became a favorite book, and passed through many editions, and his original works were esteemed for their diction and brilliancy. Firenzuola wrote satirical and burlesque poems, 2 comedies, I Lucidi and La Trinuzia, Discorsi degli Animali, imitations of oriental fables of animals, Ragionamenti amorosi, novelettes or tales after the fashion of Boccaccio, Dialogo della bellezza delle donne, and other works. He also wrote a few love poems and ballads, one of the most admired of which is Orozza Pastorella. The first edition of Firenzuola's works appeared in 1548, and they have been frequently republished. The best editions of this century are in 5 volumes, Milan, 1802, and in 2 volumes, Florence, 1848. In his Renaissance in Italy, London, 1881, J. A. Symonds says, quote, "The charm of Firenzuola's novelle is due in a large measure to his style, which has a wonderful transparency and ease, a wealth of the rarest Tuscan phrases, and a freshness of humor that renders them delightful reading. The storm at sea in the first tale, and the night scene in the streets in Florence in the third, are described with Ariostean brilliancy. In point of subject matter they do not greatly differ from the ordinary novels of the day, and some of the tales reappear in the collections of other novelists. Most of them turn upon the foibles and vices of the clergy." Firenzuola prefaced his novels with an elaborate introduction, describing the meeting of some friends at Celso's villa near Pazzolatico, and their discourse on love. From discussion they passed to telling amorous stories under the guidance of a queen selected by the company. The introductory conversation is full of a dreamy, sensualized, disintegrated platonism. It parades conventional distinctions between earthly and heavenly love, between the beauty of the soul and the beauty of the body. And then we pass, without modulation, into the regions of what is here called accidenti amorosi. The same insincere Platonism gives color to Firenzuola's discourse on the beauty of women, one of the most important productions of the 16th century in illustration of popular and artistic taste. The author imagines himself to have interrupted a bevy of fair ladies from Prato in the midst of a dispute about the beauty of Monna Amelia della Torre Nuova. Monna Amelia herself was present, and so were Monna Lampiada, Monna Mororrisca, Monna Selvaggia, and Monna Verdespina. Under these names it is clear that living persons of the town of Prato are designated, and all the examples of beauty given in the dialogue are chosen from well-known women of the district. The composition must therefore be reckoned as an elaborate compliment from Firenzuola to the fair sex of Prato. The scene of the famous dialogue is laid in the convent grounds of Grignano, and Celso is supposed to be intended for Firenzuola. He analyzes and criticizes the form, proportion, and colors of the female type from the point of view of the artist, sculptor, and fastidious gentleman of taste. The Dialogo della bellezza delle donne was first published in 1548, without the place of publication. It was reprinted in Florence in the same year. Many editions appeared, and a French translation called Discours de la beauté des dames was issued in Paris in 1578. It was translated into English by Clara Bell and printed with an introduction by Theodore Child, London, 1892, under the title of The Beauty of Women. Of it, Mr. Child says, Firenzuola's Dialogue on the Beauty of Women, which is here presented for the first time in the English tongue, seems to us worthy of the honors of translation and of perusal for other reasons than those of mere antiquarian curiosity. Our ideal of feminine beauty is doubtless different from that of Botticelli, Perugino, Antonio Bazzi, Bellini, Leonardo, or Titian, and yet, by the ardent and continual study of the masterpieces of these and other painters, we certainly influence our modern ideal in some subtle and unanalyzable way. The life of great works of art is eternal. In each succeeding age they acquire new eloquence and impart fresh lessons to those who study them. They retain an inexhaustible power of suggestion and boundless capacity of interpretation. It is in the interpretation of the painting of the Italian Renaissance that the dialogue of Firenzuola seems to us to be of singular interest, and above all in its suggestiveness to modern women, and in its implied doctrine that beauty is to be pursued, and within certain limits to be attained, even by those whom nature has not lavishly favored. The Florentine was curious, perhaps, rather than sentimental. His analysis of the beauty of women is strictly aesthetical, his admiration active and impressionist, so to speak, rather than contemplative. Had he lived in our times, he would have noted with incomparably delicate touch the familiar gestures which contemporary costume involves, and all the pretty movements that accompany the raising of a veil, the arrangement of the hair imperceptibly ruffled by the indiscreet breeze, the coquettish effort made in taking off gloves and adjusting rings and bracelets, the furtive application of the powder puff and of the precious unguent that imparts intensity to roseate lips. At the same time, he would have paid little attention to the naivete of the eye and the gravity of the heart. The beauty of women which Firenzuola admires and analyzes is exterior, plastic, and material. Many of Firenzuola's remarks may seem perhaps a little vague and general, but they become less so when we read them in connection with the monuments of plastic art contemporaneous with the life of the writer. In the figures of the frescoes of Ghirlandaio, of Piero della Francesca, of Antonio Bazzi, and more particularly in the marvelous women that we admire in the frescoes and pictures of the Florentine Botticelli, we recognize those refinements of bearing and expression of which Firenzuola speaks. We divine an ideal of feminine beauty corresponding with his, and we realize the charm of those high and pure foreheads shining almost like a mirror. In the Garden, from Of the Beauty of Women. Celeso Selvaggio is a great friend of mine, and so much at my service that I make bold to say he is in truth as my second self. Hence, when I now set forth these his discourses, albeit indeed he hath forbidden it, he will have patience with me, inasmuch as the love he bears me constrains him to make my will his own, and all the more, since that which constraineth him constraineth me. Now he, besides being a man skilled in learning, is of no small judgment, and great courtesy, and highly accommodating to the desires of his friends, and for all these reasons, being assured that he will make no difficulties, I have set them forth, as you see. He found himself last summer in the garden of the Abbey of Grignano, kept at that time by Vanazzo de Rocchi, whither several youths and maidens had betaken themselves for air, ladies distinguished no less for their beauty and high degree than for their many virtues. Among them Madonna Lampiada, Madonnas Amororisca, Selvaggia, and Verdespina. They had withdrawn to the summit of the hillock in the midst of that garden, overgrown with cypress and laurel, where they tarried, disputing of Madonna Amelia della Torre Nuova, who likewise was in the pleasaunce, and this one would have it that she was of the greatest beauty, and that other that she was not even well favoured, when Celso came up the mount with certain other youths of Prato, the kindred of these ladies. And they, being thus taken by surprise, were silent on a sudden. Then, Celso making excuse for having done them such discourtesy, the ladies graciously replied that their coming hither was most pleasing to them, and they bid these gentlemen be seated on a bank over against them. Yet were they again silent. Whereas Celso spoke, saying, Fair ladies, either proceed in your discourse, or dismiss us from your company, to the end that we may not disturb your sport, but hit the ball as it bounds. Then said Madonna Lampiada, Messer Celso, our discourse was of women, wherefore it did not appear to us to be seemly to continue it in your presence. This one said that Amelia was not comely, I say that she is. Thus we were disputing after the manner of ladies. To whom Celso replied, Madonna Selvaggia is in error, but indeed she loves her not. In truth, that lady must ever be accounted fair by all, nay, and most beautiful. And if she is not to be deemed beautiful, I cannot see one in Prato who may be called fair. On this, Selvaggia, somewhat wroth rather than pleased, replied, Small judgment is needed in such a matter, since each is of a different mind, and a brown skin is pleasing to one, and a white skin to another, and it is with us women as in a draper's shop, where cloth from the Romagnola finds a purchaser no less than satin from Banello. Well and good, quoth Celso. But when we speak of a beautiful woman, we mean one whom all alike admire, and not this one or that one only. Thus Nora, so ill-favoured as she is, appears most pleasing in the sight of her Tommaso, albeit she is as uncomely as she possibly can be. And my gossip, who was passing fair, her husband could not suffer. Peradventure it is that certain complexions suit or suit not, but a lady fair in all points, like yourself, must necessarily be pleasing to all, as you are, albeit few are pleasing to you, as I know full well. It is indeed the truth, that to be of perfect beauty many things are needed, so that one is rarely found who possesseth the half of them. Selvaggia then said, There are some among you men whom the world itself would not satisfy, and I once heard it said that one Momus, unable to find any fault in the beauty of Venus, blamed some trifle in the fashion of her sandals. Then said Verdespina, Thus you see how he beheld her. And Celso, laughing, went on, Again, Stesichoros, a most noble poet of Sicily, spoke evil of that Helen, who by her exceeding great beauty moved 1,000 Greek ships to go forth against the great kingdom of Troy. Then said Madonna Lampiada in haste, Ay, truly, but you know that he thereupon lost his sight, and had it not again till he denied his words. And so had his desert, added Celso, inasmuch as that beauty and fair women and beauty ought to be lauded and held precious by all, seeing that a fair woman is the fairest object that may be seen, and beauty the highest gift bestowed by God on mankind, since its virtue is to invite the soul to contemplation, and through contemplation to the desire of heavenly things. Hence it hath been given us as a foretaste and as an earnest, and it is of such power and worth that it hath been accounted by sages as the first and most excellent of all things to be loved. Nay, they have called it the very seat, the nest, the abode of love, I say, which is the source and fount of all human joys. For it we see a man forget himself, and on beholding a face graced with this celestial gift, his limbs will quake, his hair stand on end, and he will sweat and shiver at the same time, just as one who, seeing on a sudden some heavenly vision, is possessed by the divine frenzy, and when he has come to himself worships it in his heart, and acknowledging it as it were a god, gives himself up as a victim and a sacrifice on the altar of that fair lady's heart. Whereupon said Madonna Lampiada, Ah, Messer Celso, If it will not weary you, do us a pleasure, tell us somewhat of this beauty, and what should be the form of such a fair woman, whereas these damsels have for some time urged me to entreat this of you, and I have delayed to do it. But since you of your own motion have begun to discourse of it, having increased my desire, you likewise have raised my courage, all the more since it hath been told me that during the evening assembly held by my sister last carnival season, you spoke of the matter with those ladies at such length that Madonna Agnoletta could talk of nothing else for many days. So we pray you do us this favour, for we have naught else to be busy about, and in this light wind the heat of the day will be more delightfully spent by us than by those below who are sporting or walking in the pleasaunce.
Then answered Celso, Ay, to the end that Selvaggia, if she hear aught said which is not to her mind, or if I omit aught, may cry out that I am speaking ill of women, in which I never take so great pleasure as I do in praising them, as she has often known by experience, and yet hath never thanked me for it. Translation of Clara Bell. Of the forehead and temples, from The Beauty of Women. Celso. To return to the person of our image, I say that you, Madonna Mororisca, have a shape between lean and fat, round and juicy, and of the right proportions, wherein we see suppleness and dexterity, with somewhat that is right queenly. Your hue is not that of whiteness which verges on pallor, but tinted with blood, after the fashion which the ancients prized. The person of a lady of high degree should move with gravity and after a certain gentle manner which keeps it upright, yet not stiff, so that we find in it that majesty whereof I lately spoke. And inasmuch as you have most of all these things, we are bound to give you Despina's hair, and now we'll seek a forehead. The forehead must be spacious, that is, wide and high, fair and serene. The height, which is understood to be from where the hair ends down to the confines of the eyebrows and the nose, according to many writers, should be the third part of the face, the second part being measured to the upper lip, and the third part all the rest, including the chin. The height, then, I say, must be equal to half the width, and it will be twice as wide as the height, so that from the width we estimate the height, and the height from the width. And we have said it must be fair, since it must not be of an over-dull whiteness without any lustre, but should shine after the manner of a mirror, not by wetness, or by painting, or by foul washes like that of Bovinetta, which, an it were fish to fry, might be worth a farthing a pound more, as not needing to be floured. Howbeit, it is not to be sold, nor fried. The line of the brow should not be all flat, but curved like an arch toward the crown of the head, so gently that it is scarce to be perceived, but from the boss of the temples it should descend more straightly. Our poets speak of it as serene, and with reason, since as the sky is serene when we see on it no cloud nor any manner of spot, so the front, when it is clear and open, without furrows or wrinkles or powders, is calm and tranquil, and may be rightly called serene. And whereas the sky, when it is serene, engenders a certain contentment in the mind of those who behold it, so the forehead which we call serene gives, through the eye, peace to the soul of those who gaze upon it. As it is now with me, gazing on that of Madonna Lampiada, which, having all the qualities I have enumerated, will do well to place beneath Verdespina's hair. And that serenity of which I speak is the greater for the lustre of the eyes, they being without the confines of the forehead indeed, and yet appearing as the two chief luminaries in the sky, and we will first speak of the eyebrows. Now, to speak of these, we will take as an example those of Verdespina, who hath them in colour like ebony, fine, and of short soft hairs, as though they were of the finest silk, and from the middle to the ends they gently diminish, on one side towards the hollow or socket of the eye, by the nose, and on the other toward that part which is near the ear, and where they end. Next we come to the eye, which in every part of the visible globe, or eyeball, excepting the pupil, must be white, slightly tinged with the hue of flax, but so little as to be scarce perceptible. The pupil, save only the circle which lies in the centre, should not be perfectly black, albeit all the Greek and Latin poets, and our own likewise, praise black eyes as with one voice, and all are agreed that the goddess of beauty had them. Nevertheless, those are not wanting who praise eyes which are of the colour of the sky, and that Venus had them so is to be found written in certain trustworthy authors. Among you there is a lady, reputed exceeding fair by me and by many others, who having such eyes gains in grace thereby. Nevertheless, common custom seems to have obtained that dark tan or nut-brown eyes hold the first place among eyes of other colours. Deep black is not much to be commended, since it tends to a somewhat gloomy and cruel gaze, and nut-brown, if dark, gives a soft, bright, clear, and kindly gaze, and it lends to the movement of the eyes I know not what alluring charm, frank, attractive, and keen, which I cannot better explain than by pointing to those of Madonna Lampiada, to whom none of these qualities are lacking. And besides this that has been said, and again like Madonna Lampiada, the eyes must be large and full, not concave nor hollow, for hollowness makes the gaze overproud, and fullness makes it sweet and modest. So Homer, desiring to praise the eyes of Juno, tells us that they were like those of an ox, meaning thereby that they were round and full and large. Many have said that they should be long, and others that they should be oval, which pleases me very well. The eyelids, when they are white, with certain delicate rosy veins hardly to be seen, are a great aid to the general beauty of the eye, and the lashes should be thin and not over long and white, since, besides being ill-favoured, they impair the sight. Nor would I have them very black, which makes the gaze fierce. The socket which surrounds the eye is not to be very deep, nor too large, nor different in colour from the cheek. And let ladies who paint be on their guard, those I would say who are brown, since this part is very often unapt to take the paint or the plastering by reason of its hollow shape, or to retain it by reason of the motion of the eyelashes, and thus makes a division which looks very ill. Madonna Theophila's neighbour often falls into this error. The ears, which should be tinted rather of the hue of pale rubies than of red ones, and which we will paint like the balcony rose, and not the damask, I will borrow from you, Selvaggia. For their perfect beauty, as we see in yours, a middle size is to be desired, with the shell finely turned, and of a livelier hue than the flat part, and the roll which borders them all around must be transparent, and of a brilliant hue like the seed of a pomegranate. Above all, if they be soft and thin, their beauty is spoiled. Hence, as they are seen in her, they should be firm and well set on. Of the temples there is little to be said, save that they must be white and flat, not hollow, not over-full and moist, nor so narrow as to seem to press on the brain, which would signify a weakness of the brain. And they are beautiful when they resemble those of Madonna Mororisca, and the manner of laying the hair over them, higher or lower, curled or drawn smooth, thicker or thinner, enlarges or diminishes the temples, and makes them wider or narrower, longer or shorter, as we may desire, or as a little flower shall confine it. Madonna Lampiada. When I was a girl, we did not love to dress our heads as many of our maidens do nowadays, putting so many flowers and leaves that they often resemble a jar full of gilliflowers or marjoram. Nay, some might be a quarter of kid on the spit, since they will even wear rosemary, which to me seems the most graceless thing in the world. And to you, Messer Celso, how seems it to you? Celso. I like it not, if I am to tell the truth, and this mistake arises from their not knowing for what reason the ancients would wear a flower above the ear. I speak of gentlewomen, since the peasant women, having no other jewels nor pearls, load themselves, as you know, with flowers without order, fashion, or number, and in them this excess becomes beauty. Madonna Lampiada. Meseems that even gentle ladies may have worn flowers for their more homely adornment instead of pearls and gold, inasmuch as not all our peers have wherewithal to attire themselves with the gems of the Orient or the sands of Tagus, and so it was needful to use the riches of the gardens of our own land. But each one having tried to outdo the others, they seem sometimes as if they had a garland or quintain about the face. And waters and powders were in those days invented to remove pimples and moles and other such stains, but today they are used to paint and whiten the whole face, just as lime and plaster cover the face of a wall, and peradventure those foolish maids believe that men, whom they seek to please, do not discern this foulness, which I would have them to know wears them down and makes them grow old before their time, and destroys their teeth, while they seem to be wearing a mask all the year through. Look at Monna Bettola Galliani. What do you think of her? The more she paints and the more she dresses up, the older she seems. Nay, she is like a gold ducat that hath lain in aquafortis. And it would not be thus if she had not used washes so much when she was young. I, for my part, if I am still well preserved, which indeed I know not, but it shall suffice that others say so, it is from no cause but that water from the well has ever been my wash, and shall be that of my daughter as long as she carries with me. After that, it must be her husband's care. Translation of Clara Bell. Of the hand, from the beauty of women. The hand, which all declare to be perfect in you, to you I say it, Selvaggia, so hide it not, must likewise be white, chiefly on the outer side, large enough and somewhat fat, the palm hollow and tinted with rose. The lines must be clear, few, distinct, firmly drawn, not crossing nor entangled, the mounds of Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury plainly to be seen, yet not over high, the line of the intellect and wit should be deep and clear and crossed by no other. The hollow that lies between the thumb and middle finger must be shapely, without wrinkles, and brightly tinted. The fingers are beautiful when they are long, fine, and slender, tapering somewhat towards the tip, yet so little as to be scarce perceptible. The nails transparent, like pale rubies among pink roses and the leaves of pomegranate flower, not long, not round, nor altogether square, but of a fair shape and with a very little boss, uncovered, clean, and well kept, so that at the base the little white crescent is visible. Above, beyond the flesh of the finger, an edge should be seen, as wide as a small knife is thick, without the smallest suspicion of a rim of black at the tip. And the whole hand must be of a tender, firm surface, as though it were of fine silk or the softest cotton. And this is all it occurs to me to say of the arms and hands. Now this image will no longer be like that in the piazza, but behold the thing she was compared with. You are indeed one of the sharp thorns which get in between the nail and the flesh, and if green, of the harder heart, and it is well for me that I have a good needle to withdraw it withal. Selvaggia. Now meseems your picture is like those which are wrought by the hands of a good master, and, to tell the truth, it is a most beautiful thing, so that if I were a man, whereas I am a woman, I should be constrained like a second Pygmalion to fall in love with her. And do not think that I call her beautiful only to signify that the parts which we have given her are the occasion of it, seeing that the adornments and graces you have bestowed on her might have made even the wife of Jacopo Cavalaccio seem fair, since I, to speak only of myself, if I had so fair a bosom as you have described, should not yield to Helen nor Venus for beauty. Celso. You have it indeed, and you know it. There is no need to make so many words about it. Good luck to you,
and to him who may some day be worthy to behold it. And of a truth, when that friend of mine composed a fine elegy in its praise, having so fine a thread, it was no great marvel that he filled so fair a cloth. But to give our chimera the crowning perfection, that nothing may be lacking to her, you, Madonna Lampiada, will give her that witchery that sparkles in your eyes, and that fine air which pervades the perfect proportion of your person. You, Madonna Amororisca, will give her the queenly majesty of your person, and the cheerfulness of your honest and modest gaze. That serious gait, that dignified countenance, and that gentle graciousness which delight all who behold them. Selvaggia will lend her calm seemliness, an inviting charm, an honest yet bewitching, a severe yet sweet attractiveness, with that pitying cruelty which all are constrained to praise, albeit none desire it. You, Verdespina, shall bestow the grace which makes you so dear, that readiness and sweetness of gay speech, subtle, honest, and gracious. Wit and the other gifts and virtues of the mind we do not need, inasmuch as we have described only the beauties of the body and not those of the spirit, for which a better painter than I am is needed, better colours and a better brush than those of my poor wit, albeit your example is no less sufficient for that kind of beauty than for the other. And thus without more words their discourse ended, and each one returned to his own home. Translation of Clara Bell. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Kuno Fischer by Richard Jones. Kuno Fischer of Heidelberg, one of the most brilliant and stimulating of living university professors, the great historian and interpreter of modern philosophy, is distinguished likewise as an expositor and interpreter of some of the greater literature of the modern world. Indeed, his first published work, Diotima oder die Idee des Schönen, was an excursion into the realm of aesthetics, and his poetic sympathies, oratorical fervor and eloquence, and the literary charm of his interpretations have contributed no less than his profound philosophic insight toward drawing to him university students from all parts of the world from the beginning of his distinguished university career. The son of a county pastor, he was born July 23, 1824, at Sandewalde in the province of Silesia. He attended the Gymnasium of Posen and began in 1844 his university studies, philology, theology, and philosophy, first at Leipzig, then at Halle, where he received the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in 1847. In the Michaelmas semester of 1850, he began his instruction in philosophy as Privatdozent at the University of Heidelberg. His lectures were from the first exceptionally successful, but in 1853 he was forbidden by a ministerial edict from continuing his university instruction. No reason was assigned for this arbitrary act, which aroused deep indignation in university circles throughout Germany as a serious infringement of the Lehrfreiheit, the unrestricted freedom of thought and of teaching so dear to the German university professor's heart. He remained amid the beautiful surroundings of Heidelberg, enjoying the friendship of Strauss and of Gervinus, improving his enforced leisure by working on his History of Philosophy, the volume which appeared in 1856 and which serves as an introduction to the history proper, Francis Bacon und seine Nachfolger, Francis Bacon and his successors, receiving the compliment of an immediate translation into English. In the autumn of 1855, Fischer requested permission to lecture in the University of Berlin, but on account of the Heidelberg proscription, this request was refused by the Prussian Minister of Education. However, in response to a petition of the faculty of the University of Berlin, an order was issued by the king in September 1856, granting their request that Fischer be permitted to lecture. But in the meantime he had received a call to the chair of philosophy at Jena, made famous by Fichte and Schelling and Hegel. This call he accepted. Here his lectures were again extraordinarily successful. Students flocked to Jena as they had not done since the days of Schiller, Schelling, and Fichte. He was made privy councillor of the Duke, and was the recipient of many honours. In 1870 he declined a call to the University of Vienna, but in 1872 he accepted a call to the University of Heidelberg as Zeller's successor, where he has since remained, the brightest ornament of the oldest university within the present limits of Germany. His literary work has been done in the two fields of philosophic and literary exposition and interpretation. His Geschichte der neuen Philosophie, History of Modern Philosophy, is now become, after successive enlargements and several editions, a monumental work, famous for the clearness and beauty of its literary style, no less than for its philosophic insight and sympathetic interpretation. Kuno Fischer's method is not to give in brief the essence of a philosophic system, the substance of Kant, for example. He gives, on the contrary, Kant amplified, interpreted, illustrated. He states lucidly that which Kant himself stated obscurely, and illumines the Cimmerian darkness of the Critique of Pure Reason by a remarkably clear and successful interpretation, which has influenced profoundly philosophic thought during the closing decades of the 19th century. His treatment of philosophic systems is colored with life by sympathetic recitals of the lives and characters of the men who founded these systems. As an introduction, for example, to the philosophy of Leibniz, there is given a full account of the life and times of Leibniz, closing with a description of his death, alone and friendless. This great many-sided genius, until Kant became the greatest mind since Aristotle, world-renowned, who had served his king for 40 years, died neglected and solitary, practically imprisoned, set to a task, yearning for the green fields, a change of scene and liberty, and no one knows to this day the spot where he lies buried. A striking theme for a philosopher-poet, who is by nature an orator, musical as is Apollo's lute. To hearers or readers who have learned thus to know the man Leibniz, the system of thought of the philosopher Leibniz can never be thereafter a mere lifeless abstraction. Even the distinctively philosophical works of Kuno Fischer are full of literary charm. They are clear and lucid statements of momentous truths, warm with emotion and glowing with life through his vivid appreciation of the greatness of the theme. Since, as Disraeli has said, philosophy becomes poetry and science imagination in the enthusiasm of genius, so Kuno Fischer's readers, and especially his hearers, yield ready assent to Milton's lines, "How charming is divine philosophy, not harsh and crabbed as dull fools suppose, but musical as is Apollo's lute, and a perpetual feast of nectared sweets where no crude surfeit reigns." Kuno Fischer's expositions and interpretations of literature relate largely to the works of Shakespeare, Lessing, Goethe, and Schiller. His method has been described in detail by Hugo Falkenhayn in his volume Kuno Fischer und die literarhistorische Methode. As an interpreter of literature, Fischer does not evolve his interpretations out of his inner consciousness, but as a philosopher and historian of thought, he is able to distinguish from unessential details the ruling idea which is at the basis of a poem, and to illustrate the use which has been made of this idea by other poets elsewhere and in other times. The first volume of his Goethe's Faust, Volume 1, Faust Literature Before Goethe, Volume 2, Goethe's Faust, Its Origin, Idea, and Composition, has been translated into English by Harry Riggs Walcott of the University of Heidelberg. Die Erklärungsarten des Goetheschen Faust, Goethe's Faust, Methods of Exposition, has been translated by Professor Richard Jones of the University of the State of New York for the publications of the English Goethe Society. His commentary on Kant's Critique of Pure Reason was translated and edited by Professor J.P. Mahaffey of the University of Dublin in 1866. His Critique of Kant has been translated by Professor W.S. Huff for the Journal of Speculative Philosophy, edited by Dr. William T. Harris. Professor J.P. Gordy of Ohio University has translated the first 2 volumes of The History of Modern Philosophy, including Descartes and his school, and also the introduction, which gives an outline of Grecian philosophy and of the philosophy of the Middle Ages, of the Renaissance, and of the Reformation. Francis Bacon and His Successors is a translation of his work on Bacon by John Oxenford, London, 1857. Other translations are in preparation. The Motive to Philosophy, from History of Modern Philosophy. Philosophy is a love for wisdom, a striving after truth. Even this striving is philosophy. A progressive culture process can be comprehended only by a progressive knowledge process. The human spirit is this progressive culture process. Philosophy is this progressive knowledge process, the self-knowledge of the human spirit. This self-knowledge of the human spirit is the fundamental theme of all systems of philosophy. The problem of philosophy is to see the meaning of the forms of culture, to grasp their inner motives, and to make clear what they are and what is their aim. The problem is the more difficult, the richer and more manifold the world of culture becomes. The animating principles of men are so various that conflicting systems of philosophy arise, each of which expresses one phase of these animating principles. This phase must be coordinated in order to solve the philosophical problem of the age. But there are ruling tendencies of the time, so there arise in philosophy ruling systems. Moreover, this explanation of the spirit of history, which is the province of philosophy, is always more than a mere exposition. Philosophy bears the same relation to the history of the human spirit as does our self-knowledge to our life. In what consists the act of self-observation? We withdraw from the outer world which has occupied us and busy ourselves with ourselves. We make our own life a subject of observation, just as the artist views the work arising under his hand. He lays down his tools and steps back from his work, and from a suitable point of view surveys the whole. The eye of the critical artist sees otherwise than the eye of the artist lost in his work. He now discovers faults which were before unseen. He sees want of proportion in the parts. There a limb is too prominent for a symmetrical whole. By this opportune examination he sees now wherein one harmonizes with all, and what destroys the harmony. What shall the artist do? Abandon the work because many faults appear? Shall he not rather again grasp the tools, and in accordance with the right idea which he in a moment of criticism conceived, now correctly and better labor? Let us apply the illustration. The artists are ourselves. The artistic work is our lives. The critical look which judges the work is the self-observation which interrupts the process of living. We withdraw from the life which we have until that moment lived, and as the artist makes his work, we make our lives our subject of observation, and win thereby a better knowledge of ourselves. We thereby separate ourselves from our past life conditions, and shall never again return to the same. So self-observation determines the moment when one life period closes and a new one begins. It makes a crisis in our development, a turning point or epoch in our lives. We free ourselves from our passions as soon as we think. We cease to feel them so soon as we begin to observe them. In this lies the whole importance of self-knowledge, the crisis which it works in our lives. We are no more ruled by our previous life conditions. We are no more what we were. So an earnest observation of self is always a fundamental freeing and renewal of our lives, a crisis which separates the present from the past and prepares for the future. The act of self-observation is in our own life what the monologue is in the drama. The action withdraws from the confusing stage of the outer world into the innermost soul, and here, in silence, in deliberation with self, the problem is considered and solved. Such moments are wanting in the life of no spiritually active being, and every one finds them in his own experience. It is impossible that we shall always continue in the conditions of life and culture which have hitherto ruled us. Our interest in them ceases to satisfy us. A feeling of satiety, of dissatisfaction, makes itself always more actively and painfully felt, and at last we remain alone with ourselves. We are estranged from our previous life conditions. We begin to reflect concerning ourselves, concerning the problem of our being, concerning the problem of the world. We begin to philosophize, so far as we are able, so far as our culture permits. I have portrayed out of the experience and development of a single life the sole condition in which the will is inclined to reflection and self-observation, and which germinates the first motive to philosophy. It is the moment when, in fervid souls, a passionate longing awakens to know philosophy, and to receive from her the satisfaction which life, mere activity, no more provides. To that important part which, in the development of the individual, self-observation plays, there correspond in the life of the race the dominant systems of philosophy. They not merely accompany the progress of the human spirit, they influence this progress by making subjects of observation out of hitherto ruling life conditions. They free the world from this rule. They perfect the present form of culture and prepare for the new. They work as world historical factors, through which the great systems of culture live out their life and great culture crises are brought about. We see the history of philosophy in its true light, when we recognize in it the course of development in which the necessary problems of humanity are with all distinctness defined, and so solved that out of every solution there arise in progressive order ever new and deeper problems. Translated for A Library of the World's Best Literature by Professor Richard Jones. From Goethe's Faust, The Methods of Exposition. 1. The age when the poem was written. In 1813, Goethe, wishing to express anew and more comprehensively than ever before his appreciation of the poet to whom his highest admiration was ever devoted, took for his theme the words Shakespeare without end. So much has already been said concerning Shakespeare that it might appear as though there were nothing more to say, and yet it is the nature of his mind that he always arouses mental activity in others. The same is also true of Goethe himself and of his Faust. The world will never cease to read Dante's world poem, for the subject of which it treats is a theme of eternal moment: the guilt, the purification, and the salvation of man. The same is true of the importance and abiding influence of Goethe's Faust. It would betray an ignorance of world literature and of its worth should one, in a tone of irritation, exclaim, Goethe's Faust without end. This poem roots itself deep in the past, and is not of less worth because it grew out of the Volksbücher and popular plays. For in the realm of poetry, the worth of a popular origin is fully recognized. The age in which it was written, the stamp of which the poem bears, was one of the richest in ideas and in deeds which man has ever seen, and never before has such an age developed in so short a time. When the fragment of our Faust appeared, the French Revolution had just begun. It had run its course and had given birth to a Caesar who was already the ruler of the world when the first part of Faust saw the light of day. In the same year, Napoleon appeared in Erfurt, where he called to him the author of Werther, and advised him to compose a Caesar, since the destiny of the world now lay in politics. When Goethe was asked which one among modern philosophers he considered the greatest, he answered, Kant, unquestionably. For he is the one whose doctrine proves permanent and has penetrated most deeply into our German culture. Contemporaneous with the origin of Kant's critique of pure reason was the origin of Goethe's Faust. Contemporaneous with the critique of the judgment, Kant's last great work, appeared the Fragment. The Königsberg philosopher stood at that time at the summit of his mental activity. The philosophers Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel had followed him, and had filled the world with their ideas, when Goethe published in 1808 the first part of his Faust. Some 70 poems have dared to vie with it, but in the light of the great star have quickly paled. No one of these had the power so to express and reveal the spiritual fullness of this age, rich in thought and events, as did Goethe's Faust. All influential thinkers of the time compared their ideas with this work, and endeavored to show their spiritual relationship with the same, in order thereby to establish their own worth and import. It is impossible that a poem which rules so great a past and present, and which has so great a following, should be so short-lived that scarcely 2 generations after its completion it has lived out its life, its fundamental thought exhausted. Indeed, the vast and always growing number of expositions of Goethe's Faust proves to us that the world desires an interpretation of this work, and that the attempts hitherto made have either failed in their purpose or have not solved the problem completely and fundamentally enough. It may, I trust, be permitted me, in the present discourse, so far as the time permits, to examine into the nature of these attempts, and to pass judgment upon them. 2. The philosophical method of interpretation. The kernel of all Faust literature is a religious fable. A nobly striving and highly gifted man, impelled by thirst for truth, and also for the pleasures of the world, becomes untrue to the service of God, strives after the powers of magic, calls up the devil, and subscribes to him his soul, which shall remain forever in hell after he has enjoyed a proud and wanton world career. This fable contains, even in its rudest form, momentous thoughts concerning the struggle between good and evil in the heart of man, concerning the motives to guilt and destruction, clearly the profoundest themes both of religion and of philosophy. In the course of the 16th century, the age of the German new birth of Christianity and of ancient art, there arose under the influence of the religious and philosophical ideas of that time the myth of Dr. Faust, whose religious tendency stamped itself clearly in the Volksbücher. In the years from 1771 to 1831, an age deeply moved by religious and philosophical ideas, the greatest age of German philosophy, reaching from the beginning of the epoch of Kant to the death of Hegel, there arose, developed, and was completed Goethe's Faust. The old fable of the German magician of the 16th century, and the new ideas of German philosophy which stirred the last generation of the 18th century and the first generation of the 19th, these are the elements our poem must needs take up and unite, for it could deny neither its inheritance nor its birth. Therefore this work is by virtue of its origin a religious and philosophical poem, which cannot be thoroughly comprehended without a knowledge of the ideas contained therein. The meaning of this poem was and still is, therefore, a philosophical problem. Therefore, the first attempts at interpretation, which followed immediately upon the publication of the poem, took this direction. Their problem was to explain the fable of our Faust and to find its moral. This was considered as the fundamental idea, which was intended to be allegorically portrayed in the persons and events of the poem. So the philosophical interpretation became allegorical interpretation, and then forced and absurd interpretations. The entire poem appeared at last like a magic sphere, wherein no one could no more trust his senses, but must look upon the most natural things as something entirely different from what they seemed to be. One was taught the recondite signification of the pedestrians before the gate, of the dance under the linden tree, of the rat which gnawed the pentagram, of the revellers in Auerbach's cellar, of the wine which flowed from the table, of the jewel casket in Gretchen's press, of the bunch of keys and the night lamp with which Faust entered Gretchen's prison, and of various other similar riddles. It was even asked, "What is the meaning of Gretchen?" The fundamental error of all these interpretations was that they assumed as the basis of the poem a wholly invented, entirely original, not partly inherited, fundamental idea, in accordance with which it was said the poem grew, i.e., the fable grew out of the moral. However, concerning this fundamental idea, the interpreters were by no means agreed. But they interpreted the poem as though Goethe had himself wholly invented his Faust legend, and had then completed the poem in accordance with the requirements of the invented legend, according to one plan and in a white heat of composition. Whereas, in truth, the Faust legend was already 2 centuries old when Goethe appropriated it, and Goethe's Faust was 2 generations old when it was brought to completion. The problem could not be solved by these methods of interpretation because of the underlying false conceptions of the origin and production of the poem. 4. The extreme positions taken by both schools. Over against the earlier philosophical, i.e. allegorical, interpretations, I have placed the historical investigations of today, and shown how widely the latter method has extended its questions and subdivided into so many individual investigations. Opposed as are their tendencies, so also are the byways into which both methods of interpretation get astray. If the allegorists consult tradition not at all, or too little at least, and prefer to ascribe everything to the assumed inventions of the poet, so, on the other hand, many of the historical expositors of today are inclined to exaggerate tradition to such an extent that they would leave nothing to the ideas and power of invention of the poet. The former would, if possible, make everything invented, the latter make everything borrowed. We find that the former ascribed to the poet of Faust ideas, the latter borrowings, of which he never thought. Here extremes meet. 8. The religious idea of the poem. I have attempted to show the directions which the expositions of Goethe's Faust have taken, by the philosophic methods of exposition as well as by the historical and the philological. The poem needs an explanation of the entire circumference of its ideas, as well as of its origin, which can succeed only when both methods of exposition, the philosophical as well as the historical, which includes also the philological, are united. Separated from each other, neither takes the right way. The philosophical consideration which today deserves this name is itself of a historical nature. It must recognize, through the course of development of the poet, the ideas which have in truth inspired and filled his work. Where the poem itself takes the form of allegory, the philosophical interpretation must proceed allegorically. It must ask, for example, what means the witch's kitchen, the witch's Sabbath, the mothers, the homunculus, the classical Walpurgis night? The legend of Faust was a religious fable, and its theme was the guilt and condemnation of a nobly striving man entangled in the pleasures of the world. Goethe's Faust is a religious poem, and its theme is the guilt and purification of a high-minded man whom the pleasures of the world entice and sweep along but never satisfy. Were this non-satisfaction the final theme of the Faust, as is commonly held, I should not call the poem a religious poem. It would then be merely pessimistic, as are the poems of Byron. There is a religious view of the misery in the world and a pessimistic view. The latter finds the world evil because it is not rich enough in enjoyment. This pessimism, which in our day is the fashion, is at bottom nothing but unsatisfied pleasure-seeking. This was not the view of Goethe, not that of his Faust. In his second monologue he portrays the wretchedness of human existence in a manner which can be compared only with the famous monologue of Hamlet. To Faust also, death appears to be a goal to be desired most fervently. He wishes to shuffle off the mortal coil of life as a burden. Then the Easter song moves him with admonition. Life is no burden. It is a test, a painful but a wholesome one. Christ is ascended, bliss hath invested him, woes that molested him, trials that tested him, gloriously ended. Life has the importance of a trial which is to be endured by continued purification. This is the fundamental religious thought which Goethe introduces into his Faust tragedy in The Prologue in Heaven, and makes it the theme of the same. He permits his Faust to strive upward, and reach a height where the enjoyments of the world and the evil of the world touch him no more. Upon this height he answers the tempter who places before his eyes the glories and enjoyments of the world. Base and modern Sardanapalus, enjoyment makes common. From this height he says to Care, who paints to him again the misery of the world, I will not recognize you. The energy of endeavor and striving is not to be dispirited by the misery of life's cares. There is a genuine and real non-satisfaction. It springs not from the misery of the world, but from the wants and weakness of one's own powers. Firm let him stand and look around him well. This world means something to the capable. In marching onwards, bliss and torment find, though every moment with unsated mind. However, it is not the province of this address to go into the course of development of the poem itself, since I only wish to present and to criticize the methods of exposition. The work progressed with the poet and with his views of life, and it was 2 generations of men in coming into being. In order to appreciate it correctly, and to apprehend the ideas which this world poem presents, let us take as a prototype that view of the world, full of love, which the Lord in the prologue commends to his own. But ye, God's sons in love and duty, enjoy the rich, the ever-living beauty. Creative power that works eternal schemes, clasp you in bonds of love relaxing never. And what in wavering apparition gleams, fixed in its place with thoughts that stand forever. Translated for A Library of the World's Best Literature by Professor Richard Jones. End of section 29, read by Jennifer Wilson.